I have to go to Brazil now. I have to go to Brazil now because this shit post is too good. It's too goated. This shit post, bitch, too bad.
Esperando o Hasan começar a transmissão, direto da Califórnia pro Brasil e o mundão. Mas ele tá atrasado, o que foi que ele fez? O streamer tá dormindo, chat, agora é sua vez. Me dá um C, me dá um U, então me dá um M. O Hasan tá offline, deve tá de meme. Me dá um C, me dá um U, então me dá um M. O chat tá engajado, até os mods tremem.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Sunday. Vem pro Brasil. Vem pro Brasil. Bom dia. That's right. No Twitter, no thrills, no frills, only fucking vibes. We're going to Brazil, baby. Woo! All right. It's a super secret Sunday, spectacular, special stream. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. It's the first day of the month of September, also on Twitch, known as Subtember. That's right, folks. This is the month where TwitchCon is going to be happening at the end of the month, and I am having a fantastic Sunday so far. I hope you guys are all enjoying your Sunday as well. It's a 3-day weekend, as you know. It's a triple day weekend, as it is Labor Day weekend. Rent is due. Many people are reminded at the top of the month. Not at the top of the hour, but at the top of the month, they got all their bills to pay. Anyway, folks, I am live. I am alive. And I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what is going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the period where I press the stop streaming button, press the start streaming button. Let me tell you, last night I had to unceremoniously end the broadcast umpteenth time. Thank you for the 5 gifted. There's a golden Kappa train occurring, it seems. Congratulations to all of those who won the golden Kappa. Anyway, folks, personal news time here for all the parasocialists out there. Okay, what did I do last night? Well, I unceremoniously ended the broadcast after getting defeated by Captain Wise Guy, or whatever the fuck his name is, multiple times. He beat my ass handily. Place, that's crazy. My mom walked in and Kaya jumped out of her bed. And now she's wagging her fucking little tail at her. But anyway, baba bana yemek yapacağım mı? Saat 3'te. Eyvallah. All right, anyway. End of the broadcast on Wukong. A lot of the believers that are firmly committed to believing, unfortunately, I let them down and I apologize for them. But the Gamba will come back today. Okay? Folks, I let him down. I let my believers down and I'm sorry for it. Okay? I apologize. Having said that, however, I will be farming the doubters today. Okay, don't worry, fear not. The doubters will be farmed today. End of the broadcast. Went to dinner with my buddy who's visiting, his girlfriend, and my brother and his fiance, and of course I brought my girlfriend Austin Shell to that wonderful occasion, that dinner. We did that. We had dinner. After that, I went to sleep, woke up, took Austin out to the park. He did not want to do it, but he felt obligated, it seems. But yeah, I brought his ass to the park alongside Kaya. Made him actually work out a little bit, that is where I found out that he is not interested in sweating. He does not like sweating. Any pod guests this week? No pod guests. Our pod guest is Cutie Cinderella. But yeah, brought him out to the park, made him sweat a little bit, and that's it. Do you want to take her out and like play with her and stuff? I can release her. Kaya, okay, go up. Okay, yeah. Oh Lord, just started the live. I'm sorry to come out hot, Christ, but we had a properly dystopian state maker, CIA. We could disarm Israel and rescue Palestine, control both. What are you doing? That is crazy. You already shot the pod? Yes, I did. It was another absolute banger. You also let this dude down.
I remember every time me and Hassan and Micah have met. Fucking uncomfortable.
So funny.
I'm not going to bother no more.
I really just think
I'm done.
But I think that the way that you feel about
3 times.
meeting him is the same way most people feel about meeting me.
3 times. 3 strikes. Me and Hassan, and I love him. I'm a big fan of him.
So
and from a brown.
Uh-oh. What happened? What did I do now? I snubbed him? Wait, what? Dude. Oh no. I'm too awkward. Oh no. This is what happens all the time, dude.
And from a brown man to a brown man, he's killing it. I'll never ever fucking introduce myself to him ever again. It's done. He can stand there. You can bring him over, and it's just me, you, and him, and Band. I'm still not talking to him.
You're still gonna leave.
It's done.
Okay, to be clear, there's no drama. And people are more open about this now, so it should make sense that I've said it to Hassan, and he did not respond. I reckon he has autism, and us lot are not great to be introduced to because you just always seem like you don't care. What did you think of me the first time you met me?
Slut.
What did you actually think of me the first time you met me without your stupid sexist insults you love to just throw all over the place?
Fucking rude. You didn't get up and stand up.
Yeah.
Where everyone else got up to say hello, and you stayed sitting down and went, "Sup?" And I thought, who is this?
Yeah, the autism allegations go hard. Okay, I'm not very good. Okay, I'm not. I think we all know this. I am unfortunately not very good at social interactions. Okay, I'm not. I am overstimulated. I'm overstimulated, and I'm a little aloof, maybe a little too demure. You have 1 day left in August. No, we're done. We're done with August. We're in September. The kid who debunked Kamala's marketing strategy is getting cooked. Yeah, I didn't even have like all that much of a problem with what he was saying. There were some issues, obviously, and I talked about it, but like broadly from a marketing standpoint, I recognize what he was doing, and he's not like entirely wrong, but holy fuck, they ate his ass, I think. We'll talk about this in a little bit. Apparently he deleted it. Thank you so much for coming and everything you do, Hassan. Okay, all right, chill. You should watch FaZe's video. It's so cool. We'll do that. Hold on. Chinese or American citizenship? Why not both? Did you see Maya can ball? Why does she have the fucking armband on? Oh my gosh, she is cooking. God damn. God damn.
Someone say bang. Look at all this.
The audio is doubling? Wait, what? Why? Is it? It's not. There's like a bunch of chatters who are saying it's doubled. I'm sorry, they banned what? VPN companies after Brazil banned Twitter? No, it's not that chatter. Mobile app users, audio sucks. There's a bug on mobile that doubles audio. That's crazy. Yeah. If audio's doubling, it's your Twitch app. Okay. Elon dead naming his own website. You hate to see it. But of course the Twitch app has some issues. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. All right, we got a lot of stuff to talk about. But yeah, personal news wise, played some ball this morning with Austin, and there was a dude there that was a fan as well. Destroyed the fan, like absolutely fucking destroyed him. 14-3, basically skunked his ass out. But sometimes it works like that. It be like that sometimes. Yeah, you left your dildo on Kaya's bed. Oh my God, that is a bone, but that I'm recognizing that it does look like a hard penis with balls from afar. Well, speaking of, yep, there you go. Fiona's coming in hot and what is she doing? What's up? What's up, lady? What's up, little lady? Like, nah, I'm out. Peace. Fuck this. Anyway, yeah, that's it. Enough about me. Okay, it's time to blast off. Let's do it. Light news on Sunday, fun day. TikToker who made Kamala marketing vid gets canceled. Second dog is my brother's dog. Trump is blasting the most unimaginable shit. Chase Bank TikTok meme depicting wire fraud goes viral. Chase Bank TikTok hack depicting wire fraud goes viral. Trump is blasting insane right-wing memes on Twitter. Wukong chapter 3 later. Get in now. Can I get fined in Brazil for seeing Twitter via the HasanAbi live stream? Fuck no, dude. First of all, Lula Libre. Okay. Secondly, you need to understand something, okay? They let me do it. Me and the Brazilian government, we're like this, okay? We're fucking tight, all right? So actually, they actually want you to only see Twitter through the lens, through my lens. Did you see Zion Williamson enjoying the Great Wall of China? I have not. But Zion has actually apparently dropped down to his fucking college weight, and I'm very proud of him. What is this? You're in the news video on the biggest One Piece YouTube channel at 3:14. Wait, really? Okay. Oh, for the live action, for my original work that I did, original commentary. Okay. Bro, slow down. Wukong, you're gonna pass me and make it hard for me to watch without spoilers. No, we're finishing chapter 3 today. Okay. Stop sending me fucking feared book links about like Twitter impression farmers and random Twitch streamers doing crazy stuff, please. Anyway, all right. Play Dress to Impress. Brother, I am not playing anything but Wukong, okay? I didn't get to play a lot of Wukong. I did not get to play a lot of Wukong last night or this morning because I'm like stuck in that boss area and I didn't want to fucking fight and defeat the boss off stream because that would be fucked up. So who cares about monkeys flinging shit? I do, man. I do. Why can't you guys be a normal fucking Twitch community that like enjoys the goddamn content? Like, what's wrong with y'all? I just don't understand it. Like, chatters are fucking little babies about this shit. It's weird. Anyway, here it is. Here it is. Light news on Sunday Funday. TikTok will make Kamala marketing video gets canceled. Chase Bank TikTok hack depicting wire fraud goes viral. Trump is blasting insane right-wing memes on Twitter. Wukong chapter 3 later. Get in now. But yeah, we got obviously the Boy vid that I haven't even watched yet. Excited for that. Kamala, wait, Ania? Kaya, come here. Okay, no, not Fiona. Kaya, come here. Place. Go, Fifi. Good girl, Kaya. You're the best girl. Okay, you can close it. You need to have Boy on stream more. You seem happy when y'all are together. Bro, they're in Australia. I legit watch most of the Wukong gaming over the rest of the normal coverage, by the way. Yeah, the fucking Wukong gaming is incredible in my opinion. I always say this, like, a lot of people don't understand that, like, a lot of people genuinely don't recognize this, but like my gaming streams are my peak. Like they are literally the best aspect of the stream. The vibes are incredible. You're rich, homie. Thank you, daddy. What does that have to do with anything? Shift the camera. We can't see her. Don't worry. I got you. There it is. There she is in all of her glory. Okay. Look at her laying down. Okay. You nearly rage quit last night. What vibes you talking about? What? No, I didn't. I didn't rage quit at all. I had to leave because of dinner. I wanted to keep going. I'm a politics frog, but I stay whenever it's a game I'm interested in. Love the accents when you play games. Try to keep chat entertained. It's always great content. Thank you. Anyway, yeah, we'll talk about the Israel stuff, obviously. There's also the Josh Shapiro murder mystery that Felix talked about on his Twitter. This is the case that Josh Shapiro is going to carry around. Okay. We're gonna be looking at that, and also obviously I'm gonna be covering the Israeli hostage situation because 6 hostages were found. 6 of the hostage bodies were found, and they're dead. And it's a tricky situation because I haven't even looked into it that much, but I suspect that people are going to say like Israel is obviously on fire over it. But there's massive protests happening in Tel Aviv where they're like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? Get the ceasefire done, you piece of shit. Okay. Tens of thousands of Israelis demonstrated tonight in Tel Aviv protesting the Netanyahu government steps that delay the Gaza hostage deal. So yeah. One of the hostages has video blaming Bibi and the Israeli occupying force. Yeah. Like, shit is completely out of control. Israeli workers will go on a major strike tomorrow. We're going to be talking about that. It's like, if the politicians don't do the job, the people will. You know what I mean? One of the hostages that was found was the son of that hostage family that talked to the DNC. Yeah, I know. Yeah. It's crazy that, like, obviously Israelis, like Israeli society, by and large, is blaming Benjamin Netanyahu, it seems, or at least, like, the people that are protesting are blaming Benjamin Netanyahu for refusing to fucking come to terms. Okay? And Bibi is, like, spiraling out of control. He might do some fucking crazy shit as a last-ditch effort. So it's definitely a situation that we're going to be keeping a close eye on. We'll start off with that today. We'll talk about the Kamala Harris response that is suspected. Hirsch Goldberg, who was rescued, said the following when he was alive. Benjamin Netanyahu and his government should be ashamed of yourselves because the Air Force bombings killed about 70 detainees like me because all the deals that were offered to you that were rejected. Obviously, this is like, this could be easily coerced as well. But it does correspond to like what a lot of the hostages have said, including Noah Argani, who literally, he was under duress and it was coerced for sure. But like, you have to remember something, okay? Hostages that are no longer fucking coerced and under duress have said similar things in terms of like, how the fuck have you not done a hostage deal? Or we were more afraid of the Israeli bombings than we were of like our captors in general. So that is something that like has consistently been a through line for all of the fucking hostages that have been released, okay, that are like alive and in Israel. So I just need you to understand that in terms of like obviously looking at hostage testimony when they're literally in captivity, of course it's going to be duress. Of course there is going to be a level of coercion going on, but you need to understand like if this cut entirely against like what hostages that have been freed are saying, that would be a different circumstance. But hostages that have been fucking freed have said the exact same shit, and they have no reason to defend the people who held them captive at goddamn gunpoint. Okay? Like, and also the families of the hostages have been treated as straight up in Israel, have been treated as an afterthought or a nuisance. Like people who are spoiling Benjamin Netanyahu's ultimate goal of continuing this fucking genocide. Like, and people who themselves in Israel who want to continue the genocide, because there are plenty of people who do want to continue the genocide, are still like, dog, fucking do the deal first. What the fuck is wrong with you? Okay? Yeah. So obviously we'll be talking about this quite a bit in the upcoming days, considering that it's seemingly coming to like a final, like the final moment. I don't know. It feels as though this is a great escalation of tensions in general. Every time there's like new information about any of the hostages that have been killed, obviously it's like the final straw, it seems, but we'll see. They call them terrorists and Nukba unironically. Like, what the fuck is going on? Do you think the Israeli opposition was contacted by the U.S. to spark this end? No, dude. First of all, Israeli and the U.S. is like this, okay? America would not fuck up the bag for Israel because they could have a much easier chance of like making sure that the situation is resolved in an amicable fashion by pushing for a fucking ceasefire. You know what I mean? Like they already have that and they're not even using that. America is literally aligned with Benjamin Netanyahu. America's own guy in the cabinet quit. America's own guy in the cabinet literally fucking quit. They tried to like push and pull in some ways, and they genuinely failed to do so by like by having their guy Benny Gantz leave the fucking cabinet unceremoniously. So they're doing all the worst shit, letting Israel do whatever the fuck it wants, letting the Israeli war cabinet and the Israeli government do whatever the fuck it wants is perhaps the worst possible thing you can do. Okay, so that's the situation. U.S. officials once again give cover to Netanyahu. Meanwhile, in Israel, everyone is blaming Netanyahu. I know. Once again, the United States of America's response to the situation is in clear contrast of the Israeli public's response to the situation. If you recall, I said this early October. Remember, we post the posters of the kidnapped, the hostages, for a very different propaganda purpose here in the United States of America. as opposed to in Israel. It is the Likud that were taking down the fucking hostage posters in Israel because the hostage families were like, our people are there, our family members are there, our cherished loved ones are in Gaza. Stop bombing. Get a fucking ceasefire, which the Israeli government was obviously, for the past 11 months, allergic to, right? In America, however, the hostage posters were used as an offensive propaganda to be like, yeah, no, this is why Israel has to keep fucking bombing Gaza, ironically killing fucking the family members. So, of course, that attitude has still remained. That attitude has still remained in Israel in terms of like hostage families and the way that they have been treated by the government, the way that they have made their demands known to the government versus Western media completely outflanking and dick riding the most ridiculous Likudnik party line here in the Western world. It is crazy. This does not mean that those hostage family protesters are actually super woke and anti-Zionist by any measure. I'm not saying that at all. Many of them probably still want the continuation of death and destruction in Gaza, but they also understand that those bombs are falling on their family members. They also understand that Benjamin Netanyahu's reluctance to come to an agreement with a ceasefire proposal and a hostage negotiation is probably killing their family members. So you have to remember that, okay? You have to remember that when we analyze the situation. The attitude in Israel is very different than the attitude in the United States of America due to the closeness that many people feel in terms of like their loved ones being still stuck in Gaza, okay?
Israeli military says it recovered the bodies of 6 hostages from an underground tunnel in Gaza on Saturday. The IDF has identified all 6 bodies, which include Israeli-American Hersh Goldberg Poland. The Israeli defense.
So Hersh Goldberg Poland is the Israeli-American whose family members spoke at the fucking DNC, okay? His family members, his mom and dad, are the people that spoke at the DNC, if you remember. So this obviously is more personal for a lot of other people.
Defense minister said the hostages were killed just before troops could reach them.
According to the initial assessment at our disposal, they were brutally murdered by Hamas terrorists a short while before we reached them. They were abducted alive on the morning of October 7th by the Hamas terror organization.
Hamas is blaming Israel for the deaths. A Hamas spokesman said the hostages were killed
That's
by
crazy.
Israel's bombing.
Whoa. It's not crazy that Hamas is saying like the bombs obviously killed them. What the fuck are you guys talking about? But it's crazy that they're showing the Hamas statement in Western media. That is wild. Whoa, this is new. Chat, this is, in the past 11 months of ongoing genocide, this is one of the first times where I have heard Western mainstream fucking media openly state this is Hamas's position and it is at odds with Israel. That is crazy. I got fucking goosebumps, dude. That is crazy. I've never actually seen any kind of autonomy or sovereignty or any kind of like individual attitude from the side of terrorist barbarians, which is the way that they are depicted usually. That is a wild change of pace.
By the Hamas terror organization.
We got to keep pushing. It's the only way we will see any change, and you are a part of this too, man. I know.
Is blaming Israel for the deaths. A Hamas spokesman said the hostages were killed by Israel's bombing of Gaza without giving specifics. Now, a group representing the families of Israeli hostages is calling for Prime Minister Netanyahu to address the nation and, quote, take responsibility for abandoning the hostages. Netanyahu released a taped statement this morning blaming Hamas for the murders of the hostages and accused them of not wanting a ceasefire deal. CNN's Nick Robertson joining us now live from Jerusalem with more. Nick, you're also learning some information about these hostages, that some of them were actually slated for release before their bodies were found.
Yeah, Hersh Goldberg Poland and Aidan Yerushalmi and...
As an Israeli, I've had zero hope, but this general strike is the genuine end of this genocide. The strike is total and inevitable. What's interesting about the general strike is that there's a couple different things. So Israel, and I'm sure the Israelis in the chat know this already, But Israel's economy is in the shitter, right? It is fucking screaming bloody murder. That's number one. Number two, Israeli interior security is at an all-time low as a direct consequence of the offensive campaign that they're not only conducting in Gaza, but the offensive campaign that they're conducting in the West Bank. So they don't even have enough, in my opinion, and I don't know how they will be able to deal with this, but they don't have enough fucking, like, they don't have adequate coverage if there is a massive general strike that occurs in Israel. So, like, they won't even be able to fucking bust out the APCs and shit that they've used in the Supreme Court protest that happened. In the Supreme Court protest that happened a couple years prior. So, like, it's gotten to a point where it does genuinely feel like a change might occur. Like, it does genuinely feel like a change might happen. Yeah, money is dried up. Israeli startups are folding one after another. You know, there is the Israeli economy was downgraded again a month ago. And not only that, but also you got one port that is completely bankrupt. You have the embargo from Turkey that has like actually shut off some consumer goods to Israel. Like, these are genuine changes that are happening in Israeli society that otherwise has been used to these comforts that you get from being the vassal state, the unsinkable aircraft carrier of the United States of America. Like, it is by definition a part of the imperial core, right? Like, the way that people have designed their lives, the way that people are accustomed to certain things will create a genuine point of pressure, right? And I think that pressure is going to keep mounting, and we will see. Did you see this going on almost a whole year? Yes, I did. I looking at once the bear hug happened, I was like, this is going to continue for as long as Benjamin Netanyahu wishes it. If anything, I'm shocked that there's this much protest happening against the Netanyahu government right now. It's been an entire year of this bloodshed. It's been an entire year of this fucking death and destruction. And in that time frame, Benjamin Netanyahu's popularity went from deeply unpopular to actually solidly popular once again. So that's something that you need to pay attention to. I'm an Israeli chatter, but don't know where to send the vids and protests and shit. Also, hi, Israeli chatter here. I don't know where to post protest vids today or tomorrow. People are gearing up here really hard in Tel Aviv and Jerusalem, so it's going to be huge. Also, hi. Yeah. I have, alongside many others, like Ilan Pape, who is obviously much smarter than myself, made that same sentiment before, that, like, the contradictions are becoming far too glaring. Contradictions are becoming far too glaring for this Zionist regime to continue its apartheid, to continue its genocide, and that it will inevitably be the end. It might take many, many years. It might take decades. It might take fucking weeks. But Israel's own actions, its own vendetta, its own bloodshed that it has caused has not only made it internationally a pariah state, but there is a cost to this. There's a cost that you incur when you engage on this sort of endeavor. Okay. And the smaller you are as a nation, the more reliant you are to outside help as a nation, the shorter time frame you have to continue waging war like this. Okay. That's why I've said, like, something legitimately shifted in both the societal attitudes in Israel after October 7, but I think it basically kickstarted the inevitable downfall of Zionism and more importantly, of course, the apartheid that Israel will now try to redirect back to try and defend itself. It was already a pariah state before the genocide. The difference is that Americans are starting to see that way too. No, that's a huge difference though. Like, the Western world as a whole recognizing Israel for what it is entirely different, because when Western populations start recognizing Israel as a pariah state, because the globe had already seen what Israel was doing, because they had experienced what Israel was doing in different ways throughout their own historical development. But I'm talking about the Western core, the core countries, the NATO nations, the nations within the European Union, like the Western European nations, like once their populations started recognizing this, okay, and this has been happening since 2021, I would say, but especially in the last 10 months, once they started recognizing what the fuck was going on, that creates another pressure point internally in their domestic affairs for a lot of these countries. If the broad majorities of your public recognize that this is completely indecent, this is untenable, and yet you are still portraying a completely false narrative inside of your bubble, that puts you at odds with popular mobilization on the ground. And that is a genuine issue, because this isn't Saudi Arabia, this isn't fucking Jordan, right? You can't apply that level of restriction upon your population. And you notice that even in the Abraham Accords nations, what their response has been post October 7 is still very managed. Why is it very managed, despite the fact that they still want weapons contracts from America and they still want to do trade with Israel? Because even they recognize, despite the fact that they obviously have a shit ton more restrictive attitudes at their disposal, that their public is absolutely at odds with the way that they want to continue their foreign policy. You know, this may sound dumb, but I realized Israel was fucked up when I saw World War Z for the first time. That seems insane. You know, this counts as a big deal if the U.S. media is covering it and sharing Hamas statements, as you said. That's the barometer for big deal if it catches U.S. media cycle. Exactly. For all of the talk that always occurs around nothing ever happens, things are always happening. It's just that nothing ever happens is a very Western chauvinist attitude, right? This is something that I have talked about quite a bit. There's this meme, for those of you who don't know, online of nothing ever happens, okay? The end of history. I think it was Francis Fukuyama who originally said, like, it's over, it's done. Post-Cold War, end of history. History will never, the trajectory of our lives is never going to dramatically change. Now, of course, obviously, things are happening all the fucking time. It's just that in the West, nothing ever happens means nothing happens to me, okay? Nothing ever happens to me. Things are not disrupted in my life, right? That's what that means. That's what the nothing ever happens crowd is actually saying. And this, or at least this, CNN referring to Hamas statements being at odds with the Israeli government, is a change in trajectory. It's a change in the way that American media is covering this issue. That's something happening. That's something happening that even the nothing ever happens crowd recognizes. Okay? So this is a big fucking deal. Okay? This is a big fucking deal. Zionism will be hard to overcome in Germany. We're not talking about Germany. Germany is in an entirely different fucking world of its own. I don't even want to get into Germany. I'm disgusted with everything that I've seen. I saw an anti-Semitism report from Germany on TikTok, where the TikToker went through like each individual incidents that were considered anti-Semitic, and it was so disgusting, dude. It was so disgusting. There's like fucking people attacking a synagogue, which is a real anti-Semitic crime, right? Listed alongside with the same level of severity as someone getting together at a gathering and saying the International Court of Justice's own position, like reiterating the position that Israel is currently occupying Palestinian territory and it must immediately stop its occupation. That was considered an anti-Semitic incident mentioned alongside like fucking attacking a synagogue. So you're putting neo-Nazis and in often instances protests led by German Jews in the same fucking category. You are out of your goddamn mind, okay? You're out of your fucking mind. I don't even want to talk about Germany. I don't want to even think about Germany. Germany, I'm done with it, okay? I'm fucking done with Germany. Ridiculous. Yeah. Germany can't even fucking on accident be on the right side of history. It's ridiculous.
Kamal Gat were all slated to be released in the first phase under sort of humanitarian grounds, the first phase of release. Hirsch had become a sort of a symbol, an international symbol, if you will, for for the hostages, not just because of the brutal pictures that everyone saw when he was captured. He'd lost his left arm, and the narrative that we learned after his capture that had happened as he was trying to sort of defend and fend off hand grenades and gunshots from Hamas. But then Hamas cynically and brutally used him in a propaganda hostage video in April this year, where you could clearly see he had lost his left arm. Everyone in this country and I think around the world could really see what was happening to the hostages and how they were being used. But these three were expected to be in the first phase of release. There are huge political recriminations, not just from the family of the hostages, not just even from opposition politicians here, but also even the defense minister calling on the prime minister to revisit the cabinet vote last week that many people believed shut down the possibility of getting a hostage deal through. The prime minister has given a statement and he's defended his position and is blaming Hamas for what's happening.
In recent days, as Israel has been holding intensive negotiations with a mediator in a supreme effort to reach a deal, Hamas is continuing to steadfastly refuse all proposals. Even worse, at the exact same time, it murdered 6 of our hostages. Whoever murders hostages does not want a deal. For our part, we will not relent. The government of Israel is committed, and I am personally committed, to continue striving towards a deal that will return all of our hostages and ensure our security and our existence.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong. People who murder hostages don't want to do a deal. People who murder the hostage negotiator don't want a deal. It's just that both of those things are happening, and Israel is doing them. So, you know, something to consider when he says, oh, people that fucking murder hostages or people that murder the hostage negotiator, for example, they probably are not invested in a fucking deal, are they? You can't continue this charade, okay? Especially when people literally fucking are like, dude, there was a hostage deal. You're supposed to get it done. You're supposed to get it done. You're supposed to get this fucking hostage deal done. And their family members are on the other side, you know? Like, you guys are saying shooting aid workers, or shooting, random Palestinian children, like people that don't give a fuck about that, okay? Israeli society members who don't give a fuck about that still care about their family members, okay? You need to understand that. You need to understand that. People who literally think like, oh, it's not a genocide, it's an offensive campaign that we have to do whatever, are still like, dude, get the deal done. Get the fucking ceasefire done, you piece of shit. My family members are there. My friends are there. Okay? Do you understand? Do you get it? Like, this is very, very important to recognize. Okay? Very important to recognize. Because does Hamas want a deal? Of course Hamas wants a deal. Come on, dude. How many months have we covered this? Of course they want a deal. And the deal has been basically on the fucking table for 10 months. Here, listen to Israeli hostage negotiators. We later found out that Hamas had offered on October 9 or 10 the release of all civilian hostages in exchange for the IDF not entering the Strip, but the government rejected the offer. Okay? The Israeli government spokesman says war will continue even if all hostages are released. This war has to end with the end of Hamas, Elan Levy told the BBC. Okay? Do you understand? Yeah, there's also internal documents that came out from Drop Site News, which we will cover in a second. We'll get to that. Hamas had already accepted the U.S. deal, by the way. Hamas says it accepts Biden's ceasefire deal without new Israeli conditions. That was a couple days ago. Hamas, there is a deal on the table. America presented it months ago. The United Nations voted for the deal, okay? Everyone wants that deal. The problem is Israel does not want the deal. And it's not even Israeli society. The only people that don't recognize what is going on are people who unfortunately live in the United States of America and are fucking deluded by our media and Anthony Blinken and the administration regularly fucking lying. Okay? That's why for months I've been saying over and over again, there's a deal on the table. Israel is the only one that's spoiling this deal. all the way up until like Israel literally fucking killed the principal negotiator, which even then people looked at and thought, oh, well, he's a Hamas guy, so who gives a shit? You are not above propaganda, okay? You are still incredibly susceptible to propaganda. It is understandably not something that you pay attention to. You don't have this expectation that mainstream media is going to have a set of biased narratives that they go with that completely go against the reality on the fucking ground, okay? You don't have that expectation, so you rely on mainstream media. It is understandable to rely on mainstream media. I still rely on mainstream media very much so. But you have to understand that when it comes to American foreign policy, especially in the way that American foreign policy analyzes Israel or currently sees Israel as an incredibly valuable ally that no matter how hard they go, they will still defend, okay? I don't blame you for reading a CNN article or two and then having a very different reality, like having a false understanding of what's going on, because there is a shit ton of misinformation out there that is presented as like genuine truths, even though it doesn't fucking make any sense whatsoever, okay? You don't have this expectation that the State Department officials are going to come out and be like, no, it's Hamas ruining the fucking deal. I promise you, right? And then have that be the exact opposite of reality. Why the fuck would you ever expect that? These are people in positions of power, and there's an expectation that they're going to be truthful. They're not. They're just simply not. And Israel is doing everything it can in its fucking power to basically show you that that's not the reality, that they are the spoilers. Listen to Benjamin Netanyahu. He regularly says, yeah, no deal, no deal, no deal. We're not fucking pulling the troops out of the Philadelphia corridor. No deal. We're going to add new conditions onto the fucking pre-existing hostage negotiation in an effort to fucking keep the hostage negotiation out there, dangle it like a fucking carrot, and continue pummeling Gaza as they have. And America plays along with it. Okay? Look at this reality from the Times of Israel. Hostage families say hostages would still be alive if it weren't for the saboteurs, the excuses, and the spin. On CNN, Blinken says Israel has agreed to U.S. proposal to close remaining gaps on ceasefire deal and calls on Hamas to do the same. I don't think you understand. Like Israeli news is outflanking American news on this issue in perpetuity. Okay? These are not outlets that are fucking anti-Zionist. The Times of Israel is not an anti-Zionist institution. Even Haaretz, which does have anti-Zionist writers every now and then, but, has a variety of different perspectives. Ynet, Channel 12, Khan. There are, with the exception of like the BB Dick writer channels, many of these outlets are writing truthfully about the situation, about the frustrations that Israeli society has. Okay? American media does not have to do that because they are far removed from the reality on the ground. So they can work to manufacture consent at the behest of the American State Department. This is a good take as well. Israeli media doesn't need to do this dance because Israeli society is fine with the colonial situation in general. That too, for sure. What is the most powerful anti-Zionist source in Israel? 972 Magazine and Local Call are two phenomenal investigative reporter outlets that have uncovered so many of the stories that you hear months later from like Western news sources like The Guardian. Okay? Plus 972 Magazine and Local Call are two phenomenal institutions of journalism inside of Israel. They do incredible work. Local Call, okay? They're great. They're great. Anyway, even Haaretz is more critical in Israel than most Western outlets. Yes, Haaretz is seen as like a leftist, liberal newspaper, even though they do still have very much like Zionists on their payroll who like write insane articles every now and then. Also, not journalists, but B'Tselem. Yes, B'Tselem is an Israeli human rights group. They're phenomenal as well. But what is this? Don't you think Hamas has also made a lot of allegations and is not doing any good to Palestinians, regardless of them saying they want a ceasefire and pro-Palestine, by the way? What do you mean? Hamas has made a lot of allegations and is not doing good to Palestinians. What are we talking about here? What? I'm pro-Palestine, by the way? I'm confused as to what you're trying to say. I genuinely don't understand it. Haaretz also has Gideon Levy, who is a Sigma male. Yeah, Gideon is great. Follow Palestinians and anti-Zionist Israelis like BM. I really hate you for accurate Palestine news. Yeah, that's another one. Hamas is a resistance group against the Israeli apartheid. I don't know what you're trying to say, though. Like, what allegations has Hamas made? So let's take a look at how this fucking Satan spawn right here is reacting.
Existence.
But I think I should also just give you a sense of some of the heartbreak that the families are feeling. The cousin of Carmel Gat, who was visiting her family in the nearby to the Nova Music Festival, Kibbutz Be'eri. She was 40 years old. She was an occupational therapist.
Hamas is a fascist group. Oops, I didn't mean to ban you, but I mean, what you said is ridiculous regardless. Hamas is not a fucking fascist group, brother. What the fuck are you talking about? The fuck? He said Hamas is a fascist group who killed all the lefties in Palestine. You're just wrong. Literally wrong. You know who has been responsible for more Palestinian leftists being fucking butchered, slaughtered, tortured? Fatah. Okay? The Palestinian Authority. Hamas, on the other hand, is a resistance group that is the leading resistance group that has collaborated with all of the rest of the Palestinian resistance groups, which include PFLP and DFLP. So you're absolutely wrong about that. Okay? And some of their demands are literally releasing high-level Palestinian hostages currently under Israeli detention that will literally actually write them out of civil governance. Okay? The people that they want to release from DFLP, PFLP, and even Fatah at times are actually more popular leaders that are directly at odds with their political ambitions and will absolutely, obviously I'm talking about Marwan Barghouti, which Marwan Barghouti is, if released, which is one of the highest priority targets that Hamas demands the release of, okay? Marwan Barghouti will most likely completely write out Hamas from ever having a civil governance if he is released. And they still want to release them. There are aspects of the Palestinian Islamic Jihad and Hamas that are Islamist fundamentalist. This much is true. But ultimately, Islamism is not the reason why they are resisting. They are resisting, and it's not anti-Semitism either. They're resisting because there is an apartheid. They're the only game in town, okay? They're the only fucking developed enough group that has the means, the necessary resources, and the momentum to actually fight back against Israel's brutal, cruel regime, okay? I'm scared, guys. Wait, I think Hamas is different than any other jihadi groups, in my opinion. Hamas is not a jihadi group. What are you talking about? Jihadi group? What do you mean jihad? If you, like, Americans think, like, Salafists, like ISIS, is jihad. It's not. Jihad just means struggle, resistance, or not resistance, but, like, it means struggle. It could be going to the gym is jihad, if that's what you're not using the correct interpretation. But if I were to lean into your interpretation of the term jihad, which is just a fucking post 9/11 buzzword, okay? Jihad is not a bad thing, but in American media, it is represented as like what ISIS is doing, which is not jihad, okay? Hamas is not even remotely close to ISIS or any of those other Salafist groups. As a matter of fact, they're at odds with a lot of those Salafist groups. I'm not American. Jihad is an Arabic word for Islamic. I'm not American. Jihad is an Arabic word for Islamic conquerorship. Motherfucker said, I'm not American. I'm just a racist. He's like, I'm not American. I'm just a Euro-fascist. You know what I mean? No, let me tell you. Yeah. Jihad means struggle or effort. Exactly. No, but hey, going to the gym is jihad, lol. Everyone knows what jihad is. Stop equivocating. It literally is happening right now. I'm saying even your false Islamophobic understanding of jihad, where you're using that as a substitute word for like doing terrorism or whatever, in like ISIS style activities, okay, which is incorrect. I'm one, correcting the common misconception that people have, and then two, leaning into the common misconception that people have. I'm Muslim Arab, lol. Okay, sure, bud. I'm Muslim Arab. I'm Muslim Arab. We are trying to conquer Europe by doing jihad. I'm Muslim Arab, and I'm here to do jihad by raping white women in Sweden. That's my jihad. That's what we mean when we say jihad. Islamic conquerorship. We want to implement the caliphate in Berlin. Like I don't speak Arabic, okay? But that's what it means in Arabic, okay? I don't know why the fuck, like, dude, I need you guys to understand something, okay? Narratives and perception oftentimes is significantly more popular and more important than the actual reality. This is why in the Western world, I can have a conversation with someone who says, I'm pro-Palestine, I'm an Arab Muslim, and jihad means Islamic conquerorship. And there are a shit ton of people who literally believe that when it's simply not the fucking truth, okay? And it's crazy to me. It is crazy to me that, like, I can't even address a common misconception that people have without people being like, no, you're wrong, actually. It just means, like, blowing up places, okay? The word in and of itself means something entirely different than the way it's presented in the Western world. But even if you were to operate on that understanding, what Hamas is doing is not that, okay? But it's crazy to me overall that like people will unironically run with this narrative. Yeah, I mean the Wikipedia, the Wikipedia itself, you could just like Google it is an Arabic word which literally means exerting, striving, or struggling, especially with a praiseworthy aim. In an Islamic context, it can refer to almost any effort to make personal or social life conform with God's guidance, such as internal struggle against evil in oneself, efforts to build a good Muslim community, ummah, and struggle to defend Islam. In non-Muslim societies, the term is often associated with offensive warfare and violence. That's why, like I said, going to the gym could be jihad. But that sounds silly when like everyone is primed to think, oh, it means saying Allahu Akbar, which also means God is great. But from an American standpoint, from a Western standpoint, it means scary guy about to go boom, boom, because you're fucking racist. I don't know how else to describe it to you. Like you are just a racist person, and I am over here trying to explain to you a concept that is not true, but you don't give a fuck. Anyway, which is crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy that like this is a point of contention, even in a community such as this one. Okay? Oh, anyway, but that's not even what I'm talking about for the record, because I understand where that chatter was coming from when he was using jihad as a substitute word for like Salafist terror. Okay? And Hamas is not. Not only are they ideologically at odds with Salafists, okay? Oh my God, dude. We got fucking, what's her face? Another Aya Hershey, another, what was it? Was it Aya Hershey Ali? Ayan Hershey Ali type in the chat. In an Islamic approach has many rules, such as taking women hostages. If you read the Quran, it always refers to war. Thanks, man. Or woman. Yeah. No, definitely. You're right. Oh, why am I having this conversation with this fucking psychopathic demon, dude? Thank you, chatter, for coming in here and being like, listen, I'm a Muslim Arab, and jihad means doing terror on white children and also capturing white women specifically in war. Okay? No, it's a good combo to have. A lot of people just learn for the first time what jihad really means. No, because a lot more people who already have this priming to believe the false notion will just go along with it and be like, this guy unjustifiably got banned in the chat because he's saying the truth as an Arab Muslim. You don't understand. You don't understand white boys like I do, okay? There are plenty of people, for as many people who are open-minded and are going, I didn't know this. Now I'm learning about it. There is a shit ton more people who are like, no, that guy was speaking the truth and Assam banned him unjustifiably, okay? Trust me. This is like when people don't understand the term martyr. I know. In Iran, we have a Ministry of Agricultural Jihad. Does this guy think they're terrorist farmers? Yes. They're terraforming. Terror farming. Like, you will never be able to explain it. Like, there's motherfuckers named Jihad, bro. What do? Do you think that guy is named Jihad? The term jihad is mentioned in 41 instances in the Quran. Most occurrences are linguistically related to the exercise of effort, juhd, and the deployment of energy on 10 occasions in relation to the path of God on 13 occasions or in the context of combat. Yeah, they're doing terror farming. Anyway, let's get back to this. Yeah, there's dudes named like Jihad. I suspect that when Americans hear that a dude is named Jihad, they mean like, oh, they think like, oh, this is a terrorist who's going to do terror, and that's why he's named doing terrorism to white people.
She saw her mother be killed in front of her eyes by Hamas before she was abducted. And her cousin wrote this letter, and I just read some of it because it's so poignant and captivates the sense and the mood and the loss here. He says, sorry, Carmel. Sorry we didn't stop it when it was possible. Sorry we let them kill you. I wish you saw and heard, and I wish you even saw with your own eyes, and that I'm sorry you saw with your own eyes the murder of your mother. I wish you discovered that your father and your brother and your sister-in-law and your niece survived. I wish you saw how your friends fought to bring you alive. I wish you hadn't heard the Prime Minister say that the Philadelphia corridor, the sticking point in the negotiations, is more important than your life and the lives of the other hostages. I can only imagine.
Bro, they're literally writing scathing letters about like the minutia of Benjamin Netanyahu's like holdout positions in Israeli society. It's actually shocking that they named the Philadelphia corridor as a point of contention in this letter, because that is directly what Benjamin Netanyahu is using as a reason as to why he does not want to fucking do this hostage negotiation and ceasefire proposal, which is crazy that it's on CNN now. I am actually shocked. Of course, it should have never gotten to this, but I'm actually legitimately confused as to what my eyes are seeing, what my ears are hearing from CNN. This is not a thing that I ever would have thought would happen on CNN. And not only that, okay, I love how you hate Israel so much that you don't even mention Hamas. I love the hypocrisy. What hypocrisy? What is the hypocrisy? I am mentioning Hamas. I've talked about Hamas quite extensively on this broadcast for the past 11 months. How the fuck would I avoid talking about Hamas when talking about the situation in Gaza? You are just making up a position in your mind and also ascribing hypocrisy to this position that you made up in your fucking mind. I have not stopped talking about Hamas. I was just talking about Hamas. That chatter said a verbatim post on Twitter I read earlier. This is either a child or someone too stupid to engage with. Yeah. BB is defending his true homeland, Pennsylvania. Now, here's the thing. I love how you hate Israel. Yeah, I mean, that's not, I will always have hatred in my heart for any government that does this level of unimaginable bloodshed to majority civilian children, women, elderly, just completely unconscionable. Of course. Yeah, I'm Israeli. The whole reason this is happening is because Netanyahu won't engage in a deal because he's power greedy. He is 100%. What's next? You hate Rhodesia? Yes. I want to know what that chatter was saying earlier. Like he's like, you don't even talk about Hamas, which is ridiculous. Of course I talk about Hamas. Hamas would cease to exist if Israel did not maintain an apartheid regime. Okay? So you hate the Turks for what they did to the Armenians? Great question. If you can find a moment where I have ever fucking denied the Armenian genocide, I told you, I'll give you 10 grand, okay? And not like a thing that's clipped out of context where I'm in the process of talking about the Armenian genocide where you make it seem like I'm denying it, okay? This is such a funny fucking take from a bunch of dumbasses who literally come in. Norwegian socialist, by the way. Norwegian socialist. I doubt that you're an actual Norwegian socialist. One of the countries that's like actually pretty fucking critical. Your own investment fund is currently in the process of divesting from Israel, and you're over here being like, so you hate the Turks for what they did to the Armenians? What a fucking silly take. You are a racist piece of shit. I know that's good. Oh, suck my dick. Oh, you know that's good? That's like Trump being like, oh, I'm glad that I called in the question Barack Obama's birth certificate, so now we all know that he actually was born in America. You fucking bitch. We know exactly what you're doing. You see a Turkish man, you think, oh, he must deny the Armenian genocide, and you racistly fucking use that shit. You think I don't hear this every fucking day of the week? Hypocrisy baiting assholes who immediately ascribe these fucking ridiculous positions because, oh, he's Turkish. As an Israeli, most Israelis are against keeping the Philadelphia corridor. We all know he's using it to stay in power. If there would be a ceasefire, there would be elections. He will no longer be the PM. I don't even know, because I feel like, I mean, this last like mass protest, mass mobilization aside, and we are going to cover the Israeli demonstrations. We are in the process of it. Hold on, chatter. Like his popularity has increased. It was in the shitter post October 7. Many Israelis also were like, bro, you fucked this up. You were the security candidate. You did not give us security at all. It's the least secure we've ever felt, you know? And since then, his popularity has only gone up as he continued this fucking thing. What is the Philadelphia corridor? The Philadelphia corridor is the southernmost point of the Gaza border crossing that is Rafah. That is like the corridor between Rafah, in the Gaza Strip, the southernmost corridor, and Egypt. And Benjamin Netanyahu overtook it when he violated Joseph Robinette Brandon's red line by invading Rafah. And he even invaded parts of Egyptian land as well, Egyptian territory as well, okay? And took over the entire southern border of the Gaza Strip and Egypt. But yeah, I will cover the Israeli demonstrations. I'm shocked that, according to polling, Bibi was down bad pre-October 7 and probably would have lost the election due to the Supreme Court reforms after 10/7. His popularity went down even further and has since recovered. Yeah. So the reason why the Netzarim corridor and the Philadelphia corridor is a point of contention is because Benjamin Netanyahu is like, we're going to do a ceasefire, okay, a three-phase ceasefire negotiation that the United States of America presented as the Israeli proposal months ago at this point, that the United Nations voted on, that Hamas has agreed to, okay, multiple times at this point, that is identical to the Hamas proposal that was presented all the way back in February, mind you, okay? Benjamin Netanyahu's added additional conditions to that, which is a permanent occupation of the Philadelphia corridor and the Netzarim corridor, which cuts across Gaza and also controls the southern point as well, okay? This is a new point of contention that Benjamin Netanyahu added on as a poison pill to the existing ceasefire proposal that the American leadership has consistently lied and said Israel is actually on board with, okay? In Israel, obviously, Israelis are aware that Benjamin Netanyahu's added this extra position in an effort to poison the actual ceasefire deal. Because, of course, you cannot have a fucking ceasefire and permanent cessation of hostilities without fucking actually removing troops, okay? So the people who are closest to the matter are obviously more privy to the information and more aware of what the fuck is actually going on, as opposed to people in the Western world that are deluded by mainstream media into thinking that the situation is very different and it's actually Hamas that's playing the role of the spoiler here, okay? Here, Israel's plans to stay in Gaza. Following are some revealing quotes from a column by Netanyahu's mouthpiece, Amit Segal. The prime minister is not telling the truth. The truth is this: as far as Netanyahu is concerned, Israel plans to stay in Gaza for the next generation. We are now returning to another old experiment conducted between 1967 and 2005, military bases between Gaza and Rafah. This is exactly the presence Netanyahu means when he talks about Israeli military control and civilian control of other parties. That's why a two-lane freeway is currently being paved on the Philadelphia axis. And that's why entire divisions are located where Rafia Yam, Netzarim, Eli Sinai, Nisanit, and Dugat, Israeli dismantled Gaza settlements, once were. This does not mean that there will be no deal. It can be carried out as a pause, a temporary withdrawal, but the negotiations only emphasize how much Israel opposes a total withdrawal from the Strip. Okay? There remains the question of ruling over 2 million Palestinians. Another possibility is that there will be less than 2 million. A crossing to Rafah will open and allow emigration from Gaza by sea or by air. Several sources indicate a great desire to leave. Rest assured, Gush Katif will not return. It is more likely that a more sympathetic American administration would perhaps tacitly agree to the establishment of Nahal outposts on the northern perimeter near Ashkelon. Ministers are pressuring Netanyahu to order a total evacuation of Gaza City from its last 100 to 200,000 inhabitants. The security justification is the removal of the threat to the Netzarim corridor. The real justification is the shock and despair that this will sow. It's funny that it seems the media here in Israel is more anti-Israel than the media over there in America. No, the media in Israel has to a certain degree, accurately cover what the fuck is going on. Okay? Israelis are closer to the situation. They are not as oblivious as Americans are. This does not mean that these outlets are anti-Zionist by any means. There's two different reasons. One, because the Israeli society's attitude towards the IDF and towards, like, you know, death and destruction in Gaza is, I hate to, you know, there are Israeli chatters in here, I'm sure they will agree with me, a little bit different than the Western world's attitudes. They're closer to the problem. They're closer to feeling some type of way. Okay. And for that reason, they are already primed with total death and destruction. Not the entirety of society, but plenty, like broad majorities of the Jewish citizens of Israel, especially, okay, which comprise obviously the overwhelming 2/3 majority of Israeli society, are fully primed and invested, dare I say, in the death and destruction of Palestinians, or at the very least can turn a blind eye to that death and destruction. Israeli media also rarely ever covers the atrocities that are ongoing in Gaza for a specific reason, continuing the manufacturing of consent in Israel for Benjamin Netanyahu's quote-unquote war. It's his offensive siege. Having said that, however, there is obviously a closeness to the situation in terms of like having Israeli citizens that are still being held captive in Gaza, and therefore they can't go in the same propaganda direction that like Americans can. American media can do that because there isn't that same level of closeness. This is something that I brought up pretty early on. When we talked about the hostage posters and the role that it plays in Israel versus the exact opposite role that it plays in America. Hostage posters were placed in the United States of America all around big cities with the effort to continue to say, like, look, this is why we're fucking blowing up Gaza. This is why they deserve it. Whereas in Israel, hostage posters were being ripped up by Likudniks, Bibists, because they were seen as like a hurdle, a nuisance, a spoiler to Benjamin Netanyahu's like bountiful claims to Gaza and whatever he wanted to do. For Americans, this is in the background. In Israel, it's the foremost issue. Exactly. If Israeli media accurately represents the situation, what is the Western media's motivation for not accurately reporting? Old habits die hard. The American State Department interest, as it stands, it is being guided by rabid ultra-Zionists, okay? Like at the top level, at the highest level, you got Blinken and you got Biden. And you have Kirby. Those guys are some of the most ideological ultra-Zionist zealots you have ever encountered, okay? Straight up. Like, I would say Biden being the most rabid, okay? Biden is one of the most rabid ultra-Zionists you have ever encountered in American politics, okay? What is this? Remember me, June 11th, 2024? I don't think so. What, did you get banned or something? And you came up with a new a new account? For that reason, Western media, which obviously, if they covered this situation accurately, would develop unimaginable anti-Israel sentiments in the Western world. Think about the anti-Israel sentiment that exists in the Western world right now, in spite of the broad media coverage defending Israel. Okay? Think about that. Now imagine if the media was accurately reporting the story. A lot of you already come here and hear what is actually happening and develop this attitude. There would be a lot more people who have that exact same attitude that you have. This would put America at odds with the State Department, okay? This would create even broader popular sentiment in the United States of America in terms of a real push for a ceasefire and maybe even the dissolution of the apartheid. Obviously, the media has two different roles. One, to accurately portray the truth, but also maintain a shred of legitimacy so they can, next time they cover something important and they have to lie to you, you have to believe them. The other responsibility they have is to obviously toe the line and play a role in defending America's strategic interests in the globe. That is the issue here. That's why sometimes they will actually seep in accurate coverage of what's going on, like when Clarissa Ward snuck into Gaza with the Qatari healthcare workers to offer some of the only insights that we've seen in Western media at the time from inside of a fucking Gaza field hospital. Okay? I don't know if you know this, but Israel is essentially going to be borked tomorrow due to the mass protest. The hostage families are called to not open any schools and close a lot of public facilities. If only someone could protest and close the segue at the top of the hour ad break. Jesus Christ. This motherfucker is... aren't you literally in Israel, bro? That's fucked up. That's like Time Without an Ovo coming in here to fucking hit me with the top of the hour ad break debate. That's crazy. If you are a known Israeli chatter in here, you can't be fucking using that. You can't be using that additional influence for evil like this. That's crazy. That's crazy. He also actually correctly talked about this thing that is going on. God damn. Fuck me. Holy shit. Okay, well, I got. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. I got cooked. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Okay? You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Yeah, gagged you I fear? Yeah, don't fear. I did get gagged, okay? I did. Here's through an ad break now. Debated with factual information is wild. Yeah, from like directly on the ground factual information in real time. We'll talk about the strike in the national strike that has been called in Israel in a second. Let's continue.
How much rage that must have filled you with. These are such poignant words, and of course these are words that we're going to hear from so many family members who are absolutely devastated with the loss and the sense that not just the first 3, but all of these 6 could have been released through negotiations, through a ceasefire deal.
So heart-wrenching to hear, Nick Robertson. Thank you very much. The families of the killed hostages are speaking out this morning after hearing the news of their loved ones.
The family of Hirsch Goldberg Poland said in a statement, with broken hearts, the Goldberg Poland family is devastated to announce the death of their beloved son and brother Hirsch. The family thanks you all for your love and support and asks for privacy at this time. Elliot Godkin joins us now. Elliot, most of us remember seeing his parents there at the DNC just a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, it is the Goldberg family is the family that spoke at the DNC.
Telling him, if you are watching.
They're American Israelis, okay? And their son is also an American citizen as well as an Israeli citizen.
If you are listening, survive. And now this news. What else can you tell us about these hostages?
Victor.
How could the American government be so fucking stupid? How could the Kamala campaign be so fucking unimaginably stupid, dude? Like, you think this shit wasn't gonna happen? Are you fucking delusional? Are you dumb? Like, are you that fucking dumb, really? I'm an idiot. I've said it for months at this point. It's like leaving this up as an untied, unresolved situation, and that unresolved situation is literally genocide. But even if you don't give a fuck about brown people being killed, like, you think that there aren't going to be more fucking humanitarian aid workers that get killed, for example. White ones, too, as a matter of fact. Like, it's gonna happen. It is inevitable. You think this shit is not going to move the needle again just because it's Brat Summer for like 3 fucking weeks? You think that it was gonna be Brat Summer and then Brat Autumn? You think Vibes would be able to, and Joy would be able to carry the Democratic Party across the finish line without this becoming a fucking major issue again? I don't understand it. Yeah, new ABC poll came out today. Who would handle Israel-Hamas better? 33% say Harris, 40% say Trump. What did I tell you? The more Harris comes out and ties herself to Biden, the more the American population will fucking broadly associate her with the unpopular policies of Brandon and will literally fucking will keep falsely thinking that Donald Trump is going to be better on this issue. And it's not an issue that you want to be the top priority, okay? You're already getting destroyed on immigration. This is why those poll results are slanted in the opposite direction, okay? She had an opportunity and momentum to cut against the Biden campaign on this front. It's not that long ago where a similar situation took place within the Democratic Party with LBJ. It is so fucking frustrating. It is so frustrating. I've been screaming from the goddamn rooftops about this for months at this point. Even before Biden dropped out, and certainly after Biden dropped out. Why do you think she's doing it? Because she's a blank slate and also a fearful politician. She is leading by fear. Okay, she's running a fearful campaign. She's running scared, just like Democrats usually do.
Yes, very poignant that his parents were so vocal and visible in their advocacy for the release, not just of their son Hirsch, but also for all of the hostages. As you say, they spoke at the Democratic National Convention and indeed joined, or got the audience all to, in unison, chant, bring them home, which has become a refrain for the families of hostages who were kidnapped in the Hamas-led terrorist attacks of October the 7th. The parents had met with President Joe Biden as well. And of course, if anyone can remember those searing images from October the 7th. One of the ones that sticks in the mind most was that of Hirsch with half of his left arm blown off, being herded onto the back of a truck and being taken into Gaza. Now, we have a first-hand account from one of his friends from that day saying that they had taken refuge in a small bomb shelter as they were trying to flee from the onslaught, and that as the militants were throwing hand grenades into this bomb shelter, that Hirsch was throwing them out. And it was in the course of throwing those grenades out of the bomb shelter to protect himself and, of course, the others who were in there, that he suffered that injury. And that stump was visible again when he was used in that propaganda video back in April that Nick was just referring.
So Israel bombed the hostages dead? We don't know. I don't know. I don't know if they executed the hostages when Israel went in to retrieve them, or if they died under the rubble from Israeli bombs. The higher likelihood is still obviously dying to Israeli airstrikes, considering that Israeli airstrikes have been responsible for the overwhelming majority of the deaths. But this time it might be different. It might have been that that they knew that an extraction was slated to happen and they killed them. And I think that's what the reporting is suggesting as well, that Hamas shot them when they knew that they had no other alternative. Has Israel ever released the cause of death for hostages in a trustworthy format? No, I don't. I not necessarily, because they do still have a responsibility to portray the truth. Like, there's obviously a level of propaganda that they want to do, but usually these are Israeli civilians or Israeli soldiers, and their family members will demand to know what the truth is. So they don't broadly publicize it. They don't broadly publicize exactly how some of the hostages die, but family members will literally come out and be like, they died under rocket fire. Now, I don't know. Like I said, I don't know if this is one of those instances. Daniel Hagari said they died a short time before they got there, if I recall correctly. Major respect for holding off on complete confirmation, solidify my trust in you yet again. Yeah. Despite what the naysayers in my vicinity say, yeah, it's not, except for the 3 of those that they accidentally shot. Well, they didn't accidentally shoot them. They shot them point blank. They did shoot the Israeli soldiers did shoot 3 hostages point blank that were escaping. But this article came out immediately after the announcement. Must make it 100 times more devastating. It was right there. No, but come on, do you want them to release the autopsy? I don't know. I don't know if they actually give the. I suspect that they probably tell the family the truth in terms of how they were actually died. Whether the Israeli government was responsible with the airstrikes and whatnot. Ultimately, though, I think the Israeli society still broadly considers these last 6 hostages, even if Hamas killed them, to still be a responsibility of Israel, considering that there has been an active hostage. There has been. You clearly don't know what point blank means. No, they did. The Israeli fucking soldiers did point blank shoot the fucking hostages. What are you talking about? 3 of them. They had clear aim. What the fuck? It doesn't get more point blank than that. What do you mean? One of the 3 ran into one was holding a white flag. He ran into another house. They chased him into the house and shot him. Point blank means directly next to. Yeah, yes, up close, dude. Yes. These aren't the 6 hostages that we're talking about. I'm talking about 3, from a while back. 3 hostages managed to escape. 3 hostages managed to escape. They were fucking calling for help in Hebrew. One of them had a fucking white flag. Anyway, then why did the IDF shoot them? What do you mean, brother? First of all, this question is ridiculous because it's something that happened. Okay? That's number one. It's literally something that happened, and you're like, well, why would it have happened this way? As in, oh, did it not happen? No, it did. Okay? Whether you like to admit it or not, it literally fucking happened. So that's number one. Make no mistake. Close range would be more accurate than point blank, but it doesn't matter. Okay, close range. Not directly fucking put a gun to his head and popped him. I'm just asking to know, brother, relax. I'm Palestinian myself. Okay, why? If you're Palestinian, you know the fucking answer better than anybody else. because they thought they were Palestinian civilians. That's why they fucking killed them. Okay? And you don't have to actually, do a little bit of Google searching to figure that out, because they did say that early on, where they thought that they were Palestinians, and that's why they shot them. Have your audience is Palestinian or Arab. Yeah, here. Alon Shamriz, Yotam Chaim, and Samer Talalka. A deceased military dog's GoPro camera was discovered to have recorded their voices several days earlier. The dog was involved in a military exchange between Israel and Hamas. According to IDF official, the 3 male hostages emerged shirtless out of a building towards IDF soldiers tens of meters away, one carrying a white flag. An Israeli sniper then opened fire on them, killing Shamriz and Talalka and wounding Haim. After being shot, Haim ran into a nearby building and shouted for help. The battalion commander then ordered the troops to hold their fire while Haim was being persuaded to exit the building. But when he did so, 15 minutes later, a soldier acting against the battalion commander's orders shot and killed him. They changed this narrative 8 times. This was the final narrative that they actually arrived at. As far as I remember, it was a lot closer than a fucking sniper tens of meters away. Israeli troops were primed for an ambush, not the possibility of hostages walking around behind enemy lines in Gaza City. Yeah, preliminary IDF report. Hostages killed by soldiers waved white flag. One yelled for help in Hebrew. What the fuck is this thumbnail, dude? Yeah, they shot them because they thought they were Palestinian. Okay? Palestinian civilians, because they shoot Palestinian civilians all the fucking time. Okay? I can't believe that this is a question that we have this far into the ongoing genocide, that people still are like, I don't really understand it. Why are the genocidaires doing things that kind of seem like it's a genocide, as in a kill zone? Anyway, where the fuck were we? We're gonna talk about all this shit in a second. There's like leaks from the cabinet too.
As well. Beyond Hersh Goldberg Polin, of course, who was a US and Israeli citizen.
All those redheaded Palestinians are running around. Yes, brother, there are redheaded Palestinians. This is not like, Palestinians don't fucking look the way that you think they do. They also look almost identical to Israelis. There's a shit ton of Arab Jews in Israel, and there are Palestinian Christians in Gaza. Like, yes, there are people. There is no, this is something I've talked about quite a bit from the start. Okay. If you put Palestinians and Israelis in a fucking lineup, okay, no yarmulkes, no IDF garb, nothing, you will never be able to tell who's Palestinian and who's Israeli, okay? Like, you can't. There are dudes that are literally fucking Arab. They're Arab, but they're Jewish. So therefore, they're Israeli citizens. It's quite similar to the dynamic between motherfucking Greeks and Turks, or Armenians and Turks. You can't tell from a fucking lineup. You just can't. Okay? You can't. Yeah, unless they're from Asia or the US. Okay, yes. I love you as a Palestinian, but I disagree with that statement, bro. I guess maybe true for the uninitiated non-Arabs. Brother, what are you talking about? Like, what do you... Dude, you're ridiculous, okay? You are ridiculous if you think that there is any sort of, like, significant distinction without, like, anyone talking, without anything like that on a fucking lineup. If you think that there is any sort of fucking distinction between a Jewish person of Arab descent, okay, that came from like fucking Yemen, or came from fucking Iraq, okay, or any number of these different places in the region that is just Jewish, but of all from this entire area, okay, if you think that there's any sort of like trait that you can associate to being Jewish, or rather, the distinction is determined via penis inspection? No, because Muslims also fucking get circumcised. So no, you can't even, I know you're trying to make a joke, but even that joke is not correct. Remember when some fucking freak, some ultra Zionist rabid freak early on was talking about how we're going to circumcise the Palestinians? And I was like, bro, what are you talking about? They're Muslim. Of course they're like, with the exception of the Christian Palestinians, like, they're fucking circumcised. There are a lot of white Arabs and Palestinians. Exactly.
Born in Oakland, California, moved to Israel when he was just 7 years old. You have Eden Yerushalmi, a 24-year-old bartender who, not live streamed, but was on the phone during her hours-long ordeal trying to flee, to hide from the military.
Why would Hamas kill the hostages right before the IDF found them? I know it's not confirmed that they did it. I'm just trying to understand their potential reasoning. Would it be to add more pressure? Yes. These hostages, some of them were directly named in the ceasefire in the first round of the hostage transfers. Okay. So from their perspective, they're like, Israel is not fucking holding to this deal, and they're trying to forcibly extract the hostages. So if they understand that this is, if they're losing their leverage in this circumstance, yes, for their perspective, those hostages being killed in the last moment, whether by Israeli gunfire or by Palestinian gunfire, it causes what is currently happening in Israel from their perspective. And it demonstrably has been I don't know who is responsible for it. Like I said, I'm waiting for confirmation, of course, but it is in their interest. If we're looking at this in a logical manner, it is in their interest to say, like, you don't get the hostages unless you do a deal. It's the same. I mean, it's quite simple when you think about it. You've seen it in movies, you know. Why does the hostage taker in a fucking bank robbery kill hostages? It is to apply pressure to the hostage negotiators. Of course, in movies, usually the police don't fucking shoot through the hostages and then blow up the entire city block and then blow up the rest of the city, as a matter of fact, with no need for like actually extracting any of the fucking hostages. That's what Israel's doing. So it's not like, you know, it's not like the movies at all, unless you're talking about like a World War II style movie.
As they rampaged through the Nova Festival, killing, raping and kidnapping as they went. She spoke with her sister. She had her sisters on the phone, and her last words to her sister Shani was, "Shani, they caught me." There was Carmel Gut, 40 years old, the only one of the 6 bodies who were recovered on Saturday, who was not at the Nova Music Festival. She was visiting her parents at Kibbutz Be'eri, just on the outskirts of the Gaza Strip. Her mother was killed that day. Her father survived. And indeed, hostages who were released during the one and only hostage ceasefire deal back in November said that she was like a guardian angel to them, and she was teaching them meditation and yoga. Then you also have Almog Sarusi, 27 years old. He was with his girlfriend of 5 years. She was shot and mortally wounded. He stayed with her to try and help, but then wound up being kidnapped himself and taken into the Gaza Strip. Alexander Lobanov, a 32-year-old Russian-Israeli citizen. He was a bar manager at the Nova Music Festival. He was said to have helped others to flee to the nearby Be'eri forest to seek refuge, but they were caught, and he was taken captive as well. His wife gave birth to their second child, a boy, 5 months ago, a boy that he will never meet and that will never meet its father. And then finally, there's Ori Danino, 25 years old, who is said to have driven a number of people from the Nova Music Festival to safety in his car. And then instead of staying in the safety that he had found, he turned back around and went back into where the militants were, into the gunfire to try to rescue more people, and then wound up being kidnapped himself as well. So those are the 6. Also worth noting that according to the IDF, there are still more than 100 hostages who are still being held captive in the Gaza Strip, about a third of whom are believed to be dead. Victor, Amra.
Elliot Gockian, thank you. Joining me now to discuss this is former Pentagon advisor for the Middle East, Jasmine El-Gamal. Jasmine, I first want to get your reaction to what we've been learning through Nick Robertson's reporting that 3 of the 6 hostages whose bodies have been found in these tunnels under Rafah, that they were slated to be released in this first phase of a potential deal.
Now they try to make it seem okay because they took hostages anyway. Lol, how pathetic of them. What do you mean?
And that IDF saying that they were brutally murdered by Hamas just a short while before they were reached by the IDF.
That's right. Good morning, Amra, and thanks for having me. And I'd like to start first by just expressing my heartfelt condolences to the families of these hostages whose bodies have been recovered. It's just the latest in a series of really heartbreaking news that's come out of Gaza and Israel.
Hasan, do you know who the historian Benny Morris is? Yeah, more like a fucking hysterical Benny Morris. Yes, he is. He is. Every single day that that Israel continues its genocide, he becomes more and more unhinged. I recently watched him talk to Mehdi Hassan in front of a crowd that literally fucking lost their minds when he said, I don't know what the term famine means. Okay? He is deeply, deeply unserious. And his former work was obviously very important in uncovering certain aspects of Israeli history, but his current attitude towards his own former work and his current attitudes towards like just being a fucking like open, unabashed, unashamed fucking anti-Arab racist piece of shit is pretty fucking crazy. He was so unhinged that he literally said that the person responsible for, I think it was like the UN Human Rights Commission, the person leading the UN Human Rights Commission was a Syrian, and therefore you can't trust an Arab, you can't trust a Syrian with that responsibility. Like, it's crazy. Like, he literally said that as like an own.
Chief prosecutors are.
He said Israeli occupation hasn't bombed any hospitals in Gaza, earning laughs of disbelief from the audience. Here, this is Benny Morris.
For arrest warrants, not just for Hamas leaders, but for the Israeli Prime Minister and the Defense Minister for war crimes and crimes against humanity. And he says he has mountains of evidence. We've all seen with our own eyes the Israelis in Gaza commit war crimes on camera, kill unarmed people who are carrying white flags, blow up apartment buildings, drop 2,000-pound bombs on crowded refugee camps. Can we at least agree, Benny, even if we're going to disagree on genocide, that Israel has committed numerous war crimes since the Hamas war crimes on October the 7th?
I'm fairly sure there have been war crimes, but the war itself is not a war crime, as the Hamas attack on Israel on the 7th of October was. It was a war crime from beginning to end. The aim was to kill as many civilians as possible, which they did, in accordance with the Hamas Charter, which is to kill basically every Jew you can get hold of in Palestine.
But I didn't ask about the aim. I asked about the acts that are being committed.
As I said, probably there have been, as in all wars, war crimes.
You accept there have been war crimes?
Yes.
So you would support an arrest warrant for Benjamin Netanyahu?
I didn't say that.
Why?
Firstly, there hasn't been an arrest warrant.
I know, there's been a request from the ICC chief prosecutor.
So far, they haven't issued it. I don't know if you can hold a prime minister responsible if a sergeant kills several unarmed people intentionally.
You don't think the Israeli Air Force bombing apartment buildings, refugee camps, mosques, cemeteries...
I like the idea that... like all of this stuff just randomly happens, you know what I mean? And that the ICC and the ICJ aren't like conducting a broad, thorough, albeit still probably heavily influenced by Western interests, analysis on the matter before coming to certain conclusions. Like they're not fucking hysterical college campus activists in the way that these guys try to present them, okay? Like, they're conducting serious investigations, man. Serious investigations that the Mossad and the Israeli government regularly try to thwart, mind you. Okay? Like, there is obviously a fucking line from the prime minister all the way down to the fucking soldier committing the crime. And it's a thing that they are choosing to fucking it's a thorough line that they're choosing to investigate. Like, they're actually saying like this exists, this connection exists. What the fuck?
Hospitals, schools, universities, libraries.
Firstly, it hasn't bombed, as far as I know, hospitals. They have attacked.
No expert agrees with you on that.
That's not true. What you're saying is not true.
You'll watch this, but won't watch Mehdi and Victor Gao on China. Yeah, of course I'm not gonna watch it. It is not because it's against the narrative. It's because I like Mehdi Hasan, and I don't like him behaving like a Western chauvinist when talking to a Chinese official, and that it's more so to preserve his legacy in my mind, okay? And yeah, of course I'm not gonna watch some random fucking coverage of Mehdi Hasan like talking to a Chinese official in the midst of like ongoing genocide. This is obviously directly relevant. I wouldn't have even brought this up if a Chatter didn't bring the Benny Morris subject matter up. What the fuck does China have to do with anything? Yes, this is the same like Mao guy. You already said you won't ever watch it, even if it was on topic. Yes, and it is not because of oh my god. I don't give a fuck about Victor Gao and how well he defends China or whatever. Okay, it is more so in my mind to preserve my opinion of Mehdi Hasan. Okay, that's it. I like Mehdi Hasan, but there are plenty of instances where I have been where I have been at odds with him in terms of, for example, how he also, in my opinion, highlighted false smears against Jeremy Corbyn being anti-Semitic and shit like that. He's doing a great job with this issue, okay? But you don't have to always agree with everything that a political commentator says. You should practice that sometimes with me as well. You might not agree with all of the things that I believe, all the things that I say, but that shouldn't change your overall worldview on who I am as a person. Okay, the conduct is not rewarded the IDF for military rescue operations. Oh yeah, the conduct is to not reward the IDF for military rescue operations. As far as I remember, they've done it a few times before. Sometimes just when the building is being bombed. And they think an operation is coming, even when it wasn't. I think it's wrong. It's definitely brutal, but I'm not sure what any dumb fuck who thinks about military pressure thinks this would happen in this kind of situation. Yeah, and the alternative to that is not to say like, oh, I can't believe how fucking these guys did this, like how crazy of them. The alternative to that is already presented in the form of a fucking ceasefire. So that's the whole point. This is just another fucking this is just another pressure mechanism for Israel to actually come to terms with the ceasefire. That's what it is. Because it's not like if they were on the one hand, if Hamas was on the one hand being like, yeah, we don't want a ceasefire, we just want to kill these fucking people. Okay? And then Israel was conducting this military operation, then yeah, that makes sense. It's perfectly understandable to be like, oh, what the fuck? These guys are psychotic. Okay? Except obviously, if ceasefire is on the table and those hostages are named, okay, like by name, they're like, these are some of the hostages that we are going to release in the first fucking ceasefire negotiations. And Benjamin Netanyahu was like, nah, dog, I don't give a fuck. I want to maintain military presence in the Philadelphia corridor, in the Netzarim corridor. We're going to do a permanent occupation. I don't give a fuck about this ceasefire. Suck my dick. Then yeah, of course, like, people are going to get mad at Netanyahu.
True. The only hospital which I remember being bombed was by a rocket fired by the Islamic Jihad by mistake. That's as far as I remember. So Israel has raided hospitals. Let me talk.
Israel's raided hospitals. They've never bombed a hospital is an insane thing to say because they absolutely have bombed the hospitals. They literally bombed the Al Ahli hospital. Okay. They're like, oh, it was an Islamic Jihad rocket that he says, right? Again, inconclusive. But let's say he's correct, okay? Inconclusive. But let's say he's correct that it was actually an Islamic Jihad misfire. Israel bombed that hospital 2 days prior to that explosion at the courtyard. Like, they literally bombed Al Ahli hospital, which is so crazy that, like, the idea that, like, Israel has not bombed any hospital is so fucking insane to me, okay? So fucking insane. But that specific hospital, Israel literally fucking shelled with artillery fire 2 days prior to the fucking explosion at the courtyard. Like, what the fuck? Like, even that very specific hospital that he is talking about, Israel openly fucking bombed. It's insane how that's still a narrative that even you were a victim to it. I know, it's fucking crazy. That's how powerful media narratives are, though, because the media immediately went, Israel blew up this hospital again. Holy shit, in the deadliest day in Gaza so far, right? And then they all apologized for it and immediately took Israel's word for it. And then that was over. Everyone was like, oh, I told you so. You're fucking wrong. It's like, there is no proof. All the proof that Israel presented was immediately falsified. Like, immediately. Every single piece of proof that Israel showed was exactly what they've fucking done in the past. Put out correspondence between two Palestinian terrorists being like, oh, we love blowing up our own hospitals. Listen, we are terror children. I am Arab Palestinian. Even though Palestinian is not real, it's not a real thing. We lie to Israel, the most moral army, about it. It's crazy.
Israel has raided hospitals, but with infantry.
Let me ask you this question.
Found Hamas people in there, Hamas headquarters, inside hospitals, under hospitals.
Actually, we've never seen the headquarters that Benjamin Netanyahu put a beautiful Bond movie video out for. We've never actually seen that from underneath Al-Shifa. It's been several months. We're still waiting.
But we only hear the pro-Israel side, not the truth that comes out a week later in most cases. Yeah. In the Western world, like, I get it. You usually don't fucking hear you usually don't hear what the actual truth of the matter is. That's precisely the reason why there's like still a shit ton of people. That's precisely the reason why there's still a shit ton of people who are like, I don't understand. Isn't like Hamas ruining the fucking peace talks? It's like, bro, what do you mean? What do you fucking mean? Israel killed the principal negotiator, the civilian that was heading the Politburo, okay? A fucking diplomat on Iranian soil in the midst of the hostage negotiations that he was partaking in. There is no better display that you don't want the ceasefire to happen than doing exactly that, okay? It's so fucking crazy, dude. It's so fucking crazy. Like what? The wildest part about it is that, like, what more do you want to hear? Do you want Israeli officials to say, we do not want this ceasefire? That's why we're killing the fucking, the leader of the Politburo? Because they did say that. That's the other part. Like, there is, like, word for word, Benjamin Netanyahu has, for the past, like, 3 months now, openly been like, there's no ceasefire. Get the fuck out of here. We're not going to do a ceasefire. You're going to give us the hostages and we're going to keep bombing you. He has said that bar for bar pretty much every fucking day. He said that to Israeli citizens. He said that to anyone that will listen. And America is like, Hamas, man, really fucking this up, dude. Really fucking the ceasefire negotiations up. Bro, Benjamin Netanyahu said it to the hostage families. He said it in fucking Congress. He keeps saying it. He keeps saying, no ceasefire. What the fuck are these guys talking about? And America is like, no. We're working tirelessly around a ceasefire, and it's Hamas that's ruining the talks. You know? It's crazy. Like, he has telegraphed time and time again that he does not want a fucking ceasefire, okay? And he keeps adding, like, new protocols, new provisions, all this shit onto the point, onto the conversation that already is, like, that is a done deal, okay? And it's wild that Americans are still, by and large, deluded by our media into thinking like, oh, well, I read in the news that it's actually Hamas. Anyway.
Over the last 10 months, it's absolutely brutal. To your question, now, it is true that reportedly some of the hostages have been slated for
remember,
release.
this
It's
is
been reported.
Hey, guys, remember, this is the hospital Al-Shifa that Benny Morris is talking about, which Israel definitely didn't bomb.
We're here in what used to be Shifa Hospital in the north of Gaza and Gaza City. Hospitals should always be...
Hospitals just kind of do that, though, to themselves when they're under great distress, so...
places of safety. Hospitals should always be protected, places of healing. And yet I'm standing around in the midst of utter devastation. Shifa has literally become a graveyard. There are bodies still in this courtyard. The buildings have been completely destroyed.
This is Al-Shifa. This is one of the major hospitals. This is the one. This isn't Al-Ahli. He's talking about Al-Ahli, okay, which is the other hospital that was also, again, that was blown up. This is the major one that's supposed to have a fucking headquarters underneath it, okay? One of the largest hospitals. The largest hospital in Gaza City, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, this is what they presented it as. This is why they fucking had to do that to it. Because, hey, we made this like 3D rendering. Remember, chat, remember this is what they said was under the fucking Al-Shifa hospital? You remember that? Oh, my God.
That Hirsch Goldberg Poland was one of those names that had been approved by Hamas for release, and that the deal had continued to be held up because Prime Minister Netanyahu had refused to concede on that point of having Israeli troops controlling the Gaza side of the Egypt-Gaza border, also known as the Philadelphia corridor.
Let's start in Gaza, where the Israeli military has confirmed that 6 bodies found in a tunnel in the city of Rafah were those of hostages held by Hamas after the October the 7th attack. It's named them as Israelis Alexander Lobanov, Almog Sarusi, Eden Yerushalmi, Ori Danino, Carmel Gat and Hirsch Goldberg Polin, who was an American citizen. He had appeared in a Hamas video with an amputated arm.
You want to know that something that's crazy? That hospital that you saw, that bombed out fucking shell of a hospital you saw, it's still in operation, by the way. Like, as of today, Al-Shifa Hospital is set to resume operations in its emergency and accidents departments today. This development is a testament to the exceptional determination and perseverance that Gaza's medical teams exhibited. Because what the fuck are they supposed to do? They have nothing. Okay? The hospital was bombed multiple times by Israeli forces in November, severely damaging its infrastructure. It was placed under siege by Israel in mid-November, bombed 5 times in 24 hours, and by November 11th, it was forced out of service. Al-Shifa reopened 3 operations theaters within its surgical unit. These were primarily used for trauma cases. The hospital also maintained essential services, including emergency care, basic laboratory and radiological facilities, post-operative care, and a dialysis unit. Israel stormed the facility again in March, putting it out of service forever, according to its acting chairman. They bombed the fuck out of the hospital. There's like, most of the hospital compound is like a shell, and the rooms that are standing, they're still trying to fucking utilize. The craziest part about it is that Israel uses this, Israel uses Palestinian resilience, okay, and the perseverance that the Palestinians exhibit every fucking day, surviving against all fucking odds, as a testament that they're like, we're not doing a genocide. Look, see, they still have one of the fucking 8 buildings that isn't completely carved out, and they're still trying to operate out of those buildings, okay? Just like when Palestinians were forced to go to the beach, okay, because there was no other place that they could fucking survive, and they would clean themselves up by going into the fucking water. They were like, see, they're having a fun time at the beach. It's not a real genocide. It's crazy. You don't have to kill every single person, dude. You don't have to kill every single person, like, and blow it up. Or you don't have to be like, well, we have the weapons to kill every single person, and we're not doing it, so how can you say it's a genocide? Like, that is crazy to me. That is an insane thing to mention. It is sad and ironic that it is the exact same kind of Nazi bullshit that you hear from Holocaust deniers. Oh, the camps had pools in them. How can you say that these guys are being sent to concentration camps? These Jews are being killed in concentration camps. They have pools in them. It's crazy. Oh.
A few months ago, in a statement, President Biden called his death tragic and reprehensible, saying Hamas leaders will pay for their crimes. The Missing Families Forum has again urged Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to agree to a ceasefire for the release of the remaining hostages. Elsewhere, 3 Israelis have died after their vehicle was fired on near the city of Hebron in the occupied West Bank. Well, with me now is Mohammed Taha from BBC Arabic. Mohammed, let's start first of all with the news of the bodies of 6 hostages that have been found. What more do we know about the operation in order to be able to find them and recover those bodies?
So the operation was to secure just a tunnel where the Israeli forces found an alive hostage last week, Al-Qadi, a Bedouin hostage. So the Israeli forces was just trying to clear the tunnel as they found the bodies there. So they didn't go there upon an intelligence information or something. They just found them while they are searching the tunnel. So the circumstances around the killing, so the Israeli, there is exchange of accusations. The Israeli army saying that Hamas killed them intentionally.
For the record, just because you hear someone who is an Arab on BBC, who has a thick Arabic accent on BBC, does not mean that they are going to look at the situation without any sort of bias, especially bias that might favor the Israeli position. Just want to point that out, okay? You hear someone with like a thick Egyptian Arab accent, and you think, oh, like this guy is going to be an honest broker in this situation. Not saying that he's not, but you know, take it with a grain of salt. Kaya, you dropped your bone. Do you want it?
And the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu just issued a statement a few minutes ago saying that we will continue to free all hostages and Israel will not rest until we reach the killers. Means, you know, he's inciting that the military operation in Gaza would continue. But Hamas issued also a statement, and they said that they were killed in an Israeli shelling, and they said that what they described as practicing genocide in Gaza and the support of President Biden to Israel.
Okay. From October 7th till now, one of the main justifications for the IDF operations was that it would just put more pressure on Hamas to cave to Israel's negotiation regarding hostage deals. It worked at first, but after the first few pauses in fighting, Hamas hasn't budged, and yet the pressure stopped benefiting the negotiations and started to directly or indirectly literally kill more of the hostages than it could save. I'm not going to praise the terrorist organization that massacred some of my people for their resilience, but I'm certainly going to laugh at the IDF for their incompetence and be disgusted anytime someone in my immediate vicinity says anything positive regarding this American model, bomb people to save whiter people, hotbed of toxic, might makes right ideology. I'm sorry for venting in your chat. Hopefully it was insightful to someone. Kyle was staring at you. Yeah, it just doesn't, I don't think it worked. Like, I don't think the pressure worked at all. I think that I think that it was also a strategic, like, Hamas was open to negotiations, hostage negotiations from October 9, right? That much we know for a fact. And that much even Israeli media has covered now, right? At this point. Not necessarily, you don't really hear about it a lot in American media, but like Israeli media has covered it. The reason for why they were open to it is because, one, they knew what the fuck was going to happen to Gaza, and they didn't want that to happen to Gaza, obviously. And two, the reason why they were open to the hostage negotiations immediately, and did successfully conduct hostage negotiations, even including the unconditional release of the first Israeli hostage, which was the old lady, if you recall, was because they knew that once Israeli society saw that the peaceful way of releasing hostages was something that they were willing to do, okay, they didn't want her. No, dude, it's not that they didn't want her. It's that they released the older ladies early on, and that was a literal unconditional release. Okay, that they did an unconditional release of 2 hostages where they just said they need emergency care. We're just going to release them. The reason why they did that is because they wanted to show that their goal, they wanted to show Israeli society that their goal isn't to, do kidnapping so they can do rape and murder in the way that it was being presented, but that there is a peaceful solution to this situation without additional bloodshed. It was to show good faith. It was also to show that, like, they are, like I said, they are to show the Israeli society that, like, there is obviously a peaceable outcome out of all of this. That is the reason why the ceasefire that took place took 7 days. And then Israel immediately started bombing again, if you recall, because Benjamin Netanyahu recognized that the longer that ceasefire continues, the more people have an appetite for peace, the more people will demand peace and a peaceful end to this process.
As they said, is the cause of the death of these hostages. So there is this exchange of accusation between 2 parties.
And how much does this add pressure onto the Prime Minister? We heard there the comment from the Hostages Families Forum. They've also said that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu should take responsibility for abandoning the hostages.
Indeed, today is a big day for Israel. In Israel, as is Sunday, and everybody came from the Sabbath. We saw in the evening, last evening, a big demonstration asking the Prime Minister Netanyahu to strike a deal. There is a call by the families of the hostages for a general strike in Israel. There is already strike in.
What is this? It's been almost a year and they still have hostages. That's all that needs to be said. You can't put a spin on people that take hostages. There's no spin. Yeah, you're right. Which is precisely the reason why what Israel is doing is unconscionable, considering that they have 10x more hostages, or 10,000 hostages at this point inside of Israeli detention, which is kind of part of the process of the hostage negotiations that are ongoing, which is to release the Palestinians that are being held hostage in Israeli detention facilities. You're right. Is that the attitude that you share for the Palestinians that are also being held in detention? Or do you think they deserve it because they're terrorists? Chatter, do you have a spin for that? This is where you say Israel is a democracy. They have a democratic process, even though they don't. And then I tell you that it's actually military tribunal, and many of those 10,000 people are just unjustifiably detained permanently under something that the entire global international community regards as illegal, especially to add insult to injury on soil, Palestinian soil that they operate in, that they occupy illegally. Yeah. 99% conviction rate at a military tribunal. I've had this conversation with people far dumber than you and people far smarter than you a million times over. I know exactly what you're going to say before you say it. Okay? What a ridiculous fucking thing to talk about in a country that had a month ago pro-rape riots, January 6th style pro-rape riots. One of the main rapists in the Sde Taman concentration camp, okay, where 40% of the Palestinians detained from the Gaza Strip are literally released in a week, where people are being tortured and raped to death. One of the rapists that raped a Palestinian to death is now a television star. He's a TV personality now for raping a Palestinian to death. You cannot, no matter how hard you try, explain this in normal conditions, like with normal words. Do you have a spin for that? Do you have a spin for any of that? No, you don't. You got nothing. I don't know why people still try this dumb shit in this community this far in. Go try that on, the uninitiated.
In the secondary school, it's supposed to start today, and it did not start. And they are calling the labor syndicates or unions to call for a wide strike to try and make this moment where they found the bodies of these hostages a turning point to try to convince the Israeli government to do some action. The Israeli Prime Minister canceled the annual the weekly meeting of the Israeli government that's happening every Sunday morning. He canceled this meeting, and there will be a meeting on 4 p.m. local time to address the issue. This meeting was called by the Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, who was vocal about his disagreement with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on his approach of insisting of having permanent military presence of the Israeli forces in Gaza. So the situation now in the Israeli territories is really in high tension, and as you mentioned, there is also a tension in the West Bank and in Gaza.
Well, Mohammed, stay with us. We'll come back to you in a moment, but let's now go live to Jerusalem and to our Middle East correspondent, John Donison. John, we were talking there about the divisions in Benjamin Netanyahu's cabinet. How much does this latest development add to that?
Well, I think Mohammed's right. It reflects the divisions within the government, but also the divisions within Israeli society. Benjamin Netanyahu, in his short statement this morning, said those who kill hostages do not want a deal, referring to the allegation from the Israeli military that these hostages were brutally murdered, in their words, by Hamas shortly before the bodies were found. You have to remember, though, that back in November last year, we had a ceasefire.
They're right. He's right when he says that. It's just that when you look at the numbers, who's responsible for the death of more Israeli hostages in Palestinian captivity comes into mind. The answer, of course, is Israel. So he's technically right, when he says those who kill hostages don't want a peace deal in mind. He's not wrong. It's just he's responsible for a large share, a significantly larger share of the dead Israeli hostages directly. I read that as an admission.
Temporary ceasefire, where hostages were being exchanged for Palestinian prisoners every day. That went on for about a week, with roughly 10 hostages a day coming out.
Like, I knew everything I needed to fucking know on October 8th, dude, when there were Palestinian resistance groups still firmly holding positions inside of inside of the Israeli borders. And Israel's first reaction wasn't to secure its own boundary, but was instead to bomb Gaza. Okay? You do not fucking do that if you want to actually secure the hostages. As a matter of fact, Israel also blew up their own hostages in the extraction or during the process on October 7, when Palestinian resistance groups were trying to take hostage Israelis to bring them back to Gaza. They started blowing people up, their own citizens, on October 7th. You can say fake news all you want, dude. Go read one fucking singular Israeli article. Jesus Christ. This does not mean that they killed like the majority of the Israelis on October 7th. I'm not saying that. I've never said that. And early on, when reports were coming out, I didn't jump to that conclusion either. What I'm simply talking about is they started bombing Gaza immediately. That was the truth. You don't do that if you are trying to secure the lives of Israeli citizens. Okay? You don't do that.
And a lot of questions being asked about why didn't Israel continue with that process for a longer period. And then
Israel admitted to everything that I'm talking about, by the way. It's like fucking crazy that people still call in the question something that seems so unconscionable. It's like the top of the hour ad break. It's like that. There's no way this guy serves a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. That's unconscionable. But I do. Okay? At the top of the hour, I do that. I serve it. Now, if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime or by getting gifted a sub. Here's a 3-minute ad break now.
some of those who we now know have died might have been freed. There's certainly the hostage families forum saying today that the people whose bodies have been found today would have been alive today if a hostage deal could have been done.
And we have heard reports, haven't we, of Mr. Netanyahu's defense minister disagreeing with him as well and accusing him of putting his emphasis on deploying IDF in the Philadelphia corridor over the hostages. What more can you tell us about that?
Just so you know, Barak Hiram, the guy who ordered the shell 12 captives in a house in Bay Area on October 7, full Hannibal, is being promoted by Bibi to the top commander of the Gaza division. It also turns out he's a right-wing messianic freak. Who could have guessed? I mean, best commanders, dude, are loyal servants, you know? Loyal soldiers to the cause. It makes sense.
Yeah, well, the last time the Security Cabinet met earlier this week, there are reports of a shouting match between Yoav Gallant and Prime Minister Netanyahu. Yoav Gallant saying that this insistence on leaving Israeli forces in the Philadelphia corridor, that's the border area between Gaza and Egypt, was blocking a deal. That is something that Mr. Netanyahu has insisted he is going to pursue and continue with. You have to remember that within his government, there are also more hardline elements who want Israel to be doing more militarily and have said they will resign from the government, bringing the government down if a ceasefire deal is done. And I'm talking about Itamar Ben-Gvir, the hardline national security minister, and also the finance minister, Mr. Smotrich, who have said they will pull out of the government. So he is torn, Mr. Netanyahu, as he has been now for months, of trying to keep his government together, but also the pressure building for a ceasefire deal, not just from diplomats, but also from Israeli citizens, and in particular those hostage families.
And John, we have also been hearing about 3 Israelis who've been killed after their vehicle was fired on near the city of Hebron. What's the latest on that?
Yes, well, you'll be aware, Luxmi, that for the past 4 or 5 days there have been intensified Israeli military operations in the north of the West Bank targeting Palestinian militants. At least 20 people have been killed in those raids and strikes on Palestinian cities, and Israel says it's trying to protect its citizens from attacks. Well, in the south of the West Bank, near Hebron, which is the biggest Palestinian city in the occupied West Bank, 3 Israeli police officers were killed in a shooting attack overnight on their car, and we've not got the details of their names.
Hebron, by the way, is obviously the absolute worst in terms of like the way that like some of the most rabid freaks, some of the most rabid settler freaks are in Hebron. Someone said friendly fire. I don't know. I mean, potentially. I wouldn't be surprised. I actually would not be surprised because, for the record, that happens in the West Bank all the fucking time. It would not be the first time this happened in the West Bank. It will not be the last time it happened in the West Bank. They have armed the fuck out of these inbred hicks with American weapons of war, and they're unhinged, and they quite literally, the settlers quite literally kill Israeli citizens. There was a settler that killed a Israeli police officer like a couple months ago. Straight up. The Israeli police officer like shot a Palestinian kid who I think was like, who had scissors or a knife or something. He was like doing a knife attack. And then a settler straight up walked up to him and shot him. Thought he was Palestinian. You want to know something crazy? They originally weren't going to prosecute him. And then the public was mad as fuck. They were like, what do you mean you're not going to prosecute him? He killed a cop. Yeah. So they had to detain him afterwards. Look it up. Real story that took place. A settler shot a Palestinian from point blank range in the village of Tawani. No, this is not what I'm talking about. No, there was a fucking either like off-duty cop or I think he was like literally a cop, and a settler teenager shot and fucking killed him. Some of the worst for sure as far as the occupation's effects go. Some of the most radical settlers are in Hebron and its surrounding area, like all the outposts in Masafaryata, infamously brutal raids dating back to the Second Intifada, and of course the closures in H2, which is pretty much a ghost town. A West Bank settler shot and killed a fucking cop a couple months back.
Yet, but certainly that is another dangerous development in the West Bank, which the warning is that there could be a war in the West Bank similar to what has been happening in Gaza for the past 10 or 11 months.
John, thank you. That's our Middle East correspondent, John Donnison, live in Jerusalem for us.
We begin with Chief Foreign Correspondent Trey Yingst in Tel Aviv, Israel. And Trey, we understand.
I just want to point out a really effective solution for cops, soldiers, pretty much anybody that doesn't want to get fucking killed in the West Bank. It's called not violating international law and the sovereignty of Palestinians by permanently occupying this territory that does not belong to you, and then routinely defending some of the most rabid supporters of Israel's genocide and ongoing occupation, the settlers. It's like a really simple solution. It's called don't fucking consistently kill Palestinians in the West Bank as a part of your permanent occupation in violation of international law. As a matter of fact, the citizen who was involved in neutralizing the terrorists raised his hands and was accidentally shot to death by soldiers. The two fighters who helped eliminate the terrorists at the scene of the attack in Jerusalem shot at the civilian who was mortally wounded. The death of the citizen was pronounced at the hospital, thus increasing. No, this isn't it, by the way. This isn't even it. Dude, this happens so fucking frequently. Holy shit. I remember the dude. I remember the kid. It was a kid. Israeli settler kills Palestinian teenager in Hawara. No. There was a Israeli settler in the West Bank that fucking shot and killed an Israeli cop. Okay? It's fine if you can't find it. There's a million of them. You're sending me all the other ones. It's okay. It happens so goddamn frequently. It was an ex-cop, I think. Yeah, it might not have been a current police officer. It might have been an ex-cop.
And there are quite a few demonstrations taking place behind you on this very sad day. Tell us about them.
Yeah, Nita, good afternoon. Thousands of people have gathered in the streets of Tel Aviv, Israel's second largest city, to call for a hostage deal. Overnight, the military announced that 6 Israeli hostages were killed by Hamas inside the Gaza Strip as Israeli forces moved in. I want to show you this spontaneous demonstration that has erupted in Tel Aviv. They are calling for a deal from the Israeli government. They have waited 331 days for their loved ones to come out of Gaza. And this devastating news overnight that 6 of those hostages will be buried. Some funerals taking place today. At least one will happen tomorrow in Jerusalem. As we gather more details about these individuals, you start to understand just how close they were to freedom.
The story you're referring to happened in Jerusalem. He was a soldier off duty and the settler shot him. Yeah.
A senior Israeli official talking to Fox News earlier today told me that 3 of the hostages were on the list of humanitarian captives that were going to be exchanged if a ceasefire took place. And unfortunately, they were not able to make it out of Gaza alive. And again, These demonstrators have gathered to call for an immediate ceasefire and hostage deal. Among those who were killed by Hamas, according to the military, Hirsch Goldberg Polin. His story grabbed the attention of the world. The 23-year-old was attending a music festival on Black Saturday when the October 7th massacre took place. He hid inside of a bomb shelter, Hamas ultimately throwing hand grenades into the shelter, and he was wounded at that time. He lost his arm, but he survived so many days in captivity. There was a hostage video that showed Hirsch and his family, even this week, calling for his release at the Gaza border. This has been a devastating time for the Israeli people, and again, they are in the streets of Tel Aviv tonight, calling for a hostage deal with more than 100 Israelis dead and some alive still being held by Hamas inside Gaza. Anita?
Yeah, and it looks as though emotions are running very high there, understandably. Chief Foreign Correspondent Trey Yingst in Tel Aviv. Trey, thank you so much.
I want to go straight back to Nick Robertson in Tel Aviv, who was in the middle of these protests that really seemed to be heating up. There were fires on the street.
You're wrong. It was a story I linked. It was Aviad Frisia. You can find a picture of the left if you scroll down. A week after the attack in Jerusalem, the reservists. Oh, yeah. No, this is the one. Yeah. This is not the story you sent me, Time Without a Oh, yeah. This is the guy. Yes, this is the guy. Oh, okay. You're right. I saw the victim, I think. Yeah, that's the fucking dude. Don't let him gaslight you, King. Yeah, I'm gaslighting. Crazy anti-Semitism happening in Israel right now. Yeah, I know. Guys, there's a lot. You know it's getting fucking insane when Fox fucking News is softly advocating for a ceasefire. Reason is non-relevant. BB is what happens when Trump's presidency led to some of the mass tragedy. Conservatives and centrists can wake up to how much their own decisions hurt them, although they don't make those very same decisions several months later because they can't help themselves. Exactly. By the way, straight up, this is what happens when you let motherfuckers run their freak flag fly. Okay? Like, let's be clear. These protesters don't give a solitary fuck about the genocide. They're upset the genocide wasn't conducted to their liking. There's a lot of people there that definitely don't care and want it to continue, or at least turn a blind eye to the death and destruction of the Palestinians. Okay? Having said that, however, you know, don't look a gift horse in the mouth like that. Okay? This is the obvious byproduct of the way Israel has conducted itself throughout this entire fucking process. In the mouse low, shut up! ESL, I'm ESL, suck my dick, okay?
Streets. Nick, what are you seeing?
Yeah, Alex, we are joining us in the middle of the crowd here. Just behind us here is the highway. People are gathered to watch what the police are doing. The police just moved in here with the water cannon. They didn't use the water cannon on people. There was a big fire in the highway right behind me. There's the police water cannon going through. Big fire, trees down on the highway. The police moved in to put that fire out. There's also police on horseback here. They're not engaging violently with the crowd, but they are moving through here in a really determined way to put out the fire. And I'm just going to ask Pete to join me here, ask these gentlemen to clear out the way so we can maybe get a better shot, guys, of what's going on. Pete, if you look here, I'm just going to swing over the barrier, get in the road. Pete's going to come over the barrier with me now. So we're in the highway now.
That is the fascist imperial boomerang. All of the tactics that Israel uses, that many of those people actually fucking love and support upon the Palestinian population, will inevitably be used on them when they inevitably have to fucking criticize. And by the way, they are using skunk water, I'm pretty sure. This is, for the record, a technique that has been used on Palestinian homes in the West Bank. It's a chemical that they have used, and they used it in the fucking Supreme Court protests as well. A technique used upon the Palestinians historically will inevitably be used upon Israeli society as well. LRADs, also known as long-range acoustic devices, originally were used for crowd dispersal in Iraq. 20 years later, every single police precinct has one, and they use it on American citizens. Okay? The techniques that the colonial occupation uses on the outgroup, they will inevitably use on you as well. Yeah, skunk water is a chemical that the Israeli government uses, the occupying force uses on Palestinian homes in their effort to basically, you know, make it unlivable. Police are throwing stun grenades in the Tel Aviv crowd. Labor Party legislator Naama Lazimi has been wounded. You support domestic terrorism. You're a traitor and you spread war propaganda for a terrorist organization and blood libel against your own country while there is a war going on in your country while hostage negotiations are going on. You should be in prison. Ukrainian flag in the bio, American flag in the bio, Israeli flag in the bio. Love that. Love that, dude.
Now you can get a better picture, Alex, of what is happening here. This is the police water truck full scene. So you got police on horseback, motorbike, police on horseback here, keeping this big crowd that's on the hillside, keeping them back. And I'll just ask Pete to swing around with me this way as well. And you can see up the street there, the crowd, we just move out of the way of this other cameraman. The crowd is still on the street. The police are trying to clear them away. So what you're looking at here really is a crowd control with fires here that have been burning out. We're just moving away to get a little bit away from the sound. Just gonna step out in the road a little bit here, Alex, so that you can see what's going on. You have the police up here. This is as you can see, you're joining us in a very active, very mobile bit of this demonstration. The demonstration was in the center of the city. It was around the main defense building. It is all about convincing the Prime Minister to do a deal on the hostages. But here you have a line of police vehicles, policemen on this side of the road over here, and here you have the crowds. So it's moving. A few minutes ago, the focus was down the road there where we were 100 meters away, 100 yards away. Now the crowd is here.
Listen, call me a utilitarian, but if Israelis are going to fucking riot, I'd rather have them riot on behalf of a ceasefire negotiation than a pro-rape riot where they are trying to actively free a couple Israeli prison guards that were detained when they raped a Palestinian to fucking death in the concentration camp of Sde Tayman. You know what I mean? I'll take this riot over the other ones every day. Great. Good stuff.
It's not a violent situation at all. There's not violence down here, but there's a real sense that people, as we were speaking about before, want to use this moment to find a way to communicate with the Prime Minister that they really want to see change. And the way that they're trying to communicate that at the moment is by shutting the highway. We've seen them try to shut the highway. And when I say highway, this is the main highway that swings north-south in Tel Aviv. The road's clear, but there's no traffic on it at the moment, so it's not really open. So the crowd is trying to make it clear, trying to make their protests clear, and trying to get themselves heard by the Prime Minister, Alex.
Nick, these scenes are certainly something that Hamas would like to see, these deep divisions among the Israeli government and the Israeli people. But this anger from the Israelis towards Netanyahu has been...
Bro, are you Benjamin Netanyahu? Like, you're in America, man. You are not, like, why are you representing? Like, that is a crazy fucking statement from CNN or from Jake fucking Tapper. It's like, dog, you are in America. You're an American citizen. Do your fucking job and cover the news. You literally are angling it. Like, this is what you're going to hear from Benjamin Netanyahu tomorrow. Okay? Like, why are you giving him talking points today? What the fuck? He's literally just like repeating what Benjamin Netanyahu is going to say tomorrow, what his supporters are saying right now. That's crazy to me that a guy is literally outflanking Israeli fucking PR spin. Wow, these protesters are really giving Hamas everything that they want. You're insane. American media is insane, bro. That's insane. What are you Benjamin Netanyahu? Why are you saying that?
Been on full display for months. We've all been in those protests, but as you were saying, Nick, this may be the biggest series of protests that we have seen yet, coming on the heels of this horrific news of these 6 hostages who were killed. What are the people out there telling you in terms of why they believe that their prime minister has not agreed to a deal or not done enough to reach a deal that would bring the hostages home?
Bro didn't take one step away from saying protesters are Hamas. He said the protesters are doing Hamas's bidding, chat. He literally said that. This is akin to being like, these protesters are anti-Semitic. I'm losing my mind, dude. Yeah, all protesters are Hamas, even the Israeli ones. Yeah, they must be funded by Iran.
People here believe that the Prime Minister is looking out for his own political career and future, because if the war ends, if there's a deal and the war ends, he could find himself out of job as Prime Minister. If there was an election, he probably, or his coalition probably, wouldn't be re-elected. And if he was no longer Prime Minister, then he would face a number of criminal charges that are stacked up against him and pending. He can't be charged, and those cases can't go forward while he's Prime Minister. So people believe that he is holding on, not just as he says, because he thinks this is the best way to defeat Hamas, but because it's his own political career that's at stake. Those are the charges that many people believe and level against the Prime Minister. And certainly Yahya Sinwar of Hamas absolutely studies the political situation in Israel. He spent many years learning Hebrew while he was in jail, studying how the politics here works, looking at where divisions are, and is trying to exploit those divisions. He sees the potential to create discord. He sees the moments where he can try to use the people of Israel's pressure on the Prime Minister. This is a Hamas tactic. It appears that by killing these hostages, he is trying to do that. You know, if you will, in a vernacular, the card that he has played here, or the capital he has spent down on his bank balance, if you will, of hostages that he has still alive in reserve, is to send not just a...
Dude, that's awesome. Like, that's kind of crazy. Like, CNN, bro, they should have conducted a separate investigation, not with like whatever the fucking channels were that were like the newspapers that were like writing, that had like the paid scheme to be like pro Netanyahu. That's the ongoing court case that might land him in jail, by the way, part of the reason why he wants to continue the genocide. They should have looked into CNN, bro. Walla. Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah, they should have fucking looked at like what he did to CNN, because oh my God, like them's got CNN moving like Fox News, bro. This is crazy, dude. What the fuck? My man, straight up, I shit you not, this is something Israeli media would never say. America is the really giga grand evil supreme lord. Holy fuck. Like, imagine looking at a crowd of Israeli citizens who are like, bro, our friends are fucking dying. We need them out, okay? After 11 months. And going, these guys are doing the bidding behind me of Yahya Sinwar, who's a brilliant mastermind, who understands Israeli society and learned Hebrew in Israeli prison. And they're all working in his stead to dismantle the Israeli government. It's like, that's insane. Like, you are not a journalist, dude. Channel 14 literally was saying that 3 hours ago. I mean, of course, but that's like, dude, that's like Israeli Fox News, right? Of course, Israeli Fox News is going to say that. But CNN is not supposed to be Israeli Fox News. It's fucking Israel. It's not even America. Like, you are that fucking tuned in. You are that primed on like defending Israel that you are literally running defense for Benjamin Netanyahu at a time when there is obviously popular mobilization against him. Like, taking a position on defending Israel is one thing. Taking a position on Israeli domestic affairs in the most right-wing slant you possibly can is entirely different. That's crazy. I'm sure this guy was saying protesting the Iraq war is giving aid and comfort to Al-Qaeda back in 2003, so it rolls off his tongue. I mean, sure, but that is crazy. Guys, the summarization of the things that unfolded right in front of our eyes is basically the CNN commentator saying, these Israelis who are protesting Benjamin Netanyahu are Hamas and are doing Hamas's bidding. That is crazy. One speed on these guys, man. Fucking hell. That's awesome. That's awesome.
political signal that is not going to negotiate, but to try to undermine the position of the Prime Minister here by actions that he knows will bring people out on the streets here. He knows there's dissatisfaction. He knows that 2/3 of Israelis want to see a peace deal and get the hostages freed, and he is using any means possible to exploit it. That's what he does, and that's one of the things that we're seeing manifested here. But rest assured and understand that people in Israel are acting from their own feelings and their own passions and their own anger with the Prime Minister, that he is not following through on the job that he was voted to do in their opinion. In a new election, he would not be Prime Minister. That's what they believe.
Nick, it does appear that the news of these 6 deaths, these 6 hostages, has sparked something bigger in terms of protests than we've seen in recent months.
And it resonates with so many people here because it exemplifies everything that they feared was going to happen. The fact that the Prime Minister, they believe, was digging in too hard and being intransigent on his side of the negotiations with Hamas. Hamas, it appears...
As you guys know, Palestinians control the media. Palestinians control Israeli media. Palestinians control every sector in Israeli society. And there they are, using their unique machinations once again. The puppet masters, the strings in the hands of Yahya Sinwar. It is so crazy. It will never not be insane to me that like the arguments are damn near identical to what like Nazis literally said about Jewish people. It's so wild. You know, they don't say cabal. They don't say cabal. That's the one thing that they don't say. The Palestinian cabal.
Executing 6 hostages, young people who were at the Nova Music Festival for the most part. And that's really caught people's sense here of just everything that could possibly go wrong during the negotiations appears to have happened here. And that's why they're on the streets here tonight. Since you were last down here with us on the highway, the main highway runs north-south through Tel Aviv, people have lit another fire here. This is still a peaceful protest. The police are way off down the street on horseback. They got a water cannon truck there to put out fires. But people here are singing. The placards, again.
Again, I get why you do this for America if you're an American reporter. When the American government or the American police departments like have water cannons that they're objectively not using to put out fires, but to like, you know, fuck up protesters. But you're an international diplomatic editor for CNN. Why are you running cover for a foreign nation that is currently at odds with its civilian population? Like, that makes no sense to me at all, bro. You're not in the pocket of the government. Why the fuck are you covering it? Like, why are you literally defending the right-wing Israeli government and the way that they are dealing with protesters who themselves are not like entirely sold on the idea that like Israel's doing a genocide? As a matter of fact, there's a hostage group that came out and straight up said like, let's dispel this lie that Israel's doing a genocide. You know what I mean? Wait. Isn't this equivalent of outside agitators argument used on student protesters on U.S. campus? It is. But that makes sense because you're in America and you're covering American students and you're saying like, oh yeah, they're getting motivated by outside agitators. What doesn't make sense to me is when you do it for Israel, when you're in Israel as an American media operation. Does that make sense? Like, you don't have a dog in this fight, or you're not supposed to have a dog in this fight. That is because like you got right-wing Israelis, left-wing Israelis, liberal Israelis, like protesting against the right-wing Israeli government. Why the fuck are you defending the government position in this situation? Does that make sense? Like, I understand why American media takes the government position when covering American stories. I just don't get why they're doing it for the Israeli government.
The ones that we've seen all evening over the previous weekends, demanding that the Prime Minister make a deal and do a deal now to get the hostages home. There is immense anger and frustration that these 6 hostages died. The sense is that it was needless, that the Prime Minister could have cut a deal if he was more flexible in his negotiations. And this is what the crowd want to gather here today on the streets, outside the Defense Ministry buildings earlier on, now down here on the highway. So they're heard. And why do they feel that they need to do this? Because the Prime Minister, they feel, ignores them. About 2/3 of the country support a deal to get the hostages, the remaining 60 or so who are still believed to be alive, and the others, about 30 or so who are believed to be dead, to get them returned. It's a message they've been trying to communicate with the Prime Minister, but he resists.
I like that the attitude in every like Western and Western adjacent theoretical democracy is always the same, where sometimes I genuinely feel like if there is popular mobilization for a certain position, the governments by definition are like, nah, we're not going to do that. Like, it feels like 2/3 of the population want a ceasefire done in Israel. And the government's like, nah, you're good. Nah, you're good. Don't worry about it. I'm not going to do it. Like, it feels like it's the same principle in America as well, where we got like 2/3 of the population that's like, dude, do the ceasefire. Dude, fucking do something, like deny weapons transfers, like anything to just make sure that the Israeli government does this ceasefire deal that is directly what 2/3 of the Israeli population want. And both of our governments are literally looking at that and going, no, actually, I'm not going to do that. How about no? Oh, you want something that is reasonable? No, I don't feel like it. Like, what the fuck is going on, dude? At this point, it's got to be like a habit thing. Like, they're just like, yeah, best I can do is suck my dick. That's what both of the governments are responding as. Sounds familiar for many Western democracies? Yeah, but it like, at this point, it literally feels like they're doing it on purpose, where they're just like, oh, you guys want something really bad? Yeah, we're not going to do that.
And his cabinet is still backing him on his decisions. So they're taking to the streets. Tomorrow in Tel Aviv, the municipality here will be going on strike. Some of the big unions across the country will be going on strike. These are the instruments on the streets here. These are the instruments that people in a democracy have to show their...
Dude, this is so funny to say. You know why. Stop acting like you know why. CNN has been owned by Jewish Americans forever. Now, obviously, this is like an anti-Semitic thing to say, right? But it's additionally funny because we're watching like tens of thousands of Jews in Israel protesting against the Israeli government and not having their demands met. What a perfect demonstration of how fucking stupid Nazis are. Like, literally look in front of your eyes. Look at the title of the CNN breaking news coverage. Look at the Chiron. Like, Nazis are so fucking dumb, dude. Like, okay, Jews control the media. What about the Jews there in front of you? Like, where is this monolithic Jewish force when you're currently watching? Why am I a Nazi? Well, because you're saying you know why Jews control the media. That's the thing that you're trying to say. And it's a Nazi sentiment. Even if you don't understand it, you're repeating Nazi statements. But it's additionally funny because we're watching, once again, a shit ton, like tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of Jews in Israel protesting against the Israeli government and not having their demands met. If Jews control the media, why aren't they controlling the narrative? Which Jews? Why are they not of one mind, as you claim? Like, any other story, obviously it's still anti-Semitic, but like in any other circumstance, at least you couldn't be immediately disproved by just looking at the screen of what is going on. Nazis are so fucking dumb, dude. Does he think Ted Turner is Jewish? No, on the 4chan list, on the 4chan list, he is suspected Jew. I don't know. I don't know what fucking Ted Turner is, but it's like objectively a situation where it seems like a lot of Jewish people are upset at the Israeli government, mind you. Yeah, back before transvestigation was the main thing Nazis did, they would Jewvestigate. I overall agree with you, but there's a difference between all Jews control the media and all the people who control the media are Jewish. No, there isn't. It's a distinction without a difference. Because the people who control the media are not Jewish, dude. What the fuck? There's also literally Jewish people on the street. Oh my God, we're done. Okay. This is so stupid. Take a week off. You might actually be convinced in a more meaningful direction. The other one was definitely straight up just Nazified. We might actually just perma you. Never mind. It's just, oh my God. Aren't most media exec wasps anyways? Yeah, they are. But again, it doesn't matter. Like, there isn't a monolithic approach. My friend always brings up how Jews control most things. How the fuck do I pull them out? Jews are not one singular hive mind. Okay? It's a very common Jewish trope, like a joke. If there's 3 Jews in a room, there's 4 different opinions, something along those lines. Like, the idea that, like, Jewish people are of one singular mind on any issue whatsoever is fucking ridiculous. No one is like that. And Jews are not different than anyone else on this issue. Okay? Jews in the United States of America are not the most dominant force for Zionism. White evangelical Christians are. Okay? White evangelical Protestant Christians, predominantly in the fucking South, are the most rabid ultra-Zionists in this country. This doesn't mean that there aren't, like, rich Jewish donors, rich Jewish American donors who are also ultra-Zionists. Of course there are. You have Chaim Saban on the Democratic Party side. You had Sheldon Adelson, rest in piss, on the Republican Party side. Both of these guys are ultra-Zionists who happen to be Jewish. Okay? But having said that, Jews are far from a single mind on this issue, especially when you consider the fact that Jews are also at the forefront of the anti-Zionist protests in this country. If they're backed by a pack, then they are due. A pack is a singular mind, though. A pack. Anyway, there is no singular mind on an issue. Like, Jews are not a monolithic force of outsiders. They're Americans. They're your neighbors. You know what I mean? Some of them love Israel. Okay? Others hate Israel. There is no collective of shadowy cabal groups of people of a Jewish background that get together and they're like, ooh, how do we manipulate the media again today?
Dissatisfaction. And they're being shown in a very peaceful way. And the police really seem to understand that. If you sort of look, come up here.
I know what you're saying. There's a percentage of Jewish people who don't really believe in Israel, but they are not at the forefront of the resistance movement. I'm sorry, that's giving too much credit. No, that's not giving too much credit. Obviously, this is first and foremost led by Palestinians, Muslims, Arab Americans. But there are a shit ton of Jewish groups, anti-Zionist groups, and they do not represent a tiny, minuscule percentage of Jews either. Okay? Arguing is literally a Jewish value. Hasan is being paid by the Jewish media, paid off by Jewish media. Yes. I feel like I accidentally turned on InfoWars. Haha, so much yelling. I love that this guy on the 21st of July used InfoWars as a pejorative only to fucking turn around and say InfoWars style things. Forefront means physically in this case. They choose to be at the forefront of most protests, so they're the most visible to counter media narratives. Exactly. They represent a massively disproportionate percentage of the leadership of the anti-Zionist movement and are true allies. Yes, they do. And on top of that, they are a perfect demonstration. You are left-wing Alex Jones. I know. What evidence do you have for this claim? I can't believe people say I'm left-wing Alex Jones, and then literally they're saying that in an effort to defend the idea that no, Jews are a hive mind. Like, you're doing Alex Jones. What the fuck? What is happening? I was teasing you, bro. Oh, okay. Good one, dude. You fucking teased me. Color me teased, you know? The reason why I get mad at this is because there are people who call me left-wing Alex Jones who do unironically and unconditionally dick ride Israel so hard that they end up doing Nazi fucking rhetoric. So I thought you were one of those fucking dipshits. Yeah. Comparing it to Alex Jones is very common in the D community. I know, which is hilarious. Because ironically enough, they are so aggressively pro-Zionist that they do end up repeating narratives that Alex Jones and his kind repeat on a regular basis in terms of Jews being a fucking hive mind on Israel. That's literally what they do. What they end up doing is be like, oh, well, all Jews are obviously unconditionally in support of fucking defending Israel. Like, what the fuck do you mean? That's why you're anti-Semitic if you actually criticize Israel or criticize Zionists. You mean all Jews. That's not correct. Bro, why aren't you participating in the Face Subathon? I thought you said you were a member. It's because the real Subathon happens at the top of the hour in this broadcast every fucking day. Okay? At the top of the hour, there is a 3-minute ad break. And a subathon occurs when chatters immediately reach out to their pockets and subscribe as fast as they possibly can because they don't want to see those ads at the top of the hour. Here is the 3-minute ad break now. I'm actually wondering this now. Will the death of the hostages make American media even more hostile towards Palestinian suffering? I don't think it matters what the American population says and does in terms of like being ignorant to the Palestinian suffering. Jesus died in Jerusalem. I repeat, Jesus died in Jerusalem. I repeat once again, Jesus died in Jerusalem. Yes, but Jesus died in Israel. I'm Jewish, and the armed security guards that I see in American synagogues are becoming more and more Nazi looking by the year. We have a bald, tatted up, skinhead, hick looking guy with Punisher tattoos and skeleton arms over him. That's funny. I mean, it's fucked up, but what is this guy saying? I don't know why he's saying this. Blaming Jews for the death of Jesus, I think. Oh, I don't know, but I like what this guy's cooking up. I'm sure he'll give us some fantastic insights.
Here and look down the street, still people, and this is what it's about. It's about the hostages. It's about the women, about the girls. This first phase of the peace deal was supposed to see 33 people released. It would have been the elderly, the very young, the sick, and all the women. And there have been videos of these young women being beaten and brutalized by Hamas on October 7th. And that's why people are here. They just want their message to be heard and acted upon. Alex?
Yeah, certainly adding to the pain and anger is the knowledge out there that there were at least 3 of those 6, Israeli-American Hirsch Goldberg Poland, and 2 of the women who would have been released in the first phase of a ceasefire deal, which has not yet been reached.
Let's bring in ABC's Jonathan Karl, who'll be hosting This Week later this morning. John, good morning to you. Always great to have you. So we have this new ABC News Ipsos poll out this morning. What do the numbers tell us about the state of the race? And did Vice President Harris get much of a bump after the Democratic convention?
Well, Whit, it shows that this race is very steady. Vice President Harris had a bump after she became the nominee, but the numbers are almost unchanged from before the convention.
There's more I want to talk about with respect to Harris and a couple other scary things from Israeli media. Israeli media is near unanimously blaming Netanyahu and Israel's government for the death of the 6 hostages whose bodies were found yesterday and who were alive until very recently. Israeli media admits Netanyahu is the one refusing the deal. Why is none of that being reported in the U.S.? Reverse. Netanyahu reverse. Military pressure does not return abductees. It kills them. A dramatic change for the worse in the abductees' chance of survival. The state of Israel condemns them to death. The claim that only military pressure will bring back the abductees was never true. Now she is unfounded. Bennett. Chaotic and conflicted management and political considerations rudely invaded our holy of holies. Every fucking outlet, every Israeli outlet is screaming bloody murder, calling out Benjamin Netanyahu, and you got CNN being like, these protesters are doing the bidding of Yahya Sinwar. That's what is so crazy about American media. It also kind of destroys the narrative of like Jews control the media to a pretty meaningful capacity, because then it leaves you to think which Jews, because obviously not all Jews, because I'm seeing Jews out there in the fucking streets of Israel, and the American media is literally outflanking the Israeli media on the subject and just simply hyper-focusing on the Netanyahu position. So that's like something that you immediately can recognize in the circumstance, don't you think? It's like, what are we talking about here? You got hundreds of thousands of Israelis protesting the fucking streets, being like, dude, you are the reason why. I think Jews control the media in Israel. Okay, come on, dude. We're having a serious conversation. You're right. And that's something that I never actually considered as a joke. But like it is wild to see CNN outflank Israeli local papers. Okay. You've made that joke before, I swear. I don't think I've ever made that joke. It's pretty funny though. Jews control the media in Israel is not bad. Okay. But having said that, it'll be on John Oliver next week. Yeah, that's how you know. You got every fucking Israeli newspaper being like, Benjamin Netanyahu, you have murdered these hostages. You have murdered our sons and daughters. This is on you. CNN going, actually, these protesters are doing the bidding of Yahya Sinwar. It's fucking crazy, but it actually does show you, outside of like watching the HasanAbi broadcast, you rarely ever get a fucking normal understanding of what the fuck's going on in Israel if you only consume American media. Okay? American media so regularly, especially CNN, and I hate to say this because I know there are a lot of great journalists over there as well in the New York Times. New York Times and CNN are just like aggressive, dude. They are crazy. I already ran the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour, chatters. I ran it 7 minutes ago. I ran it early. Man, bro, Israel war against turban, Hamallah, Allah thing, Palestine. Chat, chill. Our God died for a reason. People are blind. Wake up, please. You don't have to ban him immediately, dude. I want to hear what kind of schizo shit he has to say. Man, bro, Israel war against turban, Hamallah, Allah thing. Oh, he's trying to say Hamas's turban, Hamallah, Allah. Palestine is no different than Crusades back in 1272 AD. Our God died for a reason. People are blind. Wake up, please. Damn, he's cooking, dude. He's cooking. Is CNN or Fox News better at reporting this? No, no American news outlet is good at reporting this. Maybe Channel 4. It's crazy. It's actually fucking insane, dude. There's literally an endless flood of Israeli media condemning and blaming Netanyahu since the morning for the hostage's death in both Hebrew and English. U.S. mainstream media doesn't even bother to just copy paste any of these articles. They're deliberately covering up reality. Yeah. Hold on, I'm tweeting. But Israelis against Netanyahu for not agreeing to a ceasefire. Israeli outlet. Again, sorry. This is your favorite part of the stream when I just sit there and type shit out. I watched CNN openly say these protesters are doing the bidding of Hamas about Israelis protesting against Netanyahu for not agreeing to a ceasefire. American media is outflanking Israeli outlets again. Why are the Americans covering it up? Because we have a vested interest. American media operates as a protective barrier to the American State Department. And the American State Department is currently being guided by a bunch of rabid ultra-Zionists who end up aligning themselves with motherfucking Benjamin Netanyahu. Remember, I told you this before, and you're basically seeing this. I told you, if Israel was led by, rabid ethno-nationalists, whatever it is, but every American Jew universally said Israel is conducting a genocide as an apartheid state, the American government will still be pro-Israel, okay? This is why I always tell you, it has nothing to do with, Jewish interests. It has nothing to do with, what Jews think. If every single Jew in the United States of America was an anti-Zionist tomorrow, America would still be pro-Israel, okay? It has nothing to do with Judaism. It never had anything to do with Judaism. You believe that if you're either a fucking Nazi or you've been duped by Zionist arguments. What strategic advantage does Israel bring to the USA, and is that the reason for their support? I think the strategic advantage is obviously a real reason as to why they did it for fucking 76 years, but I think it's gone far beyond the strategic advantage at this point. It's more of a problem than it is a advantage, and I do think that it's ideological zealotry that is at play here, because there are obviously plenty of people even in the State Department, and you will hear more and more about this in the next decade or so when they come out and write books about it. But there are a lot of people beyond the unsinkable aircraft carrier. There are a lot of people in American, in positions of power that literally think no, this has to happen the way that it is happening. There's also money, a lot of moneyed interests at play, the military industrial complex. There's also, this is just embedded. There's also obviously Christian Zionism, which is a very powerful force. Like when Mike Pompeo said he thought God was at work with the embassy move. Yeah. Christian Zionism is a profoundly popular force in American politics. They are the largest political evangelical Christians are a very active voter bloc. That's precisely the reason why we got the fucking abortion ban, right? They're so important to the Republican Party, and they are very motivated, and they move a lot, and they vote, and they have an outsized political role in American politics. They also happen to be rabid Zionists because of the religious end world theory that they have. Their religious justification is send the Jews. Many of them are, by the way, anti-Semitic, the evangelical Christians in the South. They literally think, like, if you ever talk to someone, especially if they've like never been around a Jewish person, some of them literally think like Jews have horns and tails and shit. But simultaneously, within that anti-Semitism, they still believe that all the Jews, the chosen sons and daughters of God, have to go to Israel so that Jesus Christ can come back to earth. Okay? And Jesus Christ can come back to earth and fight the devil in Megiddo and the forces of evil in Megiddo. When that happens, the rapture will happen, and all of the evangelical Christians will be sucked into the heavens. And of course, everyone that does not convert to evangelical Christianity, which ironically enough includes Jews, will burn in eternal hellfire. It is a literal death cult and also openly anti-Semitic. But plenty of people do believe that. Like a shocking amount of people believe that, which is crazy. It's like believing in a fucking anime. Like, obviously this community is one where it's like, what, 70% atheist or some shit, or agnostic. But like, think about that. Think about the fact that like tens of millions of Americans who go out and vote, who also actively fund the Israeli settlement project in the West Bank, Kufi, Christians United for Israel, literally the number one. American evangelical Christians are the number one funders and facilitators of Israeli settlements in the West Bank. Okay? Remember that. It's not AIPAC. It's not Jews. It's Christians. When it comes down to settlements, Christians are more responsible for it in the United States of America than Jews are. Okay? That's for the purpose that I've mentioned to you. Their religious justifications. And it's crazy because their operating principle on this matter is quite literally the plot of a fucking anime. Tens of millions of adult Americans that you encounter, okay, that live all around us, literally think in anime terms, dude. They straight up think Jesus is going to come back and duke it out with the devil in Megiddo once they ship all the Jews to the desert, which literally sounds like a threat. It's a win-win. If you're anti-Semitic, now you don't have to be around Jews who you are afraid are going to steal your money. Okay? You ship them off to the desert to go fight fucking Muslims. You know, that's great. That's perfect for you. If you're an anti-Semitic, ultra-Zionist, evangelical Christian in the South, you're like, this is perfect for me. I love this. Chosen sons and daughters of God, send them out there. Then Jesus sucks my diabetic ass to heaven. Fuck yeah. And it sounds fucking insane. But that is literally a thing people believe. What is this? Muslims believe the trees will snitch on Jews as they're getting murdered. What? Can you find me a Norwegian girlfriend? It's time to rent a party bus. Lol, he's a hypocrite. What about China committing genocide on its Muslim Turk people? Dude, I love when someone comes in here to be like, China is committing genocide on the Muslim Turkic population. And then literally the next time they're in the chat, they're like, well, Muslims believe the trees will snitch on Jews as they're getting murdered. So you don't really give a fuck about Muslims at all, huh? Because like you so quickly jumped to be Islamophobic for some weird reason. What happened? This is Evangelion, but only for Muslims, and I said it with lowercase m. What? Also, insane levels of compromise on American political class like Epstein and other similar operations has way more of an impact than ideological beliefs. I don't know. Look, the blackmail operation is real. Jeffrey Epstein and the like. That's for sure real. But I think what is significantly more consequential is not necessarily that like they got Joe Biden's dick pics or whatever. Okay? Because that motherfucker's been a ride or die Israel defender since before Jeffrey Epstein was tapped in to do a blackmail operation, maybe in coordination with the CIA and possibly Mossad. Like, do you see what I'm saying? There is a level of ideological zealotry in display here that you cannot account for simply by looking at other forms of espionage. Okay? Yeah. Biden loved Israel before the internet. Bro, Biden loved Israel before Israel existed. He was alive when Israel was not a thing. Okay? I don't think it's because they got his meat, bro. And considering how big Hunter Biden's schmeat is and how big Joe Biden's brother's schmeat is, I suspect this has nothing to do with his schmeat being leaked. Motherfucker in the 80s was like, yo, if Israel didn't exist, I'd make it. He's like, you don't understand, dog. The way I ride for permanent genocide of the Muslims, you don't understand it, okay? I would make it up. I would make up an Israel right now if I could. Fuck, I want Israel too. West Bank's looking kind of nice. Bro, are you really out here doing Biden family schmeat phrenology right now? Yes. Regarding evangelical Christian movement and its relation to Israel, how the fuck does that happen? Like, logistically, how can a bunch of private billionaires sponsor fascist state projects from a foreign country? It's not a bunch of private billionaires. They do tithing. Chatter. It's so much worse than just a bunch of billionaires. A bunch of billionaires also obviously are actively involved in this, but like they literally collect money in churches. in these mega churches, they collect money so that they can send the most inbred, refuses to fucking learn how to read dude into smack dab into the middle of a fucking Palestinian village to go and like take it over. Okay? Straight up. They fund them. They fund the settlements through like grassroots donations, and of course a lot of astroturfing too. But yeah, if you go to a Texas church and like 60% of the time there be Israeli flag outside or inside, Israel's a much deeper part of our culture than any other country, especially in the South. Yeah, people don't understand that. That's why it's so funny when these like fucking dumb Nazis in like New York are like, Jews control the media. It's like, bro, have you seen the South? Like, go look at a fucking F-250, okay, lifted. There's a fucking Blue Lives Matter sticker on the one side and an Israeli flag on the other. That motherfucker's never seen a Jewish person until Gilad Erdan came to the fucking megachurch to speak to John Hagee, okay? Like, why the fuck does he have an Israeli flag in the back of his pickup truck, dude? Think about it. I'm ashamed to say that my grandma went on a trip to Israel because she's a devout Christian, but didn't know about the conflict there and got me a snow globe. And every time I look at it now, I cringe so hard. She's black, and I want to tell her that Israeli people probably wouldn't like her IRL, but she's too old and sweet. That's funny. Yeah. Don't forget about Hagee and Kufi, Christians for a United Israel. Yeah.
Redemption. As the Jewish people gather each year to recount their redemption from the bondage of Egypt at the time of Passover, Jews around the world recall that in every generation their enemies have risen up to destroy God's chosen people.
Just want to point out that the man that is on your screens right now, Pastor John Hagee, is a man with a lot of crazy ideas. Okay. Number one, he believes that Hitler is Jewish, and he thanks God that the Holocaust happened so that the Jews could create Israel. That's not a lie. He has said all of those things. Now, what makes it really cool and really interesting is that that man was sent to D.C., Washington, D.C., for the pro-genocide, pro-Israel rally that was conducted. He was one of the speakers there, okay? Alongside, wonderful people like Van Jones. Now, Maoist Van Jones, would he ever let a single person of like maybe indiscernible Muslim ethnic origin or heritage get away with something that is even a 100th of that sentiment anti-Semitic? Would he allow that to happen? Let alone sit on that same fucking stage that inbred dipshit spoke at. Here it is. Let's, March for Israel speaker Pastor Hagee once said, God sent Hitler to help the Jews reach the promised land. He also said Hitler was the Antichrist and also secretly Jewish. Okay? I clipped two of his separate quotes about Hitler and the Holocaust together. He was a March for Israel speaker, chat. Everybody knew he had said this. Weeks prior to March for Israel, UN Ambassador Gilad Erdan, in the midst of all of his fucking busy UN schedule, flew to his church to deliver a speech about the theological justifications for why Israel has to keep continuing this holy war. You think that Gilad Erdan legitimately believes that they're conducting a holy war? Fuck no. Okay? That motherfucker doesn't give a shit about evangelical Christianity. He just wants to kill Palestinians and take over the fucking land. But he knows these dumb fucks at their stupid fucking church are going to keep pummeling and funneling millions of fucking dollars into Israeli settlement projects. And they are loyal soldiers that will always unconditionally defend Israel. That's it. He also said the next Antichrist will be gay and Jewish, possibly also a HasanAbi head. So he's not wrong on that one, honestly. He's in here right now. Anyway, I went to a Christian school. I was literally taught that the Holocaust was morally justifiable because of what Jewish people did to Jesus, and that we also need to protect Israel so Jesus come back. Yo! That's what I'm saying. Dude, people don't understand. Like, dude. People do not understand the depths of anti-Semitism in the ultra-Zionist community amongst evangelical Christian Zionists, bro. I don't think they get it. Like, I'm telling you, bro, these guys are fucking insane. This is not an abnormal opinion among evangelical Americans. This is kind of the shit normal grandmas and grandpas believe. It seems insane, but it's so normalized. Yes. That's why it's so funny when that hack dipshit Van Jones goes on fucking television and is like, oh, anti-Semitism is a major problem. It's like, bitch, you were on stage with a dude that said God sent Hitler to help Jews reach the promised land. You were speaking after him. He opened for you. Maybe he didn't literally open for you, but he was on the same stage. He was invited to speak on behalf of Israel on the March for Israel, and so were you, and so was Chuck Schumer. What do you mean anti-Semitism is happening on college campus? Like, suck my dick, dude. You're such a fucking hack. All of these people are so fucking gross, and they cynically talk about anti-Semitism to defend the nation state of Israel that has nothing to do with Judaism at all. It is antithetical to Judaism from a religious interpretation, but it's also antithetical to Jewish culture and Jewish history of revolutionary sentiment and being at the fucking forefront of every goddamn struggle against oppression. It is ridiculous. That's why it's so fucked up. But this perverse dance happens in the media every fucking day. And it comes at a time when obviously anti-Semitism, due to that association of Judaism and Israel, that false association, is at an all-time fucking high. So these guys are just pumping every dumb American, every fucking stupid American that's already primed to think like, well, Jews do have a lot of money. I don't know. Maybe they're also secretly fucking doing a cabal thing. I don't fucking get it. To literally go, oh my God. Maybe they do control the media. That's how you do anti-Semitism. That's how you fucking rise anti-Semitism in the country, okay? Oh, sorry for the rant. It just blows my mind. That was, of course, a rant for me, Anti-Semite of the Week, according to StopAntisemitism.org in the month of April. Oh, Israelis are happy to be showcased on the RNC stage. They're very people who would vote for people who make their lives worse. They lived in the same place. Can't blame those family members that much, though they're desperate. Meanwhile, you get called an anti-Semite terrorist sympathizer because you don't want bombs falling on innocent civilians. Yeah, I was Mr. April. Are there equivalents with Islam, like fringes or groups who protect other religions for a thing related to their own religion? I'm curious. What do you mean? The other aspect of this is that, like I think it makes, like, I'm sure anti-Zionist Jews have probably experienced this in their day-to-day lives. A chatter I just saw talked about how his girlfriend is like worried about wearing a Star of David because they're going to associate her with Israel, despite her, anti-Zionist opinions, right? And it's like, that is real. That's real. Like, something that you should be proud of, something that you can, like, proudly declare and show is, like, ultimately being associated with something so gross and so inhumane. It is such a crime that largely WASP-led American media is able to instill this, again, incredibly anti-Semitic association that, like, all forward declarations of your Judaism is now going to be forever tarnished with the actions of a fucking genocidal apartheid state that you have nothing to do with, that you are completely against. And that's fucked up. That's super fucked up. And I will obviously never stop yelling about this shit, but, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what I say, because what the fuck do I know? I'm an Islamist fundamentalist who wants to throw gay people off roofs, That's what I like. That's my advocacy for, in the eyes of so many. Oh, the last thing I wanted to talk about in this process is, like I said, there's a national work stoppage happening. Hold on.
The pressure is.
And beyond that, where the fuck is the goddamn? Where is the Kamala Harris statement? Yeah, the head of Israel's workers' unions has decided to order a general strike on Monday to protest against the Netanyahu government and call for a hostage deal. Okay, but also, last time this happened was in March 2023 after Netanyahu tried to fire Minister of Defense Gallant. Here is the striking contrast between the Israeli and the United States response to the killing of the hostages. Israeli press contains significant condemnations of Netanyahu for not taking a hostage deal when it could have saved their lives. Okay? Now I'm going to show you what the Kamala Harris statement looks like. Kamala Harris's statement makes no mention of a ceasefire hostage deal and lends indirect support for Netanyahu's maximalist goals for Gaza, which many U.S. officials say are not achievable. Many Israeli officials also say are not achievable. The military goal is not achievable, according to Rear Admiral General Daniel Hagari and many others. Okay, so remember that. Israeli generals are saying there is no military solution to Hamas. Here's what Kamala Harris is doing as she desperately runs towards the Biden administration's position on this, which is becoming increasingly less popular as time goes on, and she is bouldering towards a failure on this response. Hamas is evil, must be eliminated, cannot control Gaza. Hamas is an evil terrorist organization. With these murders, Hamas has even more American blood on its hands. I strongly condemn Hamas's continued brutality, and so must the entire world. From its massacre of 12,000 people to sexual violence, taking of hostages, and these murders, Hamas's depravity is evident and horrifying. The threat Hamas poses to the people of Israel, she said Hamas like 18 times, to the people of Israel and American citizens of Israel must be eliminated, and Hamas cannot control Gaza. The Palestinian people too have suffered under Hamas's rule for nearly 2 decades. Hamas, 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 Hamas. This is not for votes, okay? You need to understand, this is not for votes. No one is looking at this and going, yeah, no, that's what's going on here, okay? I'm completely shocked at the horrific and senseless killing of 6 hostages in Gaza by Hamas. My thoughts are with their loved ones at this awful time. Hamas must release all the hostages now, and a ceasefire deal must be agreed on all sides to end the suffering. It's crazy because it's like this even is a little bit more, at least like brings up the ceasefire. And even then, this is like making it seem like it's very loosely attributing a little bit of blame to Israel, right? A little bit of blame to Netanyahu. A ceasefire deal must be agreed by all sides. Hamas must release all the hostages now. A ceasefire deal must be agreed to by all sides to immediately end the suffering. The DC bubble is so brain dead, she might be stupid enough to believe it's a vote maximizing play. How out of touch Congress and the president are on this topic with voters is wild. I just don't understand it. Ex-friends harassing me on Insta to vote for killer Kamala anyways because she said the word ceasefire. Biden said Hamas must pay for these crimes in the context of 40K dead Palestinians. I was going to say this earlier, but you were not talking about her statement at the time. I'm pretty certain this statement, and Biden's came from the State Department so they can make it as generic as possible to not influence what they're doing in Israel to try to get Bibi out. Yeah, no, that's bullshit. That's bullshit because they already actively tried to get Bibi out. They tried to present Benny Gantz as their guy in the room. Benny Gantz failed spectacularly. Okay, that's number one. Number two, their other strategy has been bear hugging Benjamin Netanyahu, and that has been a demonstrable failure as well. It's fucking bullshit. The time to openly condemn Benjamin Netanyahu is now when you have hundreds of thousands of Israelis condemning Benjamin Netanyahu for not fucking getting together and facilitating a ceasefire agreement. It's objectively ridiculous to think like, oh yeah, no, there's some secret deal at play here. Okay? That's it. I worked tirelessly to bring Hirsch home, and Jill and I could not be more heartbroken by the news of his death. It's tragic and reprehensible. Hamas leaders will pay for these crimes and will continue working towards a deal to secure the release of the remaining hostages. Like, the fucking family members of the slain hostages literally said, not just that Benjamin Netanyahu's responsible, they singled out the ways in which Benjamin Netanyahu is trying to lie about the hostage negotiation. They mentioned the Philadelphia corridor by fucking name in their statement. At this point, you're just not listening to the very same Jewish people that you are claiming to represent here when you say this. You are directly sidestepping the fucking family members of the slain hostage in this situation. Okay? Like, it's crazy. This is why I keep repeating the point that I keep repeating, which is that this is not about what American Jews want. This is not about what Israeli Jews want. This is about what America wants, specifically a couple key Americans in positions of power in terms of their allegiance with the Israeli leadership and what their immediate short-sighted goals are in continuing this bloodshed. Great article profile of the man seen as Kamala Harris's likely choice for National Security Advisor. Harris' private comments and concerns as the war has unfolded suggest she's open to challenging Israel more directly. Yeah, I don't believe that. Yeah, until I hear it, I don't believe it. Okay? That's it. I don't give a fuck what she says behind closed doors. How is that any different than Biden being like, actually, I've decided I'm going to tell Benjamin Netanyahu, fuck you. Like, I'm going to show him what's what, Jack. He's going to have a come to Jesus moment. Yeah, here's the other side of this equation. Once again, Chief Gaza Officer, the new Brigadier General, which symbolizes the occupation of the Gaza Strip for years to come. The IDF estimates that in any scenario of occupation of Gaza, an Israeli responsibility will increase, and appointed for the first time a general who will include humanitarian aid and coordination of civilian issues on the Strip for the long term. On the agenda, a possible controlled return of refugees to Gaza City, reconstruction projects, and preparation for winter. Senior official, this is not a projector, but a role for years to come. The lack of setting strategic goals by cabinet for the future of Gaza does not cause the problem to be solved soon, and the IDF accepts the fact that Israeli responsibility for life in the Gaza Strip will continue and even expand in coming years. This is basically openly fucking saying that the plans for the Gaza Strip are permanent. Like an occupation, a military occupation of Gaza is permanent, okay? For the foreseeable future. Oh, Kamala could just be an ideological Zionist just like Joe Biden. That shit about her secretly leaking her support for a ceasefire back in March was probably us attributing values to her. She used to talk about donating to the blue box for trees in Israel. Maybe it goes deeper. I don't fucking know. The group representing the famous Israeli hostages is calling for Prime Minister to address the nation and take responsibility for abandoning the hostages. The recovery of the bodies of Ori Danino is a direct result of failing to sign a deal. They were all murdered in the last few days after surviving 11 months of abuse, torture, and starvation in Hamas captivity. The delay in signing the deal has led to their deaths and those of many other hostages. No, I saw the Biden statement. He said, like, Hamas are savage massacres. He planned to travel the world. I got to know his parents, John and Rachel. They've been courageous, wise, and steadfast as they endured the unimaginable. Oh, do I trust the Israeli polio vaccine deployment? Fuck no. Okay. What I suspect will happen, what I assume will happen, is that they'll use it for mass surveillance in the same exact ways that America did this in Pakistan. Okay. Let me be clear. Okay. Let me tell you what I think is going to happen. I don't trust it. And I do think that they're going to use it for espionage. Hasan is anti-vax? No, I'm not, dumb fuck. If you don't know what I'm talking about, look it up. I fear that they will use the mass inoculation campaign as an opportunity to collect DNA and surveil the Palestinian population, as America did in Pakistan, which literally caused severe problems with anti-vax sentiment flowing in Pakistan in an effort to actually find Osama bin Laden. Apparently, that's what they were saying that they were doing this for. They used a mass inoculation campaign in Pakistan as a mechanism for mass surveillance. They did this. Yeah, here. CIA's fake vaccine campaign to find Osama bin Laden in Pakistan led to a drop in child inoculations. And this is what will inevitably happen. It's bleak, man. It's really fucked up. It's really fucking bleak. Oh, here. This is the other side. Yeah. Also, America ran an anti-vax campaign in the Philippines in an effort to combat against China's soft power operations when China was giving Sinovacs for free to the Philippines in the peak of the pandemic. That's another thing that we did. Ironic enough, but it's no longer even the fascist boomerang when you think about so much of that anti-vaccine sentiment coming from Americans that, like, the CIA is not responsible for, you know? Here's another scoop. Internal ceasefire documents show the talks ought to have effectively revolved on July 2nd when Hamas accepted the ceasefire hostage framework put forward by Israel and the U.S. on June 24th. The U.S. has since allowed Netanyahu to undermine the deal with the horrifying consequences we continue to see. Yeah, that's where we're at. All right, now let's get back after all of that to American politics.
You see them 52% for Harris, 46% for Trump. Now, keep in mind, that is just barely outside the margin of error, Whit. And as you well remember, in 2016, Hillary Clinton won the national vote but lost the White House. So that really shows you a race that is very close to statistically tied.
And John, are we seeing any shift in the battleground states?
Same story there in the battleground states. If you look at the 7 states that will really determine who gets elected, you look at there, you see Harris has a slight lead in 6 of the 7 states. But I say slight lead in virtually all of those. This is the 538 polling average. In virtually all of those, it is statistically tied within the margin of error. So again, this race is about as close as it can be, but Democrats are in considerably stronger position than they were when Biden was the nominee.
And that's why I'm writing in Biden, because he's the only one who will truly protect Israel.
So, John, also, what are voters saying about the personal attributes of the candidates and the handling on the big issues?
Well, this really tells the story. If you look in our new poll, you see that Donald Trump has a significant advantage on some of the most important issues for voters. You see immigration and the economy consistently ranking at the top. He has a lead. Harris has eliminated the Republican advantage, at least in our poll, in crime and safety. And, of course, Harris has a big advantage on the issue of abortion. But look at personal attributes. On this, a different story. Harris has a significant advantage over Trump on who people think is physically healthy enough to be president, is honest and trustworthy, understands problems of people like me, and is the mental sharpness to be president. So that tells the story of this essentially statistically tied race. Republicans, Donald Trump has an advantage on some of the key issues. Harris has an advantage on who people actually like personally. And that's where the race is, essentially tied.
Essentially tied, and leading up to that pivotal debate in less than a week and a half from now right here on ABC. John, we know you'll be there, and we'll chat with you in just a bit. And remember to tune into This Week later this morning for more details on that ABC News Ipsos poll. John also speaks with Trump ally Senator Lindsey Graham, plus Colorado Governor Jared Polis about Vice President Kamala Harris's campaign.
So right now, the U.S. Army is in a recruitment crisis. And since our last video, they've been spending even more money on YouTubers like us. So we're here to show them to Hasan to get him drafted.
Sauce. I'm here with Petty Officer John Davis, Machinist Mate, Nuclear First Class with the United States Navy.
Why remake beef stroganoff? Because the U.S. Navy, as in the U.S. Navy, the Navy, challenged me to completely remake it.
Thanks to the Navy for sponsoring this video. Today's video is sponsored by the Navy.
Thanks to the Navy, which is sponsoring this video.
What they do on a daily basis protects us every day, so.
People think you're poor if you join the military. That's not the case. I just got paid, so I went shopping. I spent $10,000.
Check this out. You can practice flying, turns, maneuvers, even drop bombs.
Attempted the U.S. Army best squad competition.
Good morning, you guys. It is 2:40, bright and early this morning, and I keep saying bright and early, but it is clearly still dark out. Today we are partnering with Go Army.
That's so weird that they're doing a Go Army ad. How much money do you think they got from that?
At least 50, right?
50. What?
50,000.
50K.
50,000 is probably more.
You think it's more?
Bro, they got like Raytheon contracts and shit. Like they got money.
That's true. And they're in like a recruitment crisis. Like if they're going to spend money anywhere, it'd be here.
They need, I've been saying this for a while, they need another 9/11. That was incredible for recruitment numbers. JD Vance just announced as Trump's vice president actually joined the Marines after 9/11.
Oh, wow.
What about this Trump shooting? That could do great things.
Nah, it's not. No way.
We are here with Go Army, and they're giving us a chance to get an inside look at how the Army does the best squad competition. You guys have seen me do the ruck run on the channel before. You've seen me attempt the U.S. Army fitness test.
Also, he's just like purely an Army guy. He just does different Army fitness tests.
I feel like when you're a fitness guy, there's only so much fitness you can do until you like have to inevitably run out of ideas. So you're just like, I'll just do the Army stuff.
I'll just kill someone.
Yeah. Here we have the torturing a 14-year-old boy challenge.
I've seen this guy before, though.
Really?
He did a boxing match against
an Afghani child.
Yeah, exactly. A child. No, against Salt Pappy.
Oh, he's a guy who got knocked out.
He got knocked out by him.
Wait, Salt Pappy beat his ass?
Yeah, yeah.
Bro, the Army is down so abysmal, bro. What the fuck? Isn't Salt Pappy like a meme?
Yeah.
And today we are doing the real deal on the base. Let's get it. Let's check it out. Oh yeah.
I didn't change. We shot it twice. We shot two different times, and I didn't wear the same shirt.
They put a lot of work into it, and it still makes the army look boring.
Yeah,
it's like these people are jogging.
You think that would make this more fun though, where they're like, this is the point of this is to recruit people.
Yeah.
Just lie. Show a bunch of other cool stuff that you can do instead of being like, no, you have to wake up at 2:40 and just run in the dark.
This sounds awful, bro.
I mean, maybe it's good for his fitness audience. Like the kind of people watching these videos, like, fuck yeah, I can't wait to like put a backpack on and run in another place.
I can't even imagine doing that shit voluntarily. That's so whack. Like, if it was a draft, it'd be different. You know what I mean?
A draft would be fun because you'd be doing it with like all sorts of people. Like,
yeah, with normal
fat
people.
guys and thin guys. And
Ain't no fat guys completing a 12-mile ruck run.
I'm here with Specialist Baker. He's gonna give you guys a quick rundown on the ruck run.
So for our job, we like to carry heavy stuff and walk really far. It's just the line of work we're in. We have a lot to carry and a far way to go in order to close with and
You
kill.
look small between them. Yeah, I think my upper body is like not that tall.
The enemy.
This war shit is whack as fuck, dude. It's like, you would have expected this to be advanced by now. This is not all that different from like Roman legionnaires.
No.
Like, how the fuck are we still doing this in 2024 where they're just like, oh yeah, gotta carry heavy stuff to this other location?
how much would they have to pay you to do a military sponsorship?
12-mile. Oh,
No, like-
no amount of money.
Yeah, but what if it was such a large amount of money that you're like, I could do terrorism? Not terrorism.
I could kill US
something really big.
9/11?
No. Something world changing with the money. $20 billion.
No, I'm
yes,
just
you
like-
would. $20 billion.
What if you take the army's budget?
There are so many things that I consider unconscionable that I would do before this.
$20 billion.
20 billion. What am I gonna do with 20
Yeah, but
billion?
they don't get $20 billion then. You've taken one missile out of a submarine.
Yeah,
I'd do it for 10,000. The Boy sponsorships are so. I mean, not the sponsor of this video because that's actually great and they're really nice and good. But like,
What's this video sponsored by?
Odoo.
We're 6 miles in, we're halfway there. Just hit the turnaround point, so we're gonna go 6 miles back. Apparently we have a long day ahead of us. I don't really know what I'm getting myself into. They're telling me this is the easy part and not to push too hard. The goal is 3 hours.
Does he have a gun?
Just under 3 hours.
Oh, he does. Dude, America's so crazy. They just give anybody. They're like, hey, here you go. This is like your gear. Here's your fucking military weapon.
I think it's funny how understated it is as well. Like everyone's so used to guns and you can just have it off camera and no one really cares.
Yeah.
It's just like, that's not the most interesting thing.
They
It's
just
like
got-
guns are normal. The walking. We got to watch the walking.
Man, I love America.
We did it, 12 miles. Now we're gonna go straight into a stress shoot.
Main point of a stress shoot is kind of focus on those skills that you might lose once you're tired. Big part of it is like being able to like engage and kill the enemy when you're tired and worn out or after you've done something similar to like a 12-mile ruck.
Keyword, stress shoot.
I feel like this is like the idea of stress training though. You just like, if you're tired and stressed, you shouldn't be shooting anyone. Like you need to make a decision that that's the right person to kill.
I don't think you can.
What kind of war you reckon is happening?
I'm
like, guys, hold on.
You're sleeping.
I'm anxious.
Yeah, exactly.
This is the them
Are
army.
you making the right decision?
I have anxiety disorder. I need to calm down real quick.
We'll see how it goes, honestly. It's been a while since I shot a gun.
Hey, my name's First Sergeant Jones with Bravo Company 27 Infantry, and I am a dog-faced soldier. Today's course of...
It's a bit rude.
Wait, what?
Is that what you guys say in America?
I'm a dog-faced soldier?
You've never heard that? We presume that's a you thing.
No.
I thought like they just internalize all the like abuse that you get in like training, and they're like, I am just a shit person. I'm a lowly maggot. I'm a piece of shit.
I don't know why he said that. That was weird.
He's just tired.
Yeah, he's stressed. It's called stress talking.
Yeah, I'm a fucking real piece of shit. I'm a monster, dude.
I got 16 to the body, 0 to the head.
He does not look stressed at all.
Yeah, he's like, dude, it's like not even stressful, bro. Join the military. This shit's awesome.
Can you believe you get paid $200,000 to do this?
Dude, this shit sucks, bro. What the fuck? iShow Speed is so much better. Like, it's just... We just watched iShow Speed on stream before watching this, and like it's like I just saw peak content. It's like listening to Beethoven and then coming in here and listening to Jojo Siwa.
So you're saying he should do military advertisements?
Dude, no, it'd be too powerful.
It'd be crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, imagine all the kids signing up.
Yeah, they're all doing backflips and shit. The military is so powerful after
How
that.
do you shoot these guys?
That's what I thought this was gonna be. It is not that at all.
He just walks and does 2 interviews.
Okay, but that's how boring the military actually is, which is why it's like weirdly real, and they fucked up. Not good marketing.
For years and years now, I've been saying the next place that I want to go to is Korea. I can only imagine how amazing Korea would be.
That's exactly what we were saying in 2015. Like the next place I want to go is Korea. It's going to be fucking amazing.
But the good Korea.
All our
The best
heroes are there.
Korea.
The best Korea. Popular Korea.
He's one of us.
Little did I know, though, it would go something like this. I'm out. Oh, well. Did I fail? Taser. Oh, why am I shaking? What's up, you guys? Welcome back to another video. You guys will not believe where I'm at right now. I'm here in South Korea with Go Army. We are at the base in Daegu.
Such a funny example of like US imperialism. That is just like I'm in the other side of the world and it's just a US Army base. Like, you won't believe it.
For the next few days, I'm gonna be living life like a soldier, go through training, see what it takes physically, mentally to be a soldier.
Oh, sick. Is she gonna get drunk and then kill a whole family?
Oh, yes.
and then be exonerated completely because she's an American soldier?
You'll join me as I experience real-life Army training and explore different career paths within the U.S. Army. Learn more about Go Army opportunities and how you can be all you can be through the link in my description.
Wait, so this is, you can join the US Army in Korea?
Yeah, she's not
Is
gonna,
that what's happening?
Why didn't she
How does that
address
work?
that at all?
She's like, K-pop. It's, you like K-pop? You wanna go to Korea? Join the army.
It's pretty impressive that they've come like full circle. The Korean War was like, you know, pretty unpopular. And it just takes another 60 years and it's like, you guys want to go to Korea? And I was like, fuck yeah. What could go wrong?
Day one, we arrived at Camp Carroll. Right away, got geared up for Humvee Egress Assistance Training. The Humvee is the vehicle that you see here. It is a high mobility, multi-purpose wheeled vehicle that is used in combat.
I want to see a fucking Russian influencer be like, join me in Angola where we're training with our Russian
That would be
friends.
sick. I would rather watch that.
It's so weird. It's just like, why? Why are you here?
It is set up in a way where you can turn it 25 degrees, 30 degrees to a full 360 spin. I made my way into that driver's seat.
I do find it really funny that like they didn't put her in full fatigue.
Yeah,
like
yeah,
she's
yeah.
still looking cutie pie.
You got to show some skin.
Yeah, what the fuck is going on? Why isn't she in full fatigue? Like the other dude fucking geared up.
I think this is the female army uniform. I think girls have to wear this.
All right.
There you go. Hold on.
Are we training corps?
They're teaching this to the Korean soldiers, the American soldiers in Korea, because they're inevitably going to get to a DUI accident. They're teaching it to them. They're teaching it to them because they're like, you're going to roll over a Korean family on their way to preschool. Okay. So we want to make sure that you tactically ascertain how to get yourself out of that rolled Humvee.
This is why we train corps.
Is she a fitness influencer as well?
Yeah.
Surely. Oh, she's got a seatbelt on. Do you actually need your stomach muscles to?
Yes.
I've never been upside down
Like in general?
in my life.
You-
Apart
like-
from living in Australia, like, but no, I haven't been like.
Like you've never actually like did a handstand or anything?
Wait, what?
No,
Yeah, I actually don't think I've ever seen you upside down.
I haven't been upside down.
Eagle rest. That means get out, but brace yourself.
This is after you drunk drive over a Korean family
Yeah.
and you flip your Humvee
Those
and then you have to do egress. It's a big part of the training.
Yeah, those Korean kids are rock solid. They'll flip the entire vehicle if you hit them.
I forgot I made that same fucking joke. God damn it. Oh, lame. In Korea, they don't give you real guns, bro.
Oh, that's fucked.
Oh, God. They're so cucked. I thought this was American soil.
But I think it's a US base. Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know.
you should be able to have a souvenir gun.
All right, hey, good morning. I'm Staff Sergeant Schultz.
I'm a real piece of shit. Fucking hate myself.
This is the EST room, so it's really just a virtual range.
This virtual range provides training for different scenarios using different weapons. Today, we are doing zeroing and qualifying.
Why is everyone else wearing pants? I don't
Yeah.
understand. Why?
Because they're...
Yeah, no, I do understand.
Can you see through this into that?
No, I'm like on the complete left side of it.
Are you?
Yeah.
You gotta use this eye. Use your right eye.
Oh.
There you go.
I've done that. It's a rookie mistake.
Well, you went like this. Something like that.
How do you look into microscopes? You just like close this one.
I don't know why I'm making fun of you in
No,
Australia.
I know nothing about guns.
No.
This is the exact type of person that would join the military. So this is important.
We have a giant food court, so we're here now.
Oh, dude. Oh, dude.
Are you fucking kidding me? Being stationed overseas means access to new culture and culinary experiences? That's crazy. They got galbijim, they got sanandang.
Let's go to Korea, the real Korea. This
Yeah.
one. I have seen this though a lot in the other ones we watch. Everyone's like, the military's the best. You get to travel.
That's so sad.
I'm almost certain that's how they sold like colonialism too. Like I feel like they were like, yeah, you get to experience new cuisines.
It was time to let the dogs out. Camp Walker is home to the K9 unit. From the military dogs who live and work here today to those who have passed after dedicating their lives to this mission, their work doesn't go unnoticed.
Wait, what combat situations are they in Korea right now? These dogs don't live that long. They didn't die in the Korean War. These dogs died in the past 10 years. Who are they fighting?
They didn't die on the line of duty.
That's what she was saying.
No,
So they make a little fucking picture for every single dead, like every single old dog.
They just worked and then they retired. I don't even like why this much training. Like what is happening in Korea, dog? Like what's going on? This is such a waste of resources. I fucking hate the military so much. Like what the fuck? Why are they operating this base?
No, it's nuts. The kids in America have like fucking lunch debts. You can go over there and have sanandang every day.
The unimaginable amounts of money being spent to like the upkeep of this fucking base alone. It's so stupid.
Huge thank you to Go Army for this amazing experience. It was such an honor to come all the way out here to South Korea to meet soldiers of the US Army who every day live that mindset. Whether you're pursuing a career or simply trying to make a positive impact on this world, remember that every day is a new opportunity to grow, to learn, and to be all you can be.
Bro, what are you talking about? It's joining the fucking military. You're a part of an occupation in a foreign country. What the fuck do you mean?
No, it's a career. It's like you want to be an accountant or something. It's one of those same
It's just
things.
like, I don't understand. Like she's hyping it up like, oh yeah, you can be your best version by joining the fucking military.
That is, well, that's how they do it in Australia.
Yeah,
I think
it's
that's like a
always
general Western thing where it's just like being in the military is like self-actualization. It's like becoming your real self and being the best you can.
They literally use an example of like an accountant. Don't be a normal accountant. Join the military and be an accountant.
Be an accountant who runs around. Now, you can listen to the military sponsors of these videos and, sign up for the army and die invading a foreign country. Or you could listen to the sponsor of our video, Odoo, and get the best done all-in-one management software there is.
Odoo provides entrepreneurs with a range of tools to simplify for life.
She's a race.
This one.
Try out Odoo for free today.
All right.
Okay, we've got.
This one has 180.
This has got the most views. Let's see.
So obviously you guys saw my Bristol scheme, had the full Navy wrap on it, looked super, super good. But with that, I also had to come out here to...
Oh, she's a race car driver, sponsored by the Navy.
That's whoa.
I am getting to pretty much join the Navy for a day. I get to experience everything they do, and I have so much respect for these guys.
Ethics are for losers. Yeah, we're not doing an ethical react because I'm prominently featured in this fucking video. Instead, you can see the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. That's right. Because at the top of the hour, there is a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $6 or free with a Twitch Prime. Here's the 3-minute ad break. Now, let's continue.
Guys, they literally put their lives on the line so that we can do what we do on a daily basis.
What do you mean? They put their lives on the line by like sitting in a fucking cruiser, blowing up Yemeni positions.
If they didn't kill those Yemenis, she could not be a race car driver.
It's just like they failed too. Like Operation, what was it, Cast Iron or whatever, protecting Amazon shipping. Operation Protect Amazon Shipping. It failed. They spent so much money. It cost them $1 billion.
What to kill those people?
To like try and stop the Houthis from putting a full-blown blockade in the Red Sea. They literally spent $1 billion. They had to stand down.
So what I think is going to be really cool from my side is being able to bring some light to that, because there's probably...
Lincoln Park. They're getting this fucking video demonetized. All these people are anti-military activists. They're like, yeah, give me all your money and I'll get my thing copyright struck before it's even uploaded.
Them giving me the opportunity to film all of this and experience it and be able to show you guys is going to be, I think, a real treat.
We can't even have this in. It's going to demonetize us.
Keep that in mind. I designed this rhyme to explain it. Watch it fly by as the pendulum swings. Watch it count down to the end of the day.
No, she's trying. She's trying to make it boring. No. This is on purpose. Who has like a scenic shot of a wharf in San Diego? This is not a serious video.
So unreal. Didn't look out below.
Just a guy.
It's Dr. Disrespect.
I've never been on a boat like this before. Are regular boaters allowed in like this area?
Yes.
Yeah?
So there's all kinds of kayakers, canoers, sailboaters, they're always coming.
Okay.
If I were to have to slam on the brakes, of this boat, I would have to drop buckets. But before I do that, I have to let my crew members...
It's still playing Linkin Park in the background! Why?
That song's not that long. It's been 4.5 minutes and the song's still going. What have they done?
Wait, they're the same guy.
He's got two of the same guy.
It was the same guy.
Oh, she gets to fire the gun at least.
Oh, that's cool.
Wait,
the whole
Wait,
video's
how?
Linkin Park.
Wait, did he get to fire it? Like, that's San Diego. What the fuck? I was waiting for this. Bro, this is one of the most insane parts about this. Why is that allowed? There's no way that they're just like shooting at the land, right? Like I'm missing something. I know there's a fucking Navy motherfucker who was stationed in San Diego. Explain to me what we just watched. Because that is crazy. Wait,
is she actually firing?
Yeah.
Wait,
San Diego.
This is so confusing. It went from like the tamest thing to her suddenly mowing down
Taking over America.
real
A
civilians.
military coup.
What the fuck? There's like children in the water.
Keep going. You almost killed him.
Wait, this is the boat.
What?
Wait, what's...
There's a boat there. She's shooting down the range. There's a fucking dude. What?
Wait, there's something we don't understand.
It's just clips of them cruising around and suddenly she's just fragging all her friends.
I'm so confused. Maybe we shouldn't have skipped this part.
No, I don't think they addressed
Oh no, there was nothing. They
just clipped.
Oh yeah, they just abruptly cut to it.
I haven't actually been to the beach in America. Is this what it's like? You just go there and there's just like an influencer shooting at you.
You know how we have between the flags? They have in between the machine guns.
Yeah.
This way
Just
you
save
see
it between those.
It's crazy because like that's so bad for the environment.
Yeah.
Like they're just dumping fucking belts into the water. Like what the fuck does that do to the wildlife?
For one, shooting a gun like that was awesome. I felt like I was gonna be super unstable because dude, you're on the front of a boat while he's turning and doing circles and stuff. Like you think I'm like, oh damn, I'm gonna fly off right here. But no, they're actually super stable and they ride, like they blow through all the waves super well.
I love the military spending money on this. They've just spent like...
By the way, this is like 20 minutes in at this point in the video because of editing. But at this point, I think we had watched like an hour and a half of content and I was physically in pain because when I tell you how fucking boring these videos are, like it's actually shocking how funny the boys are and how good HasanAbi is at editing to like really make this into like a fun dynamic react video. Because when I tell you how boring these videos are, like these were videos with like literally 10,000 views. It made me feel like I was being tortured. At this point, I'm like, oh, it's so boring. You'll probably hear me say it a couple times, but just understand that like these videos are all like 20 minutes, 30 minutes long. We're watching like our third one at this point, and I'm just like, oh my God, kill me.
Like fucking however $1 million for someone to jack off.
This is not your fucking tax dollars, bro. I'm watching this shit.
Is, a little bit.
I'm watching this shit and I'm just like red. I'm seeing red because it's like no healthcare. The roads fucking suck. Education sucks. Our infrastructure has not been upgraded. I can't get fucking fiber optic. Literally all of this is because so that we can have this bullshit, dude. Fuck. If they were doing this and then like their output overall was like building roads or something, that'd be great, okay? But like all they do is just dick around, eat chocolate chip cookies on a fucking cruiser, and then just like blow shit up. $3 million at a pop. Have you guys ever seen those TikTok videos of like the dollar value?
Oh, that's disgusting. I hate it.
Yeah.
That makes me so mad.
Okay, we're moving on to TikToks. Oh, dude, I know what this is. Okay. I think this was the first video that sparked this TikTok trend. Military footage, playing Franz Ferdinand, basically to say, like, if you're lonely, you know, join the military.
Everyone who's on this app is lonely. This is great marketing.
Wait, this is already so much cooler.
Enlist, motherfucker.
How much do you get paid for that? That is like the lowest ever.
I don't think this is an ad that was like...
They're just having fun.
Anyone thinking about it? Watch All Quiet on the Western Front.
Oh,
okay,
nice.
Thank God. People are doing counter-propaganda.
Yeah, it's the Chinese app.
War has no music. It's shots, screaming, death, friends dying. Even one, the first mission, you could die.
I think TikTok is overall pretty good in terms of like people are more leftist on TikTok.
It's because you love China. This is Chinese propaganda.
You said recruiting the worst people possible. Dog, what do you think the military is? Who the fuck that's like, I have a bright future ahead, is like, let me go fuck my life up in the military. Okay? Ain't nobody, unless they're going through the officer program, and those are like the real demons. Like, those are way worse than like the fucking poverty draft people that they predate on. Okay? Yeah, dude, it's the fucking last resort. It's just like poor people, bored people, people addicted to fucking drugs and shit. And they're like, oh, you want to fix your life? Come on, join the fucking military. Obviously, not a single one is as bad as a motherfucker in the officer program. Okay? Holy shit. That is like peak sociopathic behavior. Okay? That's like the peak. That's the peak of sociopathy. Yeah, Pete Buttigieg, perfect demonstration. But like I said, you know, they're not fucking they're not exactly looking for the best and the brightest, okay?
And you're just eating it up.
Nice try, recruiter. Guys, if you actually paid attention in history, war ain't fun. Crying, laughing.
I served. I'm not a bad guy, motherfucker. I mean, you're not a bad guy, but overall, do you feel like you were duped? Did you feel like it was a fun experience? Did you feel like it was worthwhile? Or do you think that, or would you have served if you had free college, okay, a job prospect ahead of you, you know, free healthcare provided to you by the government? It's fucking ridiculous. No, you wouldn't, okay? It's ridiculous. And if you said yes to that, then you're a unique kind of demon. I'll be honest with you, okay? Also, you are, God, no, I get my degree and got out. Exactly. That's my point. Like, that's the point. None of this shit would work if there was like upward social mobility for everyday Americans unconditionally. You know what I mean? It would just completely fall apart. It's a jobs program. It's a jobs program that fucks you up. Like, you're definitely disabled. You're maybe disabled before you join, and then you're definitely disabled after you join. Okay? Even during fucking training. Like, it sucks. Emoji. Okay, that's like a 12-year-old.
Yeah. Whoa.
Are they going to outside lands? Like, they're just going to a festival? What's happening?
What is happening here?
You're acting like the average 18 and 21-year-old is well educated on America's horrible history. What? No, you don't have to be educated on American like imperialism to recognize. Dude, why do you think nobody that comes from like a fucking wealthy enough family ever even thinks about it? Why did Donald Trump escape the Vietnam draft? You don't have to literally be a rugged anti-imperialist to understand that you don't want to get your shit blown off, okay? You don't want to like carry around heavy things for 12 hours a day, like just as a starting position. Yeah. Wealthy people become officers in the military. I know, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm talking about. That's why I said this is the peak. Before my last deployment, we loaded our entire amphibious assault ships with bombs, slung them under helicopters, flown over 5 freeway down by the ocean side. Yeah. The war pigs playing is really funny.
Yeah.
Oh, that looks cool. Whoa. They even got a dead guy? They got everything. Wait, isn't that an anti-war song?
It's an anti-war song.
Yeah.
And
Every song, most songs are anti. There's not really a lot of musicians who are like, I love war.
Built in Serbia.
He said, yeah, you haven't listened to Serbian music. What do you mean? A lot of people from very affluent backgrounds still try a crazy amount to get into officer programs. They just seem patriotic. Yeah, okay, dude. There's 3 types of people that join the military, okay, in the United States of America. Are you ready for this? Number 1 are the careerists who want to join the officer program. They're better educated on average, obviously, and they're some of the biggest freaks, especially when they're in like JROTC, okay? Number 2 are military family, like the children of prior military family members who literally are also usually in the officers program as well, or their parents are lifelong military members. They don't know any better. And number 3, which comprises the largest chunk, which is the poverty draft, a opportunity for upward social mobility or to fix their life or whatever the fuck is the reason why they join it. Okay, that's it. Every single person that enlisted that I've met has always come from a struggling background, have gotten out of the military as soon as they get a degree and a stable pocket. Yeah. I remember when I was in the Navy, we deployed mines in the ocean for the first time in 9 years from our submarine. 2 washed up on the beach. There was absolutely no purpose for the exercise. Well, you got to use what you have. You know, if you don't use it, you lose it. And by that, I mean military budgets, which are endlessly expansive. There's a fourth that just wants to legally kill. I mean, yeah, I mean, I factored that into all 3.
This one actually worked. This one actually got lots of people to sign up.
Are you serious? It's not even like she's not even like the sexy IDF Nazi baddies. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? What is this? In case the edits weren't enough, this is your final sign. Do it. If you join because you fucking saw this, you are exactly the type of fucking baboon that is gonna die in the front lines. Okay?
Yeah.
No, it's self-selecting. They're like, are you horny? Are you stupid?
You should die.
Yeah, here, go fucking die so that Raytheon can turn profit. No, dude, no. Gooners need to be sent to the front lines, dude.
What? That's what they're doing. Oh, it's the same song.
Comfort kills dreams. You should kill brown children instead.
Oh, it makes me so sad because like shit is so alienating now. Like people are on these apps feeling lonely and shit and useless. And then like this is the thing that brings them meaning, just like being uncomfortable and murdering.
Recruiters are predatory by nature, right? So like they're gonna exploit any kind of weakness or sadness or lack of purpose that people have in their lives in an effort to join the ranks of the military.
They're all shit. It's all boring. Like none of it's
here we
good.
go. Here we
Okay.
go.
You spoke too
changed
soon.
my mind.
Just all the colonies.
Yeah, no, literally.
So good.
Yeah, you can twirl me around in 800 different military bases.
I love they're revealing places I didn't even know the US was bases in. Like I never heard of these fucking countries.
They leaked it.
Where's Cebu? Indonesia? Somewhere?
No, that's Philippines.
Someone was like, Cebu, woo!
Yeah, you invaded my country. I'm from there.
Cebu mentioned.
Yeah.
Come to Brazil.
I can't. Oslo, but no, these are the US has run out of places to invade. They're just making up places to invade now. Like, yeah, we're stationed in Oslo.
Micronesia.
We're stationed in Siam.
But also, I don't think the commoners understand that these are military bases. They're like, wow, she gets to travel.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That is the pitch, though. It's just like join us if you get to travel. If you're too poor, to
How are you
travel.
affording this on a salary?
E4 salary. She's so likable.
She's a little bit likable.
No, I don't agree with you.
I can change her.
You are so. Okay, you are gonna join now. Like this is what I mean. It's
I'm gonna
like
go there to rescue her from the army.
it's not making me as angry as the other videos, but like it's still because like this is probably the best way to try and recruit dumbasses.
This one was missing the like ironic or critical comments. Everyone here was either like I am already joining or like I wish I could be in the army.
I'm trying to find you. Which base are you at?
You keep moving between different fucking outposts in the
Why are
empire.
you stationed in the Philippines? I can't find you.
One last video. Hopefully this one's better than the others.
Today we challenge the U.S. Navy to make us say, I quit. That's it. That's literally the entire script.
He sounds like Mr. Beast.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the whole script. Let's go!
Oh, geez, let's do it!
This video is sponsored by the U.S. Navy.
Our goal is to survive 2 search and rescue tests that every helicopter...
Is this Mr. Beast? Are they using an AI Mr. Beast voice?
No, but
or is this just...
It's just a very similar format. It's like this
No,
one
but he
is...
also sounds like Mr. Beast.
Yeah.
I think, do you reckon creators are like slowly Mr. Beastifying their voices?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They have to be ready for anything, even jumping off a helicopter into the ocean to save lives.
If we pass both Navy SAR tests, we get to go on a simulator.
If we pass both military, Navy, SAR tests, like that's literally Mr. Beast.
Yeah, that's how he speaks.
I can't get over it. This is, it's gonna fuck me up the entire video. I'm gonna be like, what if Mr. Beast did a military propaganda?
All right, we're gonna start out with SAR PT to test their endurance. If you can't make it through this, you boys are walking home.
I'm not quitting. I refuse to quit.
Oh, that guy sucks.
He's losing immediately.
Why does every military trainer look exactly the same?
The same mustache.
Are they going to the same fucking base or what's happening here?
Push ups, get there. Down!
SAR!
Down!
SAR! Woo! Side note, I didn't realize that I look like an absolute goober with my shirt tucked in.
Oh well, not quitting.
They got the
I
memes.
love the memes. This makes me want to join the military.
Yeah.
The thing is, this one is obviously targeted more towards children, but I find this easier to watch.
Because you've got a child's brain.
I
No,
think so.
I think this one is like definitely better edited, but
Yeah.
but also there's something really devious about having a military recruitment ad directed at children.
Yeah. Because they can't even sign up yet. Do they think they're going to remember about this in like 6 years and be like,
I think it's more ethical to have child soldiers killing children in Afghanistan.
Yeah, at
because
least
it's
it's
a
more
power
fair.
imbalance if you've got a full-grown man killing them.
But they still have the regular gear.
yeah, of course. They still got air support.
Yeah, but imagine kids flying the AC-130. The pilots are actually children.
I think it's not a war crime anymore.
No.
It's just a fucking schoolyard argument.
No, motherfucker came out with a pro Joseph Kony position in 2024.
Are you quitting, Chris?
Not yet. I mean, no.
He said not yet.
All right, pull-up bars, get there.
We're running now.
I like this one because they're like obviously out of shape.
Yeah.
As opposed to like the fitness influencers who are in like better shape than the military guys usually. Like this actually creates tension, which is what you need for cinema.
Up.
Star one.
Up.
Sorry, two.
Sorry,
Together. Up. Dismount. PT formation, get there.
They're making him do 3 pull-ups? No way.
Yeah.
It's a real recruitment crisis. They're not sending their best and brightest.
All the best ones got killed in Afghanistan.
Yeah, the best
13 of
soldiers.
our best soldiers. So stupid. Okay. No one's going to get that reference.
No.
No, they will now because Trump brought it back. He keeps talking about 13 of our best soldiers. How timely.
Play the clip.
Joe Biden abandoned Americans in Afghanistan, got 13 of our best soldiers killed, and armed an Islamic terrorist nation with $83 billion in weapons like this one.
Down. Why can you not keep up? Why are we smiling?
Clearly, I find the yelling more entertaining than intimidating, and I can't stop smiling like an idiot.
This is intense, guys.
He looks like Mr. Beast.
Yeah, he does.
Oh my God, it's Mr. Beast.
It is Mr.
It's Mr. Bean.
It's his second channel.
He just grows a beard to do military propaganda.
Yeah, he has so much, like he has so many channels that he had to like clone himself and like make a shittier version of his channel. No disrespect to these guys, I'm sure they're wonderful people, even though they're doing military propaganda.
I'm sure they're a lot richer now as well.
Why do you sound jealous when we do these?
Because I want the fucking sponsorships. Boy doesn't make anything on sponsorships.
Why would they fucking do it? Why would the Navy sponsor?
It's an untapped audience.
Yeah.
None of our fans are joining the army.
Yeah.
Until we tell them to.
Come on.
Do it. Navy needs to pay me first. Don't do it yet.
I don't know how much longer I can go.
On your butts.
Oh, we're gonna sit. I like that.
What? What's that look on your face?
What?
Is that look on you quit?
No, sir.
Are you gonna quit?
No, sir.
Looks like somebody's quitting.
No, sir.
Are you?
Jimmy, don't do it. Don't do it, Jimmy Donaldson. Jimmy's brolic now. Maybe this is how he got brolic.
Yeah, that's how he got ripped.
This is how he got ripped. He went to do the military training.
I'm really struggling right now to keep up, and the instructor's yelling at me is kind of funny, but it's starting to get into my head a little bit. This PT is no joke.
Okay, they should always get soy boys to do this.
Yeah.
It's so much better.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm starting.
Why is he yelling at me?
He's starting to hurt my
Stop
feelings.
it.
I love that.
Chris fell behind once again, which all led up to our most challenging test yet, the pool test.
Just got to the pool. I'm gonna put this hat on. I hope Mr. Cranky Instructor Man doesn't get mad at me.
The audience is wondering how you feel about my hat.
I don't know. Doesn't really go with our pool regulations.
Okay, I won't be.
For our final and most...
That was so nice. Like that did not. They know that these guys are doing marketing for the Navy, so they're probably
be nice
like
to
under
the guys.
normal circumstances, we would smack the shit out of him probably.
Taped his dick up.
Yeah.
You're not paying, sir.
I just don't know what to expect. I know I'm not a good security.
We're gonna do good, boys.
But they got fucking flippers?
No.
Yeah. No, that's
What the fuck
bullshit
is that?
test. What the fuck is this?
Flippers and a snorkel. You're just breathing freely the whole
Yeah.
time and being propelled.
Y'all are haters, bro.
Flippers is cheating.
Viet Cong didn't have flippers when they were hiding in those
No,
rivers.
where's their bamboo shoots? Like
Yeah.
fucking poking up from the pool.
This is by far the hardest test today, and we're only a few laps in.
This is true. They're not making him do buds training. Chatter's like, this is not real Navy SEAL training. Yeah, no shit, dude. Imagine putting these guys through buds training, dude. They just die. They just kill them. they literally waterboard them. They're dead. They do the thing where they tie you with your hands behind your back and then like drop you upside down in the water.
Just spearfishing. Just kicking around in flippers with weights on you. That for like 6 hours straight.
I have no input on this. I'm not Australian. So to me, that sounds like, that sounds like hard work.
It is hard work, and what you're saying is We should do a Navy sponsorship. We're perfect for it.
Elbows in the gutter.
Someone is waiting.
Elbows in the gutters, huh? So we're just gonna chill with our elbows in the gutter?
So you can't hear it over the instructors yelling right now, but I'm literally choking on water here, and every time that I come up, I'm just so exhausted.
Okay, he is kind of bitch made. That's
This
like
is insane.
That's nothing. He
And
didn't.
also,
He did nothing.
What are the consequences of this video? Like, if we quit, we lose, but you've quit a million times.
Yeah.
So I don't really
If the
understand.
PLA offered you a recruitment, collab for recruitment, would you do it? Oh, dude, not even a question. But what are they giving me? Is it money, or are they giving me something more important than money? Something that money can't buy? Chinese citizenship. Because if they're giving me Chinese citizenship, like I'm in there like swimwear, baby. You already know. Don't even test me on that.
Don't get to go on the helicopter.
BYD U8, try U9. I'll do it for a BYD U9. Yang Wang, U9. Turns out those motherfuckers can jump, apparently. I was looking it up the other day. They can jump. Isn't that crazy? I would want to go on that.
Yeah.
Actually, I wouldn't. I've been on a helicopter. It's terrifying.
Yeah, they're pretty dangerous.
And the military helicopters are notoriously bad. They keep
Imagine
dropping.
the military killed YouTube influencers.
That'd be kind of funny.
That would actually work for recruitment.
No, it wouldn't.
No, it wouldn't.
Yeah, they'd be like,
Don't do it. You'll just fool Chinese teenagers that are planting trees in the desert. Yeah. That's a good use of the military. Or just like using sticks with the Indian Border Patrol. Using a stick to beat up the Indian Border Patrol. Or, and I'm shocked that like, there's only been one reference to this so far because it was in the news. The Filipino Coast Guard and the Chinese Coast Guard duked it out again, where they went and in a Chinese ship rammed into the Filipino ship. That's right, a Chinese Coast Guard ship rammed into it again. It's so funny because like America again funding and facilitating a genocide on the one hand, while simultaneously they're like, but did you know that the Chinese Coast Guard rammed into a Filipino boat? Who's to say which one is worse overall? 40,000 plus dead children and women and the elderly, and the equivalent of I think like what 5 nukes at this point being dumped into a small densely populated area, or playing fucking bumper boats. Actually, you know what? It's the boat. It's the Chinese boat. I think that's the worst one.
like, fuck these guys. People don't like YouTubers. You think people like us?
Get your elbow out of the gutter and keep swimming. You have like 8 breaks already. Keep going.
Touch the wall and go.
Oh, here we go. Standing up again. 2 words. I quit.
Touch the wall. Turn away. Put the snorkel in your mouth. Continue to swim.
I can tell that they're actually legitimately annoyed now. At first they're like, haha, why aren't you doing the push-ups, pussy? And now they're like, dude, come on.
You're being paid like $1 million for this. Just kick your legs.
That would be so insulting to the men in the military learning how much these guys get paid for their ads.
Yeah.
When they're like, we've been doing this for free.
Which is my advocacy. Don't join the military. Start a fucking YouTube instead.
Oh, he's thinking about it. Just do it. All this ends. Just say it. Let's go. If you're not gonna quit, go swim. You said you're gonna keep going, then why are you not swimming? This isn't a pause. You don't get to pause.
This is great for like stopping recruitment. Showing like a very simple activity that's like very difficult for an average person.
Out of all the ones that we watched, this one takes the cake. This actually is like telling people actively to not join.
Don't do it.
The other ones are like, oh, look at me, I'm a cutie pie. I love doing fucking...
Look at all the food.
Yeah, look at all the great Korean food I'm eating. And this one's like, this is gruesome and awful.
Yeah, it's not even the hard bit.
You what? He quits. Hey, we got him.
Chris quit, which means I get to go on a search and rescue mission in a helicopter, which I'm extremely excited for because these things are legit. First, we took off and flew directly straight onto the open ocean. Then, they instructed me to keep an eye out for anyone that might be in the water. They put me in charge for looking for the stranded survivor and directing the pilot where to go. They really put a guy out in the water that we'd have to find and rescue. After a few minutes, we found him. We then maneuvered 10 feet above the water and our rescue swimmer jumped in.
Oh, you don't get to jump? That's the whole point of it.
What are you even doing on the helicopter then?
Throw him down there, bro. Get his ass. He already demonstrated he's physically capable of fucking doing this for 5 laps at least. Put him in the water.
Then they lowered the rescue gear, hooked him in, and lifted him up into the helicopter. It was so awesome to see what these guys do every day, and I was so happy that I got to be a part of it.
Thanks again to the U.S. Navy for sponsoring this video. I'm going in the helicopter.
Nope, you're not allowed to do that. Ow, dude.
That was Randy, not me.
That was a very Mr. Beast face.
Yeah. Wait, what is their channel though?
What the fuck?
You guys alright?
That's never happened.
That's what happens when you disrespect the fucking military.
No, that's what happens when you disrespect Mr. Beast.
Yeah, fuck.
How many views does this have?
1 million.
Whoa!
Yeah, that's got a
Okay,
lot.
let's see what the dang.
that
What is it,
channel.
Dangy Bros?
Dangy Bros, Dangy.
Wait, they literally do Mr. Beast videos. It's the same font.
On a raft.
Dude, who doesn't do Mr. Beast videos?
I don't do Mr. Beast videos.
No, I know. We're like the only
yeah.
3 people on the internet, and that's why we're fucking failures. 42 million
What
views.
the fuck?
Oh, you know their ass got hella money on that military ad.
Oh yeah.
Fuck. So that it's children watching this and children being like, yes, but they still can't join. So maybe that's all right. Which video did you like the most?
That last one.
I like the one with the girl shooting at San Francisco.
Oh, that was good.
That was really cool.
That was good, but I think this one most entertaining.
Probably like 70% of your tax money is going to the military. You should put at least $5 into our Patreon. We make much better videos than the Navy does. We deserve it more.
And you've killed very few brown children.
Yeah.
Yeah, barely
One or
any.
two.
I'll count them on one hand.
So cancel your Fear and Patreon subscription. Give it to us instead.
Okay, I don't know about that one.
Thanks, guys.
Chill.
Thank you.
Chill.
So wind and solar energy seem impractical, but certainly recycling has to be good, right?
So recycling must be good, right? No, recycling is actually bad.
Most of the recyclables taken to the recycling plant are too.
To be fair, don't you have to be at least 17 to join the military? Shut up, Neek Skit. Once you admitted that you're fucking 15 and Mormon, okay, we don't listen to you no more. I no longer respond to your questions. Should have never told me you're 15, dog. About to stuff you in a goddamn locker, okay? This is so cool. Hard. Damn, isn't this why the Philippines needs more U.S. military bases so American ships can protect them from bullying? Yeah. You're fucking grounded, dude. Go study for calc or whatever the fuck they teach in American high school. To be fair, don't you have to be at least 17 to join the military? This video might be to just inspire people to prepare. No, dude, no one should join the military. Don't join the military. Please, do not join the military. I will say this every day of the week, okay? Do not join the motherfucking military. Do not join, okay? Don't be a fucking idiot. Do not join. I promise you, there are better opportunities out there. Especially because if you do join the military, yeah, sure, you'll get your fucking shitty college degree paid for, okay? But also, beyond your shitty college degree, you now are 5 years behind everybody else in the same exact ass cheeks job market with a fucking shitty communication degree. What the fuck are you gonna do? And on top of that, you're disabled. Why the fuck would you do that? Don't fucking do that. They lie to you all the goddamn time. So dumb. What is wrong with you? Being an officer is worse. What's wrong with you? Yeah. Recruiters lie. What is this? The military is an amazing career with amazing benefits and pension. I have tons of family and friends in military, bro. Average anarchy. Average anarchist. I don't get it. The military is awesome. I'm an anarchist, by the way. It's a troll username. I can tell. Military was great. My wife made so many friends while I was on service. Oh, that's funny. Have you seen the new thumbnail for your gaming channel's new video? I mean, it's perfect. Bro, stop interacting with the FBI agent. If you join the military, you got to stay for 20 years, so you retire at 38 with full benefits. Got to pray you don't die, though. Yeah, there's that side effect. It's just not a good idea. Being an officer is worse because you already have a degree, which means you should be smart enough to know not to join the goddamn military. Also, ask the veterans in this chat how they feel about officers in general. I mean, that's like the worst one. It's not just wrong because you'll die. It is wrong because you'll kill. I mean, not everyone that joins the military actually ends up killing. They do participate in the killing process somehow, you know, because that's what the military does. But, you know, yeah, you're engaging in the killing by proxy to a certain degree. But yeah, most people don't even do any of that shit. You just sit around, dude, you just sit around in like the most expensive equipment ever known to man that is upmarked by like literally 10x because the government has unlimited funds for you. Okay. And you sit around probably thinking, I wonder why we're spending all this money on this dumb shit, like unloading munitions that are old into the fucking sea, instead of, I don't know, paying for better benefits for me or paying me a better salary, doing literally anything but what you're doing in that moment. It is at its best, at its like least violent and least awful moments,
still a money sink for 8 corporations and the 80,000 executives and higher level people involved in said 8 corporations to make millions of fucking dollars. That's the entire process. It's to improve shareholder value for the military industrial complex shareholders. It's fucking the dumbest thing, okay? God, I hate it. I hate it so much. It's so frustrating. Oh, it's also just like one of the worst bloated private public partnerships of all time. Yeah, because Chinese boats are ramming our allies' boats. Big danger. My recruiters didn't lie to me. I was lucky. I joined because I'd be dead or in jail if not. Officers are the fucking worst. I'm alive, but I'm a disabled vet now. Chat, don't join the military. Yeah. Only the Army Corps engineers is beneficial building shit back home. That's what I'm saying. If like the entirety of the military was invested in like building shit, then I would have an entirely different opinion on it because it is ultimately a jobs program, right? It's literally a jobs program. That's the whole point. It's a massive jobs program. The issue is the output is just bad. There's no good in there. It's just all bad. I had to cut a master lock in the motor pool because I left my key in the room. They tried to charge me $82. It cost $4 at the hardware store. How about the whale spies from Russia? We need to defend ourselves somehow. What about if a draft happened? Bro, I'm fucking out of here, dude. Okay? Anyway, that was a good video overall. Here.
Fuck you. Hey, word. Yeah. If you could say one thing to a recruiter, what would it be?
Fucking bullshit.
Hey, if you could tell one thing to a recruiter, what would it be? Fuck you. If you could say one thing to a recruiter, what would it be? Hope he dies. Hey, if you could say one thing to a recruiter, what would it be?
Why the fuck did you lie to me?
If you could say one thing to a recruiter, what would it be?
Thank you very much for the job opportunity.
Hey, Frost. If you could say one thing to a recruiter, what would it be?
Why didn't you tell me about Airborne?
Pennington. If you could say one thing to a recruiter, what would it be? Good. Hey, if you could say one thing to a recruiter, what would it be?
Thanks.
If you could say one thing to a recruiter, what would it be?
Fuck you.
If you could say one thing to your recruiter, what would it be?
You're welcome for my service.
Hey, Omar, if you...
Oh, is this for the chapter 3 no death run searching for Kaya relic? Okay. That's a good one. You're too old to be drafted. Yeah, you never know how bad situations get though. This is the real white genocide. What do you think of Pat Bev's debut stat line? 3 points, 4 turnovers. No fucking way, bro. Oh my God. I didn't realize this motherfucker was anti-Zionist, dude. That's crazy. Bro, he went out there to destroy the Israeli economy further. Okay? Turns out he's a sleeper agent. Okay? Turns out they're unleashing Pat Bev. Turns out he is the #1 defender of Palestine. He is crumbling yet another Israeli institution from within. Okay? It says stick the podcast. This dude is putting up Hamas numbers, okay? Oh, that's awesome. Did you have to sign up for the selective service when you turned 18 since you were presumably in Turkey at the time? No. I also did when I was younger wanted to serve because I was like, oh, it's like a camp. I'll get in shape. And my dad was like, if you fucking serve, I'll disown you. He straight up was like, no, he straight because in Turkey, we don't have this like reverence to veterans type shit. Okay. There's a lot of respect for the military, but like everyone's a veteran. When you have when there's mandatory service, everyone's technically a veteran. There is no like, oh, thank you for your service type shit. Okay. Like my dad was in the military. You know what I mean? Like every family member of mine before me was in the military. You know what I mean? It's not like a thing. It's not like in America. And the Turkish chatters in here are probably stressing out, being reminded that they're gonna have to serve sooner or had to serve. And yeah, no, I because I have dual citizenship and also worked in America at that point for like an extended period of years, like there's a thing called off, which is like a pardon, and you pay like a fee basically to permanently never have to serve without having any sort of complications. But I wanted to, which was so dumb of me, actually. So fucking dumb. Can you imagine what my fucking haters would say, that I'm a spy? How much is it a fee? The fee was, at the time, I think it was like $2,000 or something. But yeah, it is mostly for rich kids to not be, well, not even rich kids, but it's like, if you're a dual citizen, if you're a fucking dual citizen, it's not even for rich kids. It's like it's beyond that. You know what I mean? Because you don't get dual citizenship and like the opportunity to work overseas unless you're beyond just a rich kid. You know? Use transformation during the red nuke. It only takes 25% of red tide HP. Thank you. I want to let you know, ever since the census, I've left your gaming streams down to 1% volume because you made me feel bad. Lamau, good. If you're leaving, instead of leaving, just keep the fucking tab open and lower the volume, okay? Don't mute it entirely because then it won't register as a view. But just keep the tab open. You know, we're view botting up in this bitch. We're also gambling too. That way you get to, I think if you mute the tab outside of Twitch, then it's fine. Yeah, mute the tab, not the media player. Oh, I'm fucking locked in, all right. I really want to beat this boss because like it opens up an entire, this entire rest of the realm that I'm locked into now because I couldn't pass it. Like I went around and I traveled the entire fucking region, but apparently the rest of the region is like, the actual region is behind this boss. There's no like secret bosses, I don't think. Okay, I gotta pee. Right as we start, I gotta go pee. Fuck. This is why people leave. All right. I should also blast off real quick as well. Hold on. Okay, Wukong Chapter 3, one tap run. I don't know how to beat this boss. This is like the first time I've encountered a boss that's like kind of annoying and is cooking my ass. So we'll see. I'm a little worried. Can you get reprimanded for Twitch for the viewbot remark? No, it's also a joke. Also, no one does it, unfortunately. I wish they did, but they don't. Not viewbotting, like fucking keeping their tab open, even if they don't watch. This boss just got nerfed, by the way. News to me, man. Doesn't feel like he got nerfed to me. Oh, also, I used the temporarily increased attack after perfect dodge for my second one, for my second relic. I've done that when I've other work to do. Good. I could also pillar him, but I don't know. After I left my tab, unknowingly viewbotting, what? Staggering him is the most important thing. Otherwise, an attrition fight. Yeah, but I just don't know how to fucking hit him with a stagger. Pillar stance trash. I agree. I agree with you. Maybe I'll eventually come to my senses, but so far, each talent level moderately increases the damage of the next attack after a perfect dodge. Moderately increases defense. Slightly increases scorch damage. Reduces might decay while transformed. Talent level slightly decreases might recovery speed. What should I do here? Probably need more survival. Did you farm the things to upgrade the best slot? Pilgrim? No. Foundation? Which one is that? Surging momentum. Damn, attack is 2 points. Okay. Get on with it. I have to go to a meeting. Okay, calm down. I'm getting there. Oh, here we go. Oh, I lost it all, so I can only believe in spirit. Oh, Jesus. I'm not kidding. I'm a little nervous. This is the first boss I've like encountered that kind of fucked me up. So now I'm like a little nervous about it. No! Came in hot. Oh, what the fuck? I think like not focusing on his leg is, not zooming in on his leg is probably better. And trying to hit his head is better, right? When he dives down. Oh shit, I'm already fucking up. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, did he not hit him? Oh, I should have waited. Oh, I fucked this up. I used the wrong thing. It's not hitting him. Oh, I fucked it up. I fucked it up. It just doesn't do shit. Oh, I forgot that he does that now. Oh, I forgot that he does that too. That too. Fuck. I'm doing the worst shit. I've used so many of mine the wrong way. I kind of deserve to die a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. Wait, what? Oh, he's gonna kill me. I think I'm dead now, right? This killed me, right? He must have. Oh, I did such a good job early on, and then I wasted the baby head. I wasted my transformation. Sorry for all the believers. I know I have to hit his leg and then his head. The mic is so weird when you're playing. What do you mean? Okay, chatters, know how to gamble wisely, okay? Don't just like use all your points at once. You know what I mean? I don't think it was a bad try overall. No! No! Wasted that big one too. What is that doing? No, dude. No, let go of that. Fuck. Yes. Gotta do that more. What the fuck is this, bro? The big one. Oh, it's coming. Oh. Oh, fuck. Wait, what? Oh my God. Okay, stop. Let's go. What the fuck? I missed it. Wait, did he pick me up? Oh no, he didn't. Okay, thank God. He's getting fucking bolder, dude, and wiser. What is he doing? He can't even hit his fucking leg, dude. It's annoying. Oh, what happened? I dodged it, but I didn't dodge this, which is annoying. How do you get surprised by that? Why don't you stay under him while he's doing that? It doesn't matter. You also can't hit him when he's like gearing up, powering up like that. Oh man. The one tap is a lie, dude. It's been 2 taps now. It took me 34 tries to beat this guy. He's tough, gave me problems too. Apparently they nerfed him too, which is crazy. Not crazier than the top of the hour ad break coming right now for those of you who are unsubscribed, but not gonna lie, I've never seen anyone struggle this much with this guy. Wait, really? Wait, they nerfed him too. I think that chatter is lying. You ain't fighting the nerf version since you haven't updated the game? Break his leg, it gives massive vulnerability. Nah, you are the only stance that doesn't have stuff to deal with this gimmick. Yeah, I think it's because I don't use thrust or pillar. That's probably what it is for sure. Oh, still clap my fucking ass cheeks, dude. Fear time? Fear end podcast? Oh, he fell on me. Ah! I'm eating it. I'm eating his dick. Holy shit. Oh shit. Ah! Come on, bro. Blow it up already. Come on. Come on. Ah! I thought I dodged that. Shit. I did not. Whoa, what the fuck? That was actually much easier. I don't know why I didn't just do the simple shit. I tried like all the tips and tricks. Or not tips and tricks, but I tried all the like snazzy made shit for no reason. I should have just unlocked Ultra Instinct and just went straight forward, beat the arm, and then beat the head, you know? That's how I beat him. I was going for snazzy tricks for no reason. Sometimes it's best to just not rely on anything else but your combos. And on that note, of course, the nopers with 35 million got fucked, and the yeppers, the believers, got with 14 million. I tuned in right at the end. Obviously, it was a me buff. True. Yo, that doorway looked mad sussy. Yeah. Pause. I also wanted the doubters to, like, you know, have something, right? I wanted the doubters to at the very least have something to chew on, because they were just not getting anything, you know what I mean? I was just fucking cooking it for too long. I was beating ass too good. I saw the shrine back there. I just want to see what's up here. Now you've done this part, how do you like this area compared to the others before? I like this area less than the other areas. Like the first jungle area was beautiful. Second area was not as beautiful as the first jungle area, but like it was still nicer than this. I like the snow areas. I didn't like the hell. I didn't like the hell dungeon. I did not like that at all. This area opens up here. It gets super cool. Impel down was mad annoying. Yeah. I hated that 3-minute thing. I understood the hell that is the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour, where people are just like in ad break hell, you know? But of course, obviously you can be in ad break heaven by subscribing, you know, where you don't get to experience the hellish nightmare that is 3 minutes long, where you're just like constantly losing health. I already ran the ad break. I'm just, you know, I'm just on autopilot at this point. Okay, this one's an enemy. Watch. Oh, damn. What's wrong? Shit. I should still absorb these even if I have full health, right? Because I think it gives you will, right? Ooh, what's in here? Goodies. Keep an eye and hug right. +1 spark. Maximum mana. Go behind. There's a thing. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Okay. I don't know. Oh, fuck. This. God damn, it's annoying. Shut up, bitch. Wait, what? What? Did he get bigger and stronger? What the fuck just happened? That wasn't even like a mini bot. That was just a fucking thing. That wasn't even a lesser Yao Guai, I don't think. I love smashing these statues. It's actually kind of dark though. I feel like when you smash those statues, it's like kind of dark. It feels like you're killing like people who could, you know, maybe be melted down. Did you mess with the presets? Your FPS is tanking a bit? No. Is it? Read my last. It's helpful. So the thing you just killed is two of those. Three of those spears. The third one is dead. You just need to collect it. The third spear is you find in this chapter. Then you take those spears to the guy who was in the jail cell in the last chapter you talked to, and it'll give you a new spear you can craft. Oh, yeah. Yeah. If the FPS dropped when I first entered this new area, it could have been the shaders. That's probably what it was. New area, it's like loading. Meditating, I forget. It like gives you a point, I think. Fuck. The 1000 hit point is crazy. Damn. Massacred. Got nothing on me. The prison spear is for a thrust stance anyway, so it wouldn't be good for you. No, I would potentially experiment with a thrust stance after getting a spear, because I heard the spear is like an entirely different set of moves and shit, which I kind of like. These guys are resilient, bro. Oh, that's the third one? Holy shit. God damn, he's strong. Had to fucking immobilize him, bro. He's fast and he hits hard. It's crazy. You missed everything, lol. I know. The third spirit is in an open area. You haven't gotten to it yet. I mean, I'm taking these guys out of their endless peril here. You know what I mean? I feel like they're cursed to just remain frozen. By breaking them, I get to... By taking them out. But what if they're still trapped in the chunks? Well, too late then. Oh shit, I got snow on me now too. That's cool. I mean, it's such a random thing. It's such a tiny thing. Still cool though. I like it. Wait, one focus point kills them? I should have just done that. Tedious thing to make, I bet. Oh yeah. I mean, I love little details like that though. I think it's cool. It reminds, like Red Dead, you know? Go on, justify your serial killing bloodlust law. I mean, yeah. I have you open on my computer and my phone, so that's 2 gaming viewers. I don't think it works that way. Does this game make you want to go to China and collab and stream it? Yeah, sure. This game makes me want to do that. And not my undying loyalty to Mao Zedong and Xi Jinping. Is this the right way? Which way is the extra way? Nothing that way until last chapter. Hug right. Yeah, but what's the left for armor quest line? Yeah, I want to go fight the fucking tiger that I heard is like one of the hardest bosses. Is he left? Is he this way? Tony the tiger is painful. They usually are, yes. Wait, you could just run through them. Holy shit. That's pretty fucked up. I'm gonna end up running into one of those who's not dead, and it's gonna scare the shit out of me. Like that one. What the fuck is that? No, not Mad Tiger. I already did Mad Tiger. There's another tiger. There's a blacksmith tiger up in this mission, up in this chapter somewhere. I don't know where though. How do I get the gaming shield? To get away with saying outlandish shit, you just stay loyal as a gaming viewer for an extended period of time, and when you say some dumb shit, that will carry a lot of weight and consideration. This is fun. Maybe it's fucked up. Go to the shrine first, up the stairs. Where the fuck are the stairs? On that note, I was here for the Wukong gaming stream. No, you need to be like, dude, you can't fake it. You need to be like a productive chatter, productive gaming watcher. Okay? You can't fake it. Like, you need to give me good tips and tricks. You know what I mean? Like, it's not something you can fake. You have to live it. I'm sorry. I mean, being here is enough. Writing stuff in the chat is enough for me to log you as a gaming viewer when your day of judgment comes, and it will inevitably come. It comes for us all, right? But like, if you're a Elper, if you say things like, wow, I sure love watching gaming. Here's a tip, finish Elden Ring DLC. So like, that's the worst kind of gaming chatter. So like, for example, that's an unproductive tip. Like, if you guys can tell me where the stairs are, for example, and help me reach the next shrine, that could be very helpful, you know? Here's a tip, have fun. Thanks. I'm stuck. I'm lost. I'm completely lost. The stairs are up your ass, pleb. Thanks. Why am I reading silly ass chatters? I should stop reading silly ass chatters to encourage good chatters like Oliver. Oh shit. Oh, I hate that one. I hate that one. Wait, what? Where are they hitting me from? Oh! Wait, what? God damn! Can you do that? Oh, okay, enough! Wait, fuck! God damn! Chilled my ass, dude. I'm stuck. I'm frozen. I'm fat rolling. Oh, that's what that thing was. I was like, what is hitting me with like 80 attack points? Oh shit! It's got hands too. God damn! Bro, there was a trail and I lost it. There was a trail that, oh, enemy. I knew it, finally. I knew it. One of these guys is gonna be an enemy, bound to be, you know? What is that noise? I swear I thought there was a trail here somewhere that was like leading me in the right direction. And it's gone. Rolling when you're burned or have frost helps get rid of it faster. Okay. Hug the wall, keep to the left. Not having a map is crazy. I know, it's one of the worst parts of this game, actually. It is very, very annoying, but the game is really fun overall. I don't understand why they chose that. Like, that decision is a very strange one to me. Truly don't understand it. Fuck. Watch what you say or no citizenship. Look, man, a good comrade will always engage in good faith and engage in constructive criticism in an effort to ensure that Chinese soft power remains as powerful as it can be, okay? And in the interest of uplifting Xi Jinping thought, Marxist-Leninist Xi Jinping thought, I have to be truly honest with my Chinese comrades that made this game, my Chinese netizens that are enjoying this game, and say that they should have put a map in it somewhere. Guys who made this game are anti-communists anyway. Yeah, they were flipping off Mao. There's a photo of the developers flipping off Mao or something, I heard. What is happening? Is there an enemy around me? Where is it? Why do I hear it? Combat. Oh.
Well. Harsh winds and an old friend. I couldn't be happier. Join me. Snow is the best soil for poetry.
Shit. Calm down, bro. Oh, you want another ass whooping, don't you? Oh shit! I hate when that happens. It's so demoralizing. Uh-oh. Wait, what? Fuck that. I always do the same thing where if I fucking fail to trigger like a big move, I get demoralized and then I end up fucking up. Luckily this time it didn't matter, but like if I trigger like a big move and I fail, it's so much better if I just keep the combos. Did we even do a gamba on that, by the way? I whooped his ass so hard we didn't even gamba on it. God damn, I'm good.
Hold it, my friend. Sit with me a while. Dark-furred, devious-natured, hunting that Gwai is no simple task. You do have some skills, but this land bites with cold. Lack of readiness could be your undoing. Our reunion is destined, and so is my role to teach you this little trick. I am extraordinary, as is my flame. It shall help you in need, be it injury, weariness, or frostbite. Beast or Yaogwai, none shall dare to draw nigh.
Wow, I got a new power. Let's go. Ring of Fire. A fiery circle drawn by the staff can provide rapid recovery within it. Is that good? Take the podcast. English dub hits different. Chinese dub is much better. Yeah, well, I know. I've been seeing like on TikTok the Chinese dub with the English subs. Like the audio is like super sick. It's just I can't do that with like with accessibility. You gotta go English. Not as good as the freeze, but it does heal from mana. Wait, oh, it gives you mana too? I mean, I'll take that. I thought you were able to stand on business. Yeah, there's a level of able. Listen, dude, I'm both ableist and also disabled. I got this ability to get this bread. You know what I'm saying? I fucked that up a little bit, but whatever. Enemy. Wee. Girlfriend time. Oh my God, there's a woman in the game. Is this about to be the first woman in the game? Why are more feminists complaining? Females, dude. This game is outright low, dude. How are you enjoying it so far? I love it. You can tell.
Why so stubborn? Keep at it. You could melt into blood and pus.
Guy, there'll be a shrine behind you.
Come on, it's perfectly cool in here. Join me inside. We'll have some dance practice with you.
Such humor, Admiral. Let go of your stubbornness and I could request Master to set you free. Then I'd be open to joining you.
Damn.
Oh, I don't deserve you. That old bastard really made to use Ch3WUKONG's relic. Even you, a celestial courtier, bend to his will. Yet my ears tell me that the destined one. Pity, reckon it won't be on these metals eventually.
These gold symbols are made by our Grand Master. And you think a puny monkey can go beyond that?
Puny monkey? So bad on God. Yeah, they got women in the game. I don't know what the fuck we were complaining about. After this boss, you can access the blacksmith quest. Let's go. What is this boss, bro? Hasan, you unlock. What is that? The boss? Ain't no fucking way, dog. Ain't no way I'm fighting that thing.
Roused Turtle General. How could you know he's here below?
Turtle? Snake? Who cares? I caught a whiff of monkey stench familiar enough for me to sound my welcome.
Master valued your talents. He kept you alive beneath the pagoda for your own good. How ungrateful. Evidently, you just don't deserve the ecstasy of the New West.
I'm doing equal opportunity ass whooping right now. God damn, what the fuck is this? Bro, chill. Bro, chill. Hey, yo. Hey, yo. That shit hits hard as fuck, dude.
Kneel to your true self.
Oh, I hit that ass though.
So, my God. Now that my persuasion has failed, you'll go back into the pagoda and be remade.
Wait, oh god, so many of these fucking bosses are ranged, dude. Come on, get down here, dumbass. Let's go. Yes. Wait, what?
The harder I'll make you kneel before the thunder comes.
God damn. Wait, why is it dark now? Wait, did I still get hit? Oh, I couldn't hit the fucking... Wait, why did it get dark? Right, probably for the epilepsy. God, why do I always unlock my fucking Shadow Ash spirit shit literally at the worst moment, dude? It's crazy. Equal rights, equal fights. Yeah, the boss fight follows the exact same basic pattern every single time. It's all about memorizing the attack patterns when she flies. Right of you is another boss. Do you have anti-shock meds? I do not. Let me get this.
Must his head be out?
There's a shrine and a secret boss nearby. Okay, we'll do the secret boss later. Bro, let me just fucking lock in real quick with this shit. You didn't use Ring of Fire? Yeah, I mean, I didn't even set it. Which spell is it? I have Ashen Slumber now too, by the way, which I don't know if it's good or not. Doesn't seem like it's good. Also, Immobilize is goated. Why the fuck would I use Ring of Fire instead of Immobilize? Y'all are crazy. Is Ashen Slumber good? Doubting for feminism. I really like Red Tides. I just like refuse to stop. Her AoE thunders will penetrate Ring of Fire, which you have to stand inside in. Ring of Fire staggers enemies when you cast next to them. Also gives you focus pretty fast when you stand in it. It's good for pillar stances. Brother, please learn Resolute Strike. I literally ended the last boss on a Resolute Strike. So I don't know why you're saying please learn Resolute Strike. Oh, this has shock resistance. The Beast Maw armor. Performing light attack following Evanescence directly deals. What the fuck is that? No. I have the Okra arm guard. Critical hit after focus point. And on the legs I have the Gale Guard Greaves. Damn, this one's better though. But I like the two. I like the unique effect on this. The perfect dodge. Here's a cool layout. Unequip everything in your inventory. No, I'm good, man. Thanks, man. What weapon am I using? I am using currently the Rat Rage staff, but I do have the Conjun staff that I could make, and I have the Long Wreath staff that I can make as well. Conjun staff is the only one that I've thought about changing this for, because the attack goes up by 4 points, the critical chance goes up by 1%, but the unique effect is pretty good. But this one's unique effect is pretty good too. The fourth move of the attack, the light attack combo mobile staff can stir up a whirlwind of sands, increase attack range of damage. It never happens, but punishing, what is punishing downpour? Like how do you unlock punishing downpour? I have so much will to spend because I have not fucking upgraded anything because I've been waiting for the blacksmith. You have to urinate while paragliding. Oh, it's the complete 6th light attack. Well, I don't really need it right now anyway, but I haven't changed my fucking gourd at all, which is crazy. My blacksmith doesn't matter for upgrades? No, I want to... Wait, what do you mean? I want to upgrade my clothes. I thought the blacksmith lets you upgrade your clothes. If anything, I need to upgrade my gourd. That's the one that's like kind of weak out of everything here. Where the fuck is she?
Died and come back. Spin. And tremors for thunder. Classic spawn bolts.
Oh, god damn it. Oh, shit. No. God damn it.
Master asked to keep you. Otherwise, heal.
Oh no, I did the wrong thing. The worst time to do this.
Now Now that my persuasion's failed, you'll go back to the pagoda and be remade. Surge and shiver with thunder!
I should have had at least one filler point so they could use it, you know? Wait, what the fuck? Wait, what the fuck?
And stop your suffering.
Wait, what? Where do I go there? Do I just eat it? Wait, what do I do there? I have no idea what to do there. What the fuck? Was there no way to... Oh, I dodged them. It's the same ones I dodged earlier, right? You forgot to equip the insulated rubber sandals? Okay, good one. Run, don't dodge. Oh. You suck at this, dude. You're gonna spend days. That's so funny. That's pretty funny that you said that. Like, sure, dude.
You want to save me? But you do the same for me.
Oh, fuck.
Spin and flash! Tremors forge thunder. Classic form bolt.
God damn it. Oh, I'm in shock. I'm in shock. That's not good. Oh, God. The shock thing really adds up. Wait, what? What the fuck was that? Oh, fuck.
Heal to your true self.
What the fuck? With this fucking bullshit. She got too many different attacks, man. She's doing new things on me. Fuck. I got locked into that one. Not good. No!
As stubborn as a stone, my God is a little stronger. Now that my persuasion's failed, you'll go back to the pagoda and be remade.
Come on, get down here, bitch.
Surge and
Get
shiver
down here.
with thunder. Tremors forge thunder. Classic form bolt.
What a waste! What a waste! God damn! God damn!
My fault. Sweet seers.
Yes! Where's that fucking idiot now? Oh, you're gonna die. You're gonna be here for days. Suck my dick, hater.
Monkeys are set in their ways.
Bitch ass. Men won today.
Still,
Men.
though, you'll never crack the gold symbol.
Cope, I'll crack it. I'll crack the gold symbol. Like, you're fucking coping, lady. 15 million to 22 million, baby. Let's go. He said, pick up a rake and get to work, dog. Put the fries in the bag. Chinese edition. Wait, what? What does that mean?
What took you so long? Constipation? I was nearly cooked alive in there. Move it.
He's so cute.
Blasted eyesore. Wasn't even worth my second glance back in the court. The same look again. A furry coat and a pinched face. Luck's all you've got. Great, another mute. Whatever. Let's not dally. Now the turtle and I have shared a few tales.
So why are they saying it's misogynistic because he spat on the women?
Like the foes. That old monkey from Mount Quagua who asked me to back you up here to see you for his ugly tricks. He told me that once we gather all 6 relics, we can bring Wukong back. Let's say I buy it for now. I'll go and catch up with him first. You take a look around.
Oh my god, am I on the back of the turtle? Stop calling short kings cute. They don't like it. What if you're a cute short king though? There's a secret boss nearby. In the Chinese lore, the whole world was behind a turtle. Bro, I watched Avatar: The Last Airbender. Behind the shrine, there's another boss. Okay, I'll do it later, bro. Chill out. Let me have some fucking bosses to kill offline, dude. I want to advance the goddamn game. Turn around, you're gonna miss a shrine. I already hit that shrine.
No more dawdling, boy. Bring it. My old friend. You must have had it rough all these years in this shithole. Rest easy. Once we're ashore, I'll take down that blasted temple to avenge you and Brother Snake. Easy there. Easy. I hear you. Dead or alive, all suffer the same. You'd be better off staying a stone. Come on, cut the whips and wines, will you? You're too old for those. Yes, stop sobbing. Stay here and wait. I'll check on your snake, pal.
To get to the tiger, go to the left, dragon. What's up, big dog? Oh, he's with me the whole way? That's pretty sick. Wait, he hits him too? Hey, yo. What the fuck? Let's go. You forgot to go up top? Wait, what do you mean? Okay, chatters are giving me mixed signals here. Some are saying go right. Others are saying go left. Some are saying top of the hour ad break. And that's correct, because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. Damn, dude, look at that Turtussi. Wait, let me go to the shrine first real quick. Let me get that. Sick ass red armor unlocked, I think. Water bag into the left, eventually to unlock blacksmith. God damn, massively reduces duration of shock state. Vengeful mirage will inflict thunderbane. Holy fuck, this is an insane armor. And it looks fucking awesome. Holy shit. God damn, 53. I mean, I gotta do it. The drip alone is worth, yeah. This one's unique effect is pretty good. And this doesn't actually like improve your defenses that much, so I'm probably not gonna use it. I'm probably not gonna full set it. This does go up a lot though. No, I know, I love Pilgrim. I wanna shock is good for the final boss. I mean, that's for the final boss to think about. And the thunder passive needs 3 to set in motion anyway. I only upgraded the robe because it's like it's insane. It's like 53 versus 35, you know what I mean? So I lose my perfect dodge, considerable additional focus set bonus. I'm not getting any set bonuses when I use this, but honestly it's worth right now, just for the drip alone and also for the defense it gives me. Okay, all right, where do we go now? This way? Go to the, keep going straight to start the, and then there's a guy in the water you said, and if I don't kill him now, there's a bug. This guy?
More familiar face. More my friends in yellow round clutches now.
If I don't do this now, there's a bug? Is that
familiar face? Hey, this is off you go and tell him. Young one, you have spoiled my
oh, healing the shit out of me. Wait, he healed? There you go, chat. Are you happy? I did the resolution. I'm the king of perfect dodges. I don't know. Oh shit.
Easy on him, boy.
Come on, bitch. Come on, bitch. What?
I might as well die.
Don't get to put
chance at immortality.
Pump the tires, please.
And
What?
forced to suffer
Okay.
your torment. This old log can hardly move a muscle as he is.
Poor Long, dude.
Only one of Ch3WUKONG's resurrection pills can save me now.
Make a wish, bro, Chen Long.
Why are you still here?
So I just got to go back to the Ch3WUKOng and get a resurrection pill from him for him, right?
Ch3WUKOng loves his men, even his nation. He's surely. Why are you still here? This old long living on borrowed time.
So if I don't do that, I lose out on this quest. Is that what you guys said? Or was that a meme? I'm gonna get him some gas station dick pills, bro.
All you like. It won't make a difference.
Wait, do I go up here or no?
It is a temple, no doubt. But hard to look inside. Oh, the frost is biting hard. Even my rump is frozen solid.
My member's frozen solid. Okay, I'm gonna TP back the shrine. Get the Ch3WUKOng quest now. It will be worth it. Don't worry, I'm gonna do that right now. Go to the shrine, teleport to Ch3WUKOng Chapter 2, talk to him about Dragon. I'm gonna do that. There's another quest up there that is important, but it's separate from the blacksmith. Okay. All right. Is he gonna come with me to Chapter 2 or no? Because that'd be sick. I made it up. I don't know. Can you pause while I put some cookies on the oven? No. A lot of the bosses flow from here on out. Having thrust stance helps to poke them from afar. Really? Fuck. I'm gonna have to. Having thrust stance helps provoke them from afar. When you build up 3 focus, you can always switch back to smash stance whenever. I'm gonna have to get that fucking. I'm gonna have to get that thrust. I'm gonna have to put shit into thrust, huh? Ooh, I can also upgrade my mind core too. Ch3WUKOng, make medicine now.
Self-refinement is the way to make golden pills. What say you, brave one? Your grim fate alone speaks for that old Long's bullying. Pray refrain from blaming him. His ill temper persists unaltered since the first day of our long acquaintance. Regret not, for his power endures. His desire be but one more pill, gladly bestowed by me.
I have to make this, right? This is the one, right? Fortifying medicament or no? Or did he just give it to me? Oh, he gave it to me. All right, nice. Celestial medicine. I have 9 mind core, and I don't know what I should fucking hit. Should I still keep going defense? I make popcorn every time you play, dead ass. I feel like I need stamina recovery.
Seek from within to ascend. Seek from within.
And I need more stam too. I need more mana and I need more stam.
From yin and yang, 5 elements and seek from without to craft.
Wait, do I need more stamina actually? I don't think I need more stamina, honestly. I think I need more mana. Dude, health is it's too expensive. I think I need mana more than anything else.
Of sky and earth, and thou shalt have pills. Oh, what?
Chatter, I ran the top of the hour break already. Chill. What can I buy from you? Enhanced Tiger Subduing Tonifying Longevity Decoction. Mirage Pill. Yeah, I don't need that. Ch3WUKOng, buy my gold, please. I have so much money. I can't buy anymore. I already used up all my points. The New West. Wonder if Chatter's cookies are done. Here's the hardest fight in the game for me. Really? All right.
It may not rival the Skyward River. The Turtle General's help was necessary. When me and Wukong braved across that river, we were surely a sight to behold.
This motherfucker was like, I know Wukong from way back. Here you go, bro. Here's your dick pills, dog.
I knew you could do it! The young may yet be taught. With this pill, I'll gain the strength to unseal that precious place, the Painted Realm. A peaceful haven I built with my fellow deities. Now the monkey is in place. We should gather once more.
Wait, what the fuck? Uh-oh. My dad was there when this actually happened. That's crazy. Zelda ass music. Guangzhou will become Chinese. I wish. Oh, is that Ch3WUKOng? Yo, what up, dog? Hey, yo, what up, Ch3WUKOng?
Mine eyes doth see the Tao from the confine. Oh, many thanks for reunite. This is a perfect place for my art. I've long yearned to come back. Henceforth, brave one, come timely to fetch medicines. This is a token of my gratitude. It retains the energy of both this world and beyond.
What the fuck does it do? Body fleeting powder.
Many are bent on seeking shortcuts. Hence,
Oh shit, that's the homie. I beat his ass multiple times at this point, right? Or no, this is another one. Oh, this is a Shem monkey. Never mind.
All is bliss. Without it,
Still not enough material to awaken the wine worm. I need that Lauja fragrant wine, dude.
Drink.
Yeah, I was being racist.
Success or fate.
Go give blacksmith the work. He's gonna give me the work, chat. The blacksmith is like hella hard. One of the hardest bosses in the game, I heard. How much Chinese can you speak? None, unfortunately. It makes me very sad to be reminded of that too.
spare me, you prattle, it bores me. Since you're here, the scrap you're all in can stay no more.
God damn. So apparently the pilgrim garb you can just upgrade like crazy, right? And it's just will and silk. But I don't know if I should upgrade that. Wait, I can't even upgrade the shit I'm wearing right now. Oh wait, I can. Oh, I just don't have fine gold thread. I don't know if I have enough to make it legendary.
Helm and armor in place. Sure repose in any case. Can give you some edge.
God damn. Well, I'm not gonna wear the main armor anyway, because right now. But maybe I could do the arm guards. Wait, am I using these right now? What am I wearing? Oh, I'm wearing these. So that's 29. That's would that upgrade enough? I don't have the mats for it, no.
It might befit you well.
This is why I didn't fucking use the. Okay, so his defense is at 26, but the arm guards I have on are at defense at 29. Shit. Or no, defense is at 18. That's not good enough. Yours are 19. No, these are the ones I'm wearing, aren't I? Aren't I wearing these? Am I not wearing these right now? Oh. Oh, if I upgrade, it's... Oh, arms are 19, but this goes up to 18.
Can give you some edge. From an armor in place. Repose in any case.
Wait, I can craft new shit too? Why does he sound like that? Are you intimidated? I'm a little bit intimidated. Oh, damn. He doesn't have any fucking gold silk. Should I fucking do it?
If you need sharper blades, seek me.
Okay. First, Pilgrim's Garb. I didn't even upgrade that. So is a 19 focus point critical hit, right? But if I go with the double, 27, this is 11. Or no. Wait, where the fuck are the... Oh, this is 27. 21 to 27 and moderately increases sprint speed. But I need the full gear. Pilgrim full gear is the best. And at least this allows me to use the gourd while sprinting. Get Pilgrim full gear, it's OP. I agree, but I mean, I need the... It's not like currently the defenses I get from the...
eye may prove foul to hand.
The defenses I get right now, as it stands, from... Oh, it's 46. Never mind. Holy shit. I mean, the defense I get is like at 53 and Vengeful Mirage Thunderbane. You think it's still worth it?
Now you seem a proper sword.
You think it's still worth it with a sprint? Like with 46? There's no way he can first try Yin Tiger, right? I don't think so. Challenge him for a good transformation. I know I'm going to. I mean, the defense like is, and the unique effect is pretty good. I'm going to keep that. I don't know. Fuck it. Let's try it. Why not? I feel like he's going to cook my ass, but my cookies are done, Hassan. Don't worry. I'm about to give you a show.
Armor and arms. Just ask and they're yours. Edge sharpened. Arm restless. I was looking for someone to test it. Me. This blade is the best metal.
Wait, what the fuck? Use the fucking... Oh god! Oh my god! Fuck, he's... What is he doing to me? What is he doing to me? I don't even know what's happening. Bro, he is too tough. He's too tough. Oh shit. Mobilize him at all.
For the honorable trick. I can take this. Down with right.
Oh. Did he kill me?
The Zodiac deities never hold back. Far below. Train well before returning here.
Damn, I almost killed him. Like, I actually fucked up a little bit and I almost still killed him. Okay, he's hard, but he's not as hard as people were making it out to be. So, here's a question I have for chat. Yeah, he's definitely beatable. If I had, like, used clones, I think I could have beat him. Here's a question I have for... I don't even know if I have spell seal, but I don't want to use spell seal because fuck immobilize. I can use all the other all the other ones that I still use. Spell seal's great with max mana. Where are the bosses that advance the game? Because I want to do only side bosses offline if I do have time. Use your blaster pistol at long range. Oh wait, that's Star Wars Outlaws. Available now on Ubisoft Plus. There's only one boss left in chapter 3. Wait, really? This boss is fun playing online. Go back to North Shrine and climb the snowy path. No, I don't want to do that. There's so much left in chapter 3. All right, let's try this again. Fuck it. Dude, I'm so fast with this. It's crazy. I love this outfit. I mean, the fit is like kind of ass. Does the fit change when you upgrade?
What rags and tatters? No one yourself.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh fuck, he killed me immediately. He one-tapped me. Holy shit.
The Zodiac deities never hold back.
Dude, I started off better than this, but he
train well before
he hits fucking hard, dude. He's like a goddamn tank. Sorry, believers. You know what? Doubters, you won tonight. That's the last time I'm gonna try this for now. I might actually beat him offline. I'm sorry. I apologize for those who are... Fuck, you know what? No, one more. I don't want to beat him offline. I want to beat him on camera. We're gonna do it again. Fuck it. Ah, fuck.
Back so soon. Give it it.
This is a big boss, so...
Head sharpened. Arm restless.
24-hour stream? Yeah. My god! That doesn't even count. That doesn't count. That game would cancel it.
The Zodiac deities never hold back.
That doesn't count. That doesn't count. That fucking literally... Gamba didn't even start. We're gonna do that. That Gamba is gonna be for this Gamba. Fuck. No, it doesn't, bro. Are you kidding me? People could still dump money into it while I was losing. That's not how this works. He refunded. That would have been a scam, chatters. Y'all are being crazy. I care about the fucking intellectual honesty and consistency in the gambling process on the HasanAbi broadcast. This is something I care about, okay? What is this, fucking kick? All right. There's integrity in the process.
Armor and arms. Just...
I'm getting worse, by the way. I've noticed. Like, the more I fight him, the better he's getting.
Head sharpened. Yourself.
Oh shit. Wait, what? Wait, what? Hey, we do!
The Zodiac deities never hold back.
That does not count. What the fuck? I had enough health.
Train well before returning here.
Oh, the fucking wind. His aura, bro. His aura. He farted on me and I got AoE'd. Fuck. Okay, one more. I gotta do it again. I was close. That was close.
What's fair to the eye?
Bitch ass hockey, bro. Bitch ass hockey user. Get the fuck out of here. That was close as fuck, by the way. Shit, that was close as fuck. Wait, oh shit. Wait, hold on. L. Oh my god, I can't do anything. Wait, what?
The Zodiac deities never hold back.
That's the sound of my ass cheeks getting fucking
Far
clapped.
below him. Train well before returning here.
The fight ends too quick. You have 25% less health. That's a major problem. Do it again. We go again.
What rags and tatters.
You made all the doubters rich? Okay, everybody needs to shut the fuck up before I quit and then beat this boss offline.
I'm restless. Yourself.
Need to hang out with my fucking family. Oh my god. This doesn't count. This doesn't count. Fuck. Fuck, I can't even hit him big dog. I can't even big dog him. Slow motion sequences are so sick though. When you get the hit. Come on, bitch. Come on, bitch. One more.
The Zodiac deities never hold back.
Fucking Zodiac deities, bro.
Far below him.
I'm close. Like, it's a matter of like 2 to 3 mistakes.
Back so soon.
It's not greed. I don't think it's greed at all. He's close. He's like, bro, I get a bunch of good, perfect downloads. I mean, I've almost have it downloaded. I have a bunch of perfect dodges and shit. Like, oh shit. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. Fuck!
The Zodiac deities never hold back. Far below him. Train well before returning here.
God damn it! Come on.
What rags and tatters. No wonder you're at my door.
Save plug after transformation? Wait, he has a transformation?
Edge sharpened. Arm restless. I was looking for someone to yourself.
What the fuck? He's carrying me everywhere!
Into the leaves.
Come on. Bitch. Where's he at? Oh shit! Oh, I fucking failed that.
A dishonorable trick. Oh, so slick.
Wait, what? Dude, that is crazy. That is actually crazy.
You're far
I had
below
that.
him. Train well before returning here.
I don't understand. Sometimes I feel like it's 25%. Sometimes I feel like it's 40%. Am I crazy? Like, couldn't handle the hockey. You're dodging too soon. Just don't show it kills you, but it does.
Armor and arms. Just
the more it glows, the harder it hits.
edge sharpened. Arm restless. Yourself.
Just tuning in. Did we beat the boss that you were stuck on last night? Yes, dude.
Dude, what the fuck?
Wait, oh shit. I forgot that he does the second one. Wait, did I hit him? Oh, it did. Wait, what? What is he doing? What is he doing? Did I pluck it? No, I did not. I did not pluck it. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead!
The Zodiac deities never hold back. Far below. Train
He delivers
well
an ass
before
whooping in
returning
8
here.
different directions, dude. Doubter's eating tonight? Fuck you, man. I know.
What's fair to the up?
I have to beat this fucking bitch ass on camera.
Edge sharpened. Arm restless. Yourself.
Hurry before I die, Chad. Wait, I didn't. What the fuck?
Into the leaves.
Fuck. He's like useless tricks. What the fuck? He's exploding. No, don't do that again. Don't do that again. That's such bullshit, dude. Fuck, that was so fucking close.
Zodiac deities never hold back. Far below him. Train well before returning here.
That's like a fucking 3-tap situation. I immobilized, I did the pluck, I did it all. The only thing I did is I fucking missed the goddamn headbutt.
Back so soon. Give it.
I downloaded his bitch ass too. It's like...
Edge sharpened. Arm restless.
I think my biggest problem is my heals. Like, I'm not healing enough.
Mark me. This blade is cast from the best met yourself.
Infinite point glitch. Shut the fuck up, chatters. Don't say that.
Into the leaves.
Dude, I can't do heavy hits.
Split shrouded sky.
Oh shit, am I dead? Fuck. Dude, I can't even get up. He's got like... I'm done.
Zodiac deities never hold back.
No, I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done for the night. Fuck that. Fuck that. I'm done. I can't do it. It's pissing me off. I will try not to fucking... I'm not gonna fight this boss tonight. But god damn, that shit is annoying. Especially because of how fucking close I am. Jesus Christ. I was so goddamn close. Like I almost first tried him, and now like on my 11th try, I feel like I'm further away than before. Anyway, don't play off stream. I'm gonna play off stream, but just not this boss. I'll save this boss. I already got my upgrade, so that was what mattered, right? I lost 1 million points. Why do I believe? I'm sorry, chatters. Sorry to all the believers. We got a lot to cover tomorrow. Love you all, and I will do that tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow, okay? All right, bye. Peace.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Review in the P.O. box. Uncle Uyghur's face. Sat in Discord active prop. Great names take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There